Prologue. The attack began as fingerlings of moonlight reached through the window and pried light into the darkened space. It was full tonight, a bright and magical moon, backed by howls rising from the depth, like the pounding rolls of thunder or the patter of rain, lulling citizens of Wicked, New York's paranormal Sixth Borough, to sleep. Smoke filled Detective Dani DeMarco's room, rising from the floor upward until it filled every nook and cranny, the empty spaces where spiders cowered and paint cracked and blanketed the room. A form slipped closer toward the bed, smoky around the edges, a thick, not quite tangible figure. It was called a choker curse, and it was a spell that could be detonated from a distance, meant to steal its victim's breath until they lay still and dead. The smoke figure leaned over the bed, waving, flickering in the breeze from the open window. Its arms reached out for Dani's neck, pillars of black fog, ready to terminate her life once and for all. But Dani wasn't ready to die. Chapter 1. "Hiya!" I screeched, banging about and making as much noise as possible while lunging upward from my hiding place in the living room. "Who sent you?" I blocked the bedroom door with my body, squinting through the smoke to where the monster had reached down to strangle the pile of pillows it slipped under the comforter at the first signs of attack. My head was encased in a breather bubble, a nifty little spell that was part helmet, part oxygen tank, that allowed me to move about, unaffected by the paralyzing results of the choker curse. "Who sent you?" I demanded again, holding a ball of fire in one hand, my voice echoing slightly thanks to the protective casing around my head. "Who sent you to kill me?" I conjured the fireball while the preliminary smoke filled my room, and I'd slipped out, thankfully unnoticed. My stunner would do nothing against the monster. The charm would go right through the pile of smoke. But fire? I was certain this thing was afraid of fire. I'd watched the blob of smoke suffocate the candle burning by my nightstand from my perch in the hallway, throwing the room into darkness before launching his attack. My heart pounded as the choker hesitated, confused. While it wasn't human, it moved in a distinctly familiar way. The smoky monster could be effectively sent as a deadly killer, conveniently working a good distance away from its master. But the curse wasn't all that accurate. The smoky figure itself had no power of thought and was only programmed to do one thing: foil the user's plan, and voila! The monster was no more harmful than a box of big, dumb rocks. The smoke bundle paused and turned toward me. My heart raced as it began to drift my way, floating, hovering. Its arms stretched toward me, and as smoke began to drift out of my bedroom and into the living room around my ankles, my nerves ramped up. It shouldn't be able to do this, I thought. The monster had changed courses. Either someone had conjured a very, very intricate choker, or I'd pegged this situation all wrong. I shouted the incantation for the fireball louder and hurled the flaming mess straight at the black, cloudy chest. The fire grew as it sailed through the air and made a hole through the monster the size of a small planet. However, I watched in horror as tiny bits of smoke carefully sorted themselves out, reattaching to their original form to fill in the crater I'd made with the makeshift bomb. Instead of vanishing into a cloud of nothingness, this choker was putting itself back together. "What the hell are you?" I asked. "Who are you, and why are you here? If you're going to kill me, at least tell me that."
"He's not going to kill you,"
a voice said.
"Duck, Dani."
I glanced over to find Gray standing in the doorway to my apartment. Both the wolf and the vampire had a way of making themselves at home in my place, despite the numerous safety charms I enacted on it. "Get out of here, Gray," I said. "It's a choker." Gray gave a shake of his head, and for the first time ever, he transformed before my eyes. I watched as the impressive man, dressed in faded blue jeans and a black t-shirt that roped around his healthy muscles in a very aesthetically pleasing way, folded to all fours, his tanned skin fading to a coat of snowy white fur. His hands became huge, powerful paws that could take my head off with one blow, and he stood nearly as tall as me on 4 legs. The beast was huge and unique. I wondered exactly what Gray was. and not for the first time. The full moon glowed brighter and brighter still, but Gray didn't seem to be affected by its call. He was not a werewolf like the rest of the shifters in the depth, but a man who could come and go in his second form whenever he liked. More interestingly, his personality still existed when he transformed. Unlike the rest of the werewolves, who lost almost all sense of humanity as their animal instincts took over. "You're ridiculous," I said to the giant wolf. "I was handling this just fine myself." Even as I spoke, however, the choker curse grew and expanded, shifting into my living room. The black smoke slithered over my couch, Carl, and over to Marla, my flapper-esque coat rack, who'd gone suspiciously quiet in her beloved corner. Even my curse-like-a-sailor refrigerator, Fred, had no snarky comment. I barely had time to wonder if the curse had somehow paralyzed even my furniture when the bubble burst. I collapsed, choking as the pressure from the room, the smoke, the fog, caused my breather bubble to combust from outside forces, which sent me collapsing to my knees as I desperately tried to breathe in the oxygen-deprived space. I wheezed, gasped, stars filtering around the edges of my vision as I crab-walked away from the black arms reaching for me. I didn't have enough breath to mutter Gray's name, let alone a spell. My stunner was across the room. If I wanted to survive, I had to get to fresh air. The window, the door, the... Blackness was fuzzy around the edge of my line of sight as the smoke darkened, thickened. It smelled burnt, like used charcoal and overcooked food, and sent my stomach roiling as I hurled all over my hardwood floors. I shouldn't have eaten an entire pepperoni pizza, I thought wryly, as I sunk deeper and deeper against the rug, dragging myself toward the couch. My furniture had saved me once before. Maybe if I could just... One hand reached for Carl as the burst of fire shot over my head. I stole one glance up, wondering if my brain had gone foggy or if I was imagining things, because it appeared Gray had just breathed fire all over the choker curse. But that was impossible. He was some sort of wolf, and wolves didn't have spellcasting powers. I was fading into unconsciousness when finally, miraculously, my labored breathing turned easier, and I caught a lungful of oxygen. I didn't care how it had happened. I was just happy to be breathing again, a small action I'd never underappreciate again. In a few minutes past, I finally pulled myself to my feet and collapsed on the couch. I was still wobbly and weak, and as much as my slow recovery annoyed the crap out of me, I also didn't want to fall flat on my face or vomit a second time. So I remained sprawled across Carl and glanced around my apartment for something to snarl at. I found the object of my frustration walking out of the bathroom a moment later. Gray appeared entirely naked, save for the towel wrapped around his waist. He looked up, grinned broadly at the sight of me, and appeared completely unaffected by both the fact that I'd just Ralphed in front of him, and the fact that he was, naked. "Why are you standing around my apartment in the buff?" I coughed, trying to sound authoritative and offended instead of wheezy and uncomfortable. I quickly added, "Perv." Gray barked a laugh.
You didn't leave me enough time to change before I had to transform. To save your life.
"I was doing just fine until you showed up and distracted me." I stood, fueled by my argument with Gray. "Seriously, where are your clothes?" Gray shrugged, the towel dipping dangerously low over his waist. I forced my feet to move, pulling me in the direction of the entryway where Gray had been when he'd shifted. There, on the floor, were his clothes, in tatters.
"I'd put them on,"
Gray said, humor flicking across his face.
"but I'm afraid they won't cover half as much as this towel, and your vampire wouldn't like that."
"What's your problem?" I whirled to face him. "My vampire?"
"I just saved your life. That doesn't buy me a bit of goodwill."
"I didn't need you to save my life," I growled. "I needed you to let me banish the choker on my own."
"Because you were doing a fine job of it, judging by the evidence all over your floor."
"I wouldn't have been so distracted if it weren't for you showing up and breathing fire out of your mouth," I said, realizing I sounded like an idiot. "What the hell are you, half-dragon?" Gray went very still, and I realized maybe my vision hadn't been so wrong. Maybe I truly had seen what I thought I'd seen, and I wasn't supposed to have remembered it.
I should go,
Gray said finally.
It's going to be a long night.
That would probably be best. At the very last second, I added, Thank you.
For?
I rolled my eyes. Don't push it. Gray laughed, and we were finally back on track. Friendly, joking, light-hearted. I couldn't ask for more from Gray, nor did I want to. That would complicate matters far too much, especially now that Matthew and I were officially an item.
I know you're with him,
Gray said eerily, as if he could read my mind.
I hope that doesn't prevent us from being friends.
Don't be stupid, I said, but internally I breathed a sigh of relief. Really, though, I could have handled the monster on my own.
I know you could have,
Gray said,
but I was bored and strolling through the area, and I figured I'd give Marla a show. I'm disappointed she doesn't seem more impressed.
I stepped over Gray's tattered clothing remains and moved toward my infamous coat rack. Speaking of Marla, she should be ogling you as we stand here. She's not one to let a handsome naked man walk through my apartment without a good tongue lashing. I realized my error before I could correct it, so instead of staring down Gray's smug smile as he basked in the inadvertent compliment, I kicked his ripped jeans out of the way and closed my fist around Marla. Are you alive in there? I asked, giving her a good shake. My leather jacket swung precariously from one of her arms, my purse from another. Yo, Marla! There's a set of abs here just waiting for you. Cat got your tongue?
Most people would have you committed,
Gray said easily,
if they walked in and found you insulting a coat rack with such vigor.
I ignored Gray and moved over toward Carl, who had also been notably silent. I sized him up, gave his cushions a nudge, but when he didn't respond in the slightest, I lined up a huge body slam, leapt into the air, and came down hard. Carl, I called. What's wrong with you guys? You don't have to be shy because Gray's here.
Maybe they're dead?
Gray suggested. Maybe you traumatized them with your nudity, I said. I think I have some of Matthew's clothes in my closet. Why don't you go find them and get dressed? You're probably about the same size.
Won't he love that?
More than he'd love the image of you standing here like that, I said. You're scaring the furniture. Get a move on. As Gray disappeared into my bedroom, I worked the rounds on my furniture, jamming down Tammy's buttons, smacking Hector, my clock, lightly on the face, and opening and closing Fred's doors until he should have been dizzy. But I got nothing from any of them. I think you killed my furniture, I said to Gray. They're not saying a peep.
That's quite normal,
he called.
In fact, you sound significantly less crazy admitting it.
Unless it was the smoke, I mused. Is my furniture paralyzed? The choker curse was a complex little spell that sent in a foggy cloud first, a thin layer seeping through the targeted room where it paralyzed everything inside. Then, once its prey was good and frozen, the rest of the curse worked its magic to steal the breath from everything in its path.
Shouldn't the spell have reversed itself when we got rid of the curse?
Gray asked.
Why don't you just revert it? There must be a counter curse.
Not that I know of, I said. It should have gone back to normal. But maybe since my furniture wasn't technically alive, the curse interacted differently with the charm on them.
You don't sound happy.
Gray poked his head out from the bedroom and grinned at me.
I don't think I'd mind if my couch didn't comment on my ass.
You have a point, I said, but for some reason I wasn't exactly feeling grateful to the smoke monster. Well, I made a point to mope and moan quite loudly about my furniture when they were rowdy or lewd. I'd grown used to having constant chatter in my apartment. It was like a gang of built-in friends who I didn't have to impress. The very best kind of friends because I didn't have to go anywhere to see them. They didn't steal my food, and they sometimes lent a helping hand when murderers broke into my apartment. So I concluded they weren't all bad.
You've developed a soft spot for the couch,
Gray said.
I am sure if you let Felix know what happened, he can help you out. Or maybe Sienna can work some of her necromancer powers to revive the corpses of your furniture, which sounds more morbid than I wanted it to.
I sighed, moved toward Carl, and sat on his lifeless arm. The whirlwind of the evening's events was catching up to me. As I glanced outside, I realized it was later than I'd thought. The moon had already begun its descent, and the sun was quickly chasing behind it. A subtle red glow bloomed on the horizon in a pretty, threatening sort of way. I thought to the choker curse, and for the first time gave some serious thought to who might have sicked it on me. I kept coming up empty. Sure, a few weeks back I'd rejoined the 6th Precinct as the department's resident reserve, but I hadn't had any particularly gnarly cases. There had been one double homicide as of late, but it had been a simple open and close case of a jealous ex-lover. She'd left behind a slew of residuals, and the second we'd approached her for questioning, she broke down and confessed. She was currently behind bars. Then there'd been a string of carjackings that I'd helped chase down, one case of stolen identity, and a false alarm from my old friend Renee in the Golden District. But other than that, it had been pretty quiet on the wicked front. DeMarco's Pizza, my pizza parlor downstairs, had been cooking along, thanks to Willa and Jack, and I'd even been able to show my face and put in some hours behind the counter over the last couple of weeks as well. My relationship with Matthew was nebulous, uncertain, like a baby's first steps, but growing stronger by the day. Overall, my life was chortling by with all the normalcy a detective dating a vampire could hope to achieve. Things had been looking up. Except, I thought, for the one niggling outstanding issue I hadn't been able to let go of since it was first introduced to me a few months back. I pondered over the hex files, letting the familiar chant sink over me, the words now ingrained somewhere deep in my psyche, as I waited for an epiphany. Like usual, there was no magical epiphany, and I was once again at a loss. The hex files, a mysterious bunch of files that were mostly missing, were thought to be some huge prophecy. A prophecy that had the potential to change the future of the borough. One that could end lives or save them. One that could overthrow good and bring about a reign of evil. The files were something that I had been determined to investigate ever since my murderous ex-boyfriend had mentioned them offhand. But all my efforts thus far had led me to one dead end after another. The fact that someone wanted me dead wasn't all that newsworthy. 50% of the time someone broke into my apartment, they wanted me dead. What stumped me this time was the why. "Hey!" I yelled for Gray. "How'd you know I needed help anyway?"
What do you think?
I glanced up at the question, unable to stop my jaw from dropping at the startling juxtaposition of Gray standing in my bedroom doorway, dressed in Matthew's clothes. Normally, Gray opted for a cowboy style of dress with the rugged jeans and a form-fitted, worn, short-sleeved shirt. It was Matthew who dressed in the finest, most expensive of suits. Claiming anything less than the best materials made him feel itchy and uncomfortable, thanks to his supersonic senses. Gray, however, wore Matthew's clothes in an entirely new way. Where Matthew took the cake for tall, dark, and mysterious, Gray cornered the market on rugged good looks and charm, his eyes glittering with amusement as he scanned me for a reaction.
Not bad, huh?
Gray asked, tugging at the collar of the white shirt he wore with a few buttons undone.
A little constricting for my taste, but I can see why your vamp likes it.
You look... I cleared my throat. Don't let Matthew see you.
Don't let Matthew see what?
The voice echoed around the room as both Gray and I swiveled to find Captain Matthew King of the Homicide Unit standing in the doorway to my apartment. It was a very awkward moment indeed, seeing as Gray lounged halfway in my bedroom, looking mighty smug and proprietary in Matthew's clothes. "Well," Matthew said, his fangs descending as he smiled. "Isn't this fun?" Chapter 2. "It's not what you think," I said to Matthew. "Actually, I'm not sure exactly what you think because this looks pretty strange, but I guarantee it's not that." Matthew simply crooked an eyebrow upward. "I'm listening." "I was working that stupid case for the chief, the one with the stolen bike and the jewelry store heist, and it ran late. Hence the reason I canceled our dinner plans," I said. "I came home and climbed in bed."
If I may interrupt,
Gray interrupted.
I'm curious to know what constitutes dinner plans for a vampire.
Shut up, I said to Gray. I woke up in the middle of the night when I heard a noise. I'm not sure exactly what it was. The brush of something against the window, a breeze, or just sheer instinct, but I crammed pillows under the covers and skedaddled from the room. Seconds later, a choker curse filled the room and tried to kill me.
Naturally,
Matthews said, seemingly unimpressed by the attempt on my life.
And that clearly explains why the wolf is in vampire's clothing.
Funny, I said. I was fighting off the attack just fine when Gray broke into my apartment and distracted me. My breather bubble popped and...
I saved her life,
Gray said easily.
You're welcome.
Matthew turned a stony face toward the wolf. If looks could kill, Gray would be halfway through cardiac arrest.
Who sent the choker?
Matthew turned abruptly to me. Well, gee, I said dryly. I don't know, I've just about died. I'm glad to see you are concerned. Matthew's eyes flicked past me and studied the remains of my pepperoni pizza on the floor. A flush of embarrassment crept up my cheeks and down my neck. I was known for having a strong stomach in the department. Turning, I closed my eyes and muttered a cleaner charm that had the place smelling like lemons and bleach seconds later.
Nifty,
Gray said. I glared at him. The room fell into an awkward silence.
Well,
Gray said,
I should be going.
To Matthew, he gave a grin.
Thanks for letting me borrow some clothes. Your girlfriend said you prefer that over my walking around in the buff.
Hold on, I said, raising both of my hands. I'm a little confused here. Both Matthew and Gray swiveled their gazes to me. I pointed an accusatory finger at Gray. You still haven't told me how you knew I was in trouble. Matthew's lips curved into a smile at my dismay. I swiveled my finger to point at him next. You're not off the hook, mister. Why aren't you more upset about a naked werewolf in my apartment, wearing your clothes? Matthew's smile froze in place, looking as if it had been chiseled in granite. Gray coughed.
I'm going to let the vamp take this one.
Matthew's gaze flicked to Gray for the briefest of seconds. The vampire blinked, a stalling tactic, not a necessity, before he spoke.
I am...
He hesitated, looking pained.
I'm grateful to the wolf for being available to help you.
I crossed my arms, shook my head. Try again. Matthew flinched under my gaze.
I'd rather the wolf save you than the choker take your life.
I made a buzzer sound. Wrong again. Answer the question.
Gray, Matthew said, how did you know she was in trouble?
Gray shifted his weight from one foot to the next and looked thoughtfully at Matthew.
Lucky guess.
You're both idiots, I said. What's going on here? I'm a detective. You're not fooling me. When you're ready to talk, come find me. I stormed past both of them and out of my apartment. I flung the door shut behind me, satisfied with the fulfilling slam and ensuing tremble of walls. I strode through the skinny second-floor hallway of the two-story building that functioned as both my apartment on the second level and place of business on the first. I jogged down the narrow spiral staircase and pushed open the swinging door that led to the employees-only room of DeMarco's Pizza. The family-owned pizzeria I'd kick-started during my almost year-long break from the precinct. While I still tried to keep on top of the business, most of the day-to-day responsibilities had fallen on the shoulders of my youngest brother, Jack DeMarco, and the apple of his eye, my new best friend, Willa Bloomer. Speaking of best friends and little brothers, I thought, as I came to a dead stop in the glittering kitchen that serviced the restaurant. I took a glance at my watch, then back up at the two folks standing there. It's barely 7 a.m, I said to Jack and Willa. What are the two of you doing here? Willa turned her nose up and sniffed. We have a party coming in today. Kids' party at noon. I thought I'd get an early start. Your brother thought he'd interrupt. Jack glared at Willa.
I'm in charge of prep this week. Business has been booming the last few nights, and we've gotten behind. I came in early to make sure we had enough prep to last the full day with the additional birthday party.
A likely story,
Willa growled, snapping a large wad of bubble gum.
I'd be more productive if you cleaned the tables and left me alone. Too many cooks in the kitchen and all of that.
Do I need to separate the two of you? I asked, watching the bickering pair like I would two children. Or can you handle operating in the same space like adults? There was a sullen silence as Jack turned a downcast expression toward the floor, and Willa's cheeks bloomed peony pink. Good, I said. Time and a half for coming in early to help at the party. Let Jimmy close tonight so the two of you don't have to stay all day.
I don't mind, Willis said quickly. I can use the overtime.
I don't mind either, Jack said. I'm staying too.
Great, I said. Then try not to kill each other and have a great day. I'm off to work.
Willa, can you hand me...
Jack started as I brushed past them.
Shut up,
Willa snapped and smacked his hand away.
No, I will not hand you another rag. You're using them like tissues.
If you...
I'll use my gab stopper on you if you can't pipe down,
Willa said, and snapped her gum again.
I've been practicing, and I'm 68% sure my charm will work this time.
I'm 48% not scared, Jack said. If you'll just hand me... How could you?
A new voice joined my bickering brother and friend as Matthew stormed downstairs and through the kitchen, trailed by a frothing Gray.
How the hell could you put her in that kind of danger, Matthew?
What are the two of you talking about? I asked Matthew and Gray.
Will you please just hand me a towel? Jack bellowed. This one is sopping wet.
You've used enough towels,
Willa called back.
You're cut off. Wring the bloody thing out.
You're not allowed to get upset over this.
Matthew rounded on Gray.
You don't know Danielle like I do. No,
Gray retorted.
Well, you weren't there to keep her from dying this morning.
Will everyone shut up? I hollered. Then I channeled my mother's most favorite charm, muttered an incantation, and snapped my fingers to loose a whistler on the room. The room became so silent it was almost painful. For crying out loud, I said. Is something in the water? What's everyone's problem? Gray looked livid as he took a step forward. His eyes raked over me, pierced through me.
The vamp is playing games with your life, and I won't stand for it.
This is between Dani and me, Matthew countered, matching Gray's pace.
Keep your paws out of it. I won't stay out of it when Dani's life is at stake,
Gray said.
You've opened Pandora's box, and there's no closing it now. Whether you like it or not, I'm involved.
There's no way.
People!
Willa chomped her gum faster.
Matthew, you're only going to piss off Dani more. You should know that. Gray, I don't know what you're stumping around over, but none of us want Dani dead. So, if we can just...
Stay out of it.
Gray snarled to Matthew.
No, if I stayed out of things, Dani would be dead on the floor up there, and you'd be...
Willa blew a bubble the size of her face with the gum, and then leaned forward and, as if she were blowing a kiss, sent the bubble in Gray's direction. It twinkled with a hint of magic. Then she did the same thing and sent another bubble in Matthew's direction. As the pink bubbles floated lazily toward the two perplexed supernaturals, Willa happily muttered a charm I'd never heard before.
While you have the gift of gab, peace and quiet can't be had. Zip those lips and take a rest, so we don't think you're such a pest.
I blinked at Willa. What was that?
What?
She giggled, then raised her hands and crossed two fingers.
I've been practicing. Jack was helping me until he turned into a jerk.
I'm not the jerk. I asked you out, Jack said. You're the one who turned me...
Before Jack could finish, Willa blew another bubble at Jack, and we all watched, mesmerized, as the three bubbles found their places on each of the men's lips. The bubbles burst, 1, 2, 3 little pops, and suddenly the room was silent all over again.
There,
Willa said happily.
Silence. Go on, Dani. What did you want to say?
I glanced at my brother, my boyfriend, and the man who'd saved my life. Are you sure they're okay? Matthew, Gray, and Jack all looked mildly surprised as they tried to speak, and found no words came out.
They'll be fine, Willa said. I'm pretty sure it wears off at some point.
Pretty sure? I said weakly. Like, how long?
What were you saying?
Willa said sweetly.
Better speak quickly before they all start arguing again.
I gave Willa a somewhat terrified nod before turning to Gray. You still haven't answered my questions about how you knew to be here. Do you and Matthew have some sort of little deal going on? A protective watch of sorts? It might explain why Matthew wasn't spitting nails to find you naked in my apartment.
Naked?
Willa asked, looking more than a little curious.
Sorry, which of them was naked?
Never mind, I said. Matthew, why the hell is Gray mad at you? What is none of his business? I waited, the moment stretching into a long, pregnant pause, until Willa leaned over and whispered to me.
They're sort of muted.
Right, I said. Well, fine. I expect answers to these questions when you can speak again. And you, Jack. I whirled to look at my brother. Be nice to Willa, won't you please? We need her to run this place. Willa was beaming.
I knew this spell would come in handy. I've really been practicing a lot lately. I think my powers are growing.
I think I'm done, I said quickly. Will all of you behave? Each of the men nodded, some more grudgingly than the others. Okay, good, I huffed. Then to Willa, I added, Go on and reverse it now.
Reverse?
Willa said weakly.
I thought, maybe it would just wear off. Don't spells usually do that?
I rolled my eyes to the heavens. First my furniture and now this?
What happened to Mola?
Willa gasped.
We were just becoming friends.
Forget it, I said. I have to get to the office. You four, figure this out. Matthew, don't make plans for tonight. You either, Gray. The three of us need to talk.
Ooh,
Willa fluttered.
How fun. Will anyone be naked this time around?
Matthew glared, and Gray looked intrigued. 7 p.m., I ordered. Don't be late, or I'm sicking Willa on you all over again. Willa clapped her hands.
And you really don't want to be the guinea pig for my next curse,
she said, eyeing Jack keenly.
I call it the ball buster. No further explanation needed.
Chapter 3. Why would you do this? I asked the young punk who I just caught robbing a jewelry store in the Golden District. You had to know we'd catch you. The spellslinger looked up and gave me a cheesy smile. It was fun while it lasted. I can't fault you that, I said. Get on the broom. Man, I don't like heights. Should have thought of that before you lifted a gold necklace from the most secure store this side of the Goblin Grid, I told him. Move it or lose it, kid. I had a rough morning, and I'm not in the mood for a rough afternoon. Girl, I've had a rough morning too, he said, and I think I'm going to puke on your shoes if you make me get on that broomstick. 10 seconds, I said, glancing at my comm as it buzzed with another call. I've got a slew of punks to deal with today, and your sensitive stomach is the least of my problems. But 5, 4... I began counting, then lifted the comm to my mouth. DeMarco. Detective, the chief's voice barked. You're needed on an urgent call. I'm hauling in the thief from the Golden District, sir, I said. I need a few minutes until backup arrives. I was called in to check for residuals and was the first on the scene after the alarm sounded. I can't leave him alone. I don't have a few minutes for this nonsense. I glanced around at the expensive street, thinking it wasn't exactly a place where cops hung out for fun. Most of the foot traffic on the street belonged to tourists gawking at the golden-rimmed displays on every building, every street corner, and glancing wide-eyed through the windows at the magnificent shop displays. I already called it in, I said. I just need... It'll solve all your problems if you just let me go, the kid said. I don't want to puke on your shoes, but I will. I won't steal again. 3, 2, 1, I counted down. Are you counting at me? Chief Newton barked again over the phone line. Detective! Not you, Chief, I said. I'm trying to... Where do you think you're going, kid? Chief, be right back. The kid took off, hands bound behind his back, and began running straight down the middle of Platinum Alley. He was pretty fast for someone with sagging pants and 2 unusable arms. I sprinted after him with the department-issued broomstick in hand, gaining ground until the kid ducked behind an ice cream stand and pushed the entire cart backward toward me. I managed to mostly dodge the cart, but the stupid thing ran over my big toe. The flash of pain sent me spinning in a circle for a second too long. By the time I bit back my string of curse words and yelled at the vendor to get out of my way, the kid was gone. He ducked down one of the many alleys, and I'd have as much luck finding him as I would a rat in a sewer system.
Looking for him?
I limped forward at the familiar voice, scowling as I rounded the corner and came face to face with Gray. "What are you doing here?" Gray hulked over the young man, dangling him off the ground like a cat might carry her kitten, and gave him a little shake.
Seems like your friend had someplace to be and conveniently crashed right into me.
"I would really appreciate you leaving me alone while I'm on the job," I said. "If you stopped interfering on my cases, maybe I wouldn't end up injured half the time." Gray glanced down at my toe and gave a wink.
Naturally, this is my fault.
I scowled, took the kid, and threw him on the broomstick without mercy. "What are you doing here? Who gave you your voice back?"
You sound disappointed.
"A little."
Matthew never should have showed you the...
Gray hesitated, cleared his throat.
File.
The kid looked curiously between us, and I gave the broom a little wiggle until he was holding on for dear life. "How do you know about that?" I asked. "I'm positive Matthew wouldn't have told you."
You'd be right, Gray said. Suffice to say, I hear things. I know people. I've been around a long time, Detective, and if I knew you'd gotten involved with that, I would have said something a lot sooner.
"Say something tonight," I said. "I'm not discussing this until I have me, you, and Matthew in a room."
Dani.
At that moment, the punk made good on his promise. He leaned forward, puffed up his cheeks, and loosed a colorful breakfast all over my shoes. "Are you kidding?" I asked. "Gray, I don't have time for this. I'll see you tonight. And in the meantime, leave me alone while I'm working. Understood?" Gray didn't answer. As my comm beeped urgently, he gave a pained nod and watched as I led the broomstick away while answering the chief's call. Only after I turned the corner did I realize that he hadn't been looking so hot. The normally stoic, charmingly playful Gray had lost the look of permanent amusement he tended to wear. Whatever he was afraid of, it was big. A part of me didn't even want to know.
Detective, if you hang up on me again, the chief was saying, I will have your badge revoked. Understand?
Yes, sir, I said. What's so urgent?
I need you for a homicide. Apologies for the back-to-back, but this one is a doozy, he said. I need you there now.
I glanced down at my puke-spattered shoes. I really need a shower.
There's a woman dead, the chief said, just outside of the depth, 5 minutes south of the Howler. How soon can you be there?
I groaned. People die every day, Chief. Can you give me a few minutes for a shower?
We have homicides every day, the chief said, but it's the cause of death that might catch your attention this time around.
I muttered another cleaning spell at my feet, annoyed that my part-time hour schedule was quickly becoming a full-time plus routine. I'm holding my breath, sir.
Cool your jets, DeMarco, the chief said softly. The woman's dead by vampire bite.
But that's... I held my breath as I considered. It's impossible. You must know that, Chief. There's only one vampire in the borough.
Exactly, the chief said. You still need that shower?
Captain, I said, giving Matthew a nod. I trust you're feeling better? I'd handed off the chump change thief to the first cop who'd shown up on the scene, and had hustled out of there so fast I'd barely managed to give him my name for the report. The shower had long since been forgotten. Matthew scanned me from head to toe. I imagine you know the answer since you've obviously spoken to the wolf. I grumbled about the unfairness of Matthew's supersonic senses. It was wildly annoying that he could freaking smell every place I'd been. Even though I had nothing to hide, it was invasive, as if he had a GPS tracker on me 24/7. A look of distaste crossed his face. Are you feeling okay, Detective? A bit surly, I said, pushing past him to reach the caution tape that surrounded the crime scene. Other than that, I'm fine. Why? You smell like vomit. Just what every girl wants to hear, I said, scanning over the scene. The jewel thief was queasy of heights. Have you been inside yet? Waiting for you. The crime scene was located at the southeastern corner of the borough, just west of the depth and just north of the Deadlands. There wasn't much out this way aside from a few farms and some run-down, lower-income houses that sat back from the street in crumpled, dilapidated heaps. The woman's body had been dumped unceremoniously at the end of the road. While it was in plain sight, this wasn't the sort of neighborhood where folks sat on front porches shooting the breeze. Most windows were boarded up, and the ones that weren't had suspicious-looking cracks and holes in the glass. It was also the sort of neighborhood that didn't exactly breed residents who volunteered information to the cops. I'm guessing nobody saw anything? I said to the officer, checking in various law enforcement personnel on his log. That's about right, Officer Peel, judging by his name tag, said as he glanced up. He looked first at my badge and gave a nod. Chief was expecting you, Detective, but unfortunately Captain King is not on my list. My blood ran cold. Captain King owns that list. Matthew reached out, rested a hand inconspicuously on my lower back. It was enough to make me shut up at once. I understand, Matthew said simply. Thank you, officer. Matthew? I was certain my face was torn between confusion and dismay as Matthew guided me off to the side. Eyes strayed toward us, but I didn't care. I pushed his arm away and turned to face him. Let me go. They can't do this to you. Just because the cause of death is suspicious doesn't mean you should be taken off the case. You've been an essential member of the 6th Precinct forever. They're not doing anything to me. They merely assigned other officers to the case. Matthew allowed himself a small smile. Let it go. I know other ways to blow off steam, and I'll be happy to help you out with that later in private. For now, you have a job to do. But, Detective. Matthew's eyes rested on mine, a heavy sadness there that hurt to see. I have my orders, and you have yours. His meaning was clear as day. He watched me intensely, holding me pinned in place with his eyes. We both knew I couldn't fight this. It would be a prime example of letting my emotions complicate our work situation, and that wasn't healthy for anyone. Fine, I said. I'll, catch you up later. 7, Matthew said, his eyes sparkling in amusement. I heard your orders. I gave him an impish smile. Sorry. How did Willa reverse the spell? She didn't, Matthew said, looking a hint embarrassed. Let's just say I owe Felix a little favor. I could barely stifle a laugh. He had to love that. I'd love to kiss you, Matthew said, so softly even I could barely hear. But I'm not allowed to be here, and people are watching. Until tonight, Detective. Chapter 4. Time of death, Sienna barked. 3 hours ago. Say 6 this morning. This isn't exactly a rise and shine sort of street, so our Vic sat here for a while. The body wasn't called in until 30 minutes ago. The sun warmed her up real fast, hence the lovely smell. Or is that you? It smells like someone upchucked all over you. I want to hear about the cause of death. Sienna heaved a huge sigh. Judging by the steam coming from your ears, you've already heard. I'm afraid you're not going to like what I have to say. I'm a homicide detective, I told Sienna. When do I ever like what I hear? But Sienna didn't give her usual little hint of a smile. There was no flicker of amusement in her eyes, except to glance up as Lieutenant DeMarco, my second oldest brother Nash, edged over. Good morning, he said to us both. He must have sensed unease in the air, because he raised his hands, palms facing out. Is this a bad time? It's a murder scene, Sienna barked. Of course it's a bad time. She was detailing the cause of death, I said, until you interrupted. Ah, Nash said in a way that led me to believe he knew bad news was coming down the pipeline, too. He added false peppiness to his voice. Well, carry on, then. Look here, Detective. Sienna gestured toward the neck of the victim. We've got 2 puncture wounds. I figured you'd need to see it for yourself to believe it. I felt the first chills start in the tips of my toes. The chief might have teased me with the cause of death over the comm, but it was one thing to hear it, and another thing entirely to see it with my own eyes. I ignored the sensations of discomfort and focused on the rest of the scene. The victim was a young, pretty woman with dark black hair that sprawled over the asphalt. She had Mediterranean coloring to her skin, tanned and exotic, with fine hairs on her arms darkening her complexion further. I studied her in more detail, noting plump lips that would have been attractive in life, but were a ghastly pale on the verge of blue in death. Her eyes were open, terrified, and I wanted more than anything to lean forward and close them gently. No doubt Sienna would take care of that the moment the scene was cleared. I see that, I said cautiously. What caused the puncture wounds? Nash and Sienna exchanged a look. I glanced up, caught sight of them midway, and scowled. Stop with the eyeball canoodling. The chief told me cause of death over the comm, but I want to hear it from you. I'm sorry, Sienna said softly. I'm sure you'll recognize this to be a vampire bite. I will need to confirm that in the lab before I know for certain, but it's what the evidence suggests at the moment. I felt my body go perfectly still as Sienna confirmed my worst nightmare. There's no way that's possible, I said, leaning forward for a better view. I mean, yes, that does. It looks like a vamp bite, but how would it have gotten there? That's your job, Sienna said. I just tell you what I found on the body. Matthew's the only registered vampire in the borough. I'm well aware of that, Sienna said. It's not official until I get the body on my table, but I'm almost certainly calling this a death by vampire bite, Detective. That's impossible, I said. Nash turned and stared into the distance at an uninteresting patch of clouds. Sienna rolled her eyes at him, and like usual, she didn't mince words. It's nothing personal. It's procedure. The hell, it's not something personal. This is his unit. Tell me what you see, Sienna said. There's one easy way to clear the captain. Feel free. I frowned at Sienna, but I had no rebuttal. If you need residuals to believe this wasn't Matthew. Sienna narrowed her eyes at me. Don't bring your emotions into this, Detective. You need to separate your relationship with Matthew from the case. It's my job and yours to doubt everything. So button up those big girl panties and... Who has buttons on their panties? Nash asked. I agree with my brother, I said. That would be very uncomfortable. Maybe in your leather pants, Sienna said. You can't fit anything under there, they're so damn tight. Nash raised a finger. I'm still curious if... Shut up! Sienna and I both said at once, rounding on Nash. This woman, Sienna said, turning back to the body, is dead by vampire bite. The sooner you face that fact, Detective, the sooner you can get to clearing your boyfriend's name. I will examine the wounds for traces of venom, poisons, and the like, but I'm sure I'll find the combination that's on file for vamps. It's already turning violet around the bite. Find me a way to fake that effect, and I'll eat my... We get it, Nash said. What do you see, Dani? I took a deep breath and knew I couldn't procrastinate any longer. As the only reserve currently working for the 6th Precinct, it was my job to read the residuals at complex crime scenes. Residuals are the leftover magical crumbs that drop to the ground, cling to skin, and float through the air when a spell is invoked. Most people can't see them. I'm the special flower who can. Sometimes it's a blessing, other times it's a curse. Today it was feeling more and more like a curse. It was possible that by looking at the residuals I could either condemn or free the man I loved. A position that was uncomfortable to be in, especially because I could feel the weight of the other's expectations on my shoulders. We don't have all day, Sienna said, anxiously scanning the crowd. What do you think? I glanced behind me, looking for the cause of Sienna's concern. Sienna didn't fret for no reason, nor did she startle easily. Her discomfort was contagious, as if we were being watched, appraised, doing underhand dealings of some sort. I exhaled a deep breath and focused on the only thing I could control, my ability to see residuals. Studying the body, I filtered through the first round of standard spells and charms that naturally clung to supernatural creatures. I filtered past the pale pink spell splash, basic protection for most paranormals, and past the bits of purple and red and green that were fading rapidly, floating away in the breeze like dust. They were all spells invoked from others, not powerful enough to leave a big mark, standard street magic. Interesting, I muttered as I glanced at her hands.
Well?
Nash sounded annoyed.
What is it?
Her hands. I knelt, squinted, studied. I don't think she makes a habit of doing magic. I'm not even sure she can do magic. Sienna's face went from concerned to analytical in a flash.
What are you seeing?
Well, as you know, different species have different levels of spellcasting abilities, I said. That makes them look different from a residual's perspective. A witch or wizard's hands will have a permanent sort of glow to them, so long as they're using magic consistently in their day-to-day lives. It's impossible to wipe off, like a mechanic might have darkened nails, or a construction worker would have calloused palms. It's just the nature of the job.
And?
Nash pressed. She has nothing, I said. Zip, zero, nada residuals on her fingers. I mean, the only spells on her at all are ones that others have cast.
A street sweep?
Sienna asked. Yeah, I agreed. A light coat. We'd named the standard smattering of residuals a street sweep for ease of documentation. There was no way I could document every hint of moving magic or cloaker or shusher that brushed off on a person. So when I told Sienna the body was clean save for a street sweep, she knew I meant there was nothing more than a smattering of spells clinging to the Vic's clothes.
What about the bigger spells?
Sienna asked, glancing over her shoulder.
Anything there?
Are you rushing me out of here or what? I asked. I'm getting there. I had a particular order I sorted through residuals. First, I documented the small everyday spells. One never knew when it might be relevant to the case. A fetcher or a lock lifter or a cloaker might come into play later. I hated to rule anything out prematurely. Once I got the basics on paper and recorded, I moved on to the big zones, the obvious ones, the deadly ones. She was part of some big magic, I said slowly, focusing on the almost blindingly white residuals around her left arm. In fact, it looks... I hesitated.
What is it?
Sienna pressed. I think... I stopped again. I think she might be a werewolf. Sienna and Nash shared another one of those looks they were so good at these days.
What makes you say that? Nash asked. How can you tell?
Well, there's a hunk of magic, a ridiculous amount of binding magic. I've only ever seen anything like it on blooded members of the Sixth Pack, I said. It's all over her. It must be recent. Sienna cleared her throat.
As a matter of fact...
I wasn't listening. Instead, I knelt, raised my hands to show I'd let the tech at the front cover me with a fingerprint eraser so as not to disturb the crime scene, and turned to Sienna. Can I pull up her sleeve? Sienna gave a nod. The woman was wearing a loose, long-sleeved black shirt, the type that was supposed to be buttoned, but she'd left hanging open to reveal a low-cut tank top underneath. Tugging the sleeve up, I held my breath as the very edge of a tattoo peeked out, the one I'd suspected would be there, newly minted on her arm.
She was initiated last night,
Sienna said quietly.
It was her first shift during the full moon. This morning she was found dead. She would have been very weak when she was killed, Nash said. It's exhausting for werewolves to shift during the full moon and spend all night in their animal form, especially the first time. Wolves can do serious damage to vamps under normal circumstances, Sienna said, studying the bite marks. They're as equal of a match as can be. You know that better than most of us. But this one, she wouldn't have been a threat. She was too new, and if a vampire had wanted to take her on, well, you can see the results for yourself.
I stood, my knees creaking with the effort as I surveyed my brother and the necromancer. My thoughts were whirring 100 miles an hour through my head, but it was the feelings of frustration that I was struggling to keep hidden. If you knew all of this, I said, then why the hell am I here? Nash looked queasy at my questions, but Sienna held my gaze firmly. We had to make sure. Make sure what? I asked. That I was telling the truth? At once, I knew that was it. My own friends, my family, didn't trust me to be honest when Matthew's life was at stake. You thought I would doctor the results of the residuals to spare Matthew's reputation? My fists clenched and I could barely speak for fear of my voice shaking. Don't you two know me at all? We do, Sienna said, but this is a sensitive matter. There's one vampire in the borough and you're madly in love with him. When you fell into trouble, Nash, I said, ignoring Sienna and rounding on my brother, who believed you? Who stuck up for you? It was my decision, Sienna said firmly. I had to know. I glared at her. If you'll remember, she said smoothly, it wasn't all that long ago you suspected me of a crime I didn't and would never commit. Fair's fair, detective. I blanched. What is this, a game? We both know it's not. Sienna stepped close, a few inches shorter and 30 pounds skinnier than me, but she didn't appear the least bit intimidated. Love can cloud one's judgment. The chief didn't want you to step foot at this crime scene, but I fought him on it. I got you 10 minutes here that you'd never have had otherwise. Didn't want me here? I gave a shake of my head. That's ridiculous. In fact, Matthew should be here too. If anyone knows about vampires, it's him. Where the hell's the vampire that killed her? Sienna raised her hands, gestured around. You and I know Matthew wouldn't do any such thing, detective, but the borough is sensitive. The mayoral elections are coming up, and the chief has a lot of pressure to keep things running smoothly. He's just doing his best. Then Matthew should be here, I said. I'm going to find him. Good, Sienna said. Go find him. Then ask him how the hell one of his kind got into the borough without our knowing it. It could be a disguise, I said. A charm, a hex, a curse. Something to imitate a vampire. Sorcerers or spell slingers. Even a witch. We can't rule out the fact that it might not be a vamp. Exactly, Sienna said, waving her arm at the crime scene. Be my guest. Rule it out. Do you see any evidence of a cloaker? Some sort of curse that can mimic vampire poison? Anything? Give me something, detective. I'm begging you. It hasn't gone unnoticed by the chief that the Vic was a new werewolf, Nash said. As you know, there is bad blood that goes back centuries between the two warring sides. So, detective, Sienna said, her voice softer, kinder than usual. What'll it be? I gave one last look at the Vic, studied her for any trace of a spell that would set Matthew free. Then I turned on a heel and stormed from the crime scene, leaving Sienna and Nash without a word. The dead girl had been killed by a vampire. An impossible task, seeing as Matthew had been the only vampire to step foot in the borough for centuries. We had protection against them, warnings. Their kind could be lethal and unpredictable. But not Matthew. He'd overcome his nature a long time ago. However, even as I stormed toward the precinct, ready to battle the chief, I knew how it would look for Matthew, and it wasn't good. I clomped up the stairs to the precinct, noting some recent cracks in their veneer, and blew past the annoying goblin at the front desk without a backward glance. I made it to the chief's office in record time. How dare you! I burst through his door without a knock. How dare you, sir? You can't pull Matthew off the case. It's...
Ah, detective.
The chief gave me a thin smile.
Do sit down. I've been expecting you.
Chapter 5. After Matthew was rather abruptly ejected from the crime scene, he stepped back and watched Danielle work from a distance. She had stared after him, a mix of shock and dismay on her face, as she watched him retreat into the distance. From a few blocks away, Matthew's rather exceptional eyesight roved the crime scene, seeing almost as well as if he were standing right next to Dani. But it wasn't the same. Not this time. He wasn't supposed to be looking, sensing, helping. He wasn't allowed to step foot beyond the roped-off barriers. Dani's shoulders were tight as she spoke with Sienna. Moments later, they were joined by Nash, and the three of them conversed in low tones. From a half-mile away, Matthew could tell the three were uncomfortable, and even when one of them attempted a smile, it was strained and tense. Their jokes fell flat. Their chatter was relegated to business-only exchanges of information. Matthew stuck around, watching as Danielle began to examine the residuals. He watched her stare at things that couldn't be seen, her face scrunched in complete and utter concentration. Usually it was a beautiful thing. To see Dani so wrapped up in something else, so focused, so enthralled by her work was a joy to Matthew, despite the fact that her job was surrounded by death. This time, however, his rock-solid muscles were knotted with concern and frustration. Not as much for himself, but for Dani, for the fact that she'd been put in this position. She would be thinking that her testimony had the ability to free or condemn Matthew, because the only reason Matthew would be kept out of his own crime scene was if there was suspicion he might be involved. Matthew suspected that things weren't looking good, based on the stiff way Dani was yanking up the victim's sleeve and examining her for evidence in the residuals. When she stood, her face passively fighting back frustration, Matthew knew he had to move. His feet carried him across the borough. He chose to walk, though he didn't keep to human speeds. Rushing down the street, he noted the crime had occurred in a dim, dingy neighborhood. Small houses with peeling paint and startling shades of yellow and pink were flanked by boarded-up windows and run-down lawns. Matthew spotted the remnants of stolen and recycled broomsticks, spray-painted cauldrons, and magazines featuring well-endowed witches face down in the gutters. Why would a woman as pretty and as clearly well-off as the victim be walking through here? Matthew mused. The Vic had been dressed very nicely, too nicely for this neighborhood. Had she been lured here? Dumped here? Led away willingly by a boyfriend or colleague? It was with hearty frustration that Matthew climbed the stairs to the precinct. His footsteps left tiny indentations in the stone steps out front, but nobody said a word as he stormed through the front door. The power-tripping goblin at the front desk didn't bother to squeak for identification as Matthew made his way upward to the chief's office.
"Hello, King,"
the chief said, even before Matthew turned the door handle.
"I trust you'll be footing the bill to re-pour the concrete on the front steps."
Matthew came face to face with Chief Newton and didn't bother with a smile. His fangs would show anyway, and that would defeat the purpose of trying to be polite. "I might not have a salary to pay up if I keep getting kicked off crime scenes." Matthew stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Clearly, the chief had been expecting his rage-filled stomp through the borough with a finish line at his desk. "What's happening out there, Chief?"
"Captain, you know I like you."
The chief began to speak, looked uncomfortable.
"But I, have to speak with you about the case. Candidly."
Matthew thought things must be bad if the chief was trying to be positive. "I'm listening."
"We got wind of a dead woman nearly an hour ago. Sent over the text, waited for Sienna, almost gave you the call,"
the chief admitted.
"But before I could calm you, we got an executive order handed down from the NYPD.
"You're the chief," Matthew said. "Doesn't go much higher than you."
NYPD,
Chief Newton repeated.
"The New York branch."
Matthew managed to raise his eyebrows. "How'd they catch wind of a case in Wicked?"
"They have a dispatcher who filters through our calls, keeps tabs on things," he said. "Standard procedure. We keep in close contact with our mother agency on cases where we think the outcome might affect the greater New York area."
"You mean a case where the results might affect humans?" The chief confirmed with a nod.
"Seems the dispatcher elevated the call to the head of the agency, and Chief Lamont got on the comm. He made sure in no uncertain terms that you were to be reassigned to other cases."
"Arthur Lamont calmed you?" Matthew couldn't help the wisp of surprise curling through his words. "Why does the head of the NYPD care what happens in our department?"
Vampire attacks have been mostly eliminated in major cities, Chief Newton explained. They know what happens if they attack in daylight, in public spaces, in a way that raises questions. It's not pretty.
I'm well aware, Matthew said dryly, as I happen to be one of them.
You know that's not what I'm saying, the chief growled. I'm saying them, the ones who haven't evolved, who live like they did when they first changed, who base all of their decisions off primal instincts.
I assume there's a compliment to me in there somewhere, Matthew said dryly. That you think I have more control than a dog?
Shut up, King,
the chief said briskly, his fingers fumbling with a stray napkin on his desk.
I have my orders and I'm following them. Same as when you give orders to your lieutenants. They're expected to follow them.
Yes, sir.
Well?
The chief waved a hand as if that solved everything.
I'm going to need you to sit this one out. I'm sorry.
As a captain, it's also my duty to watch out for my detectives, my lieutenants, Matthew said. And when I believe one of them has been wronged, I go to bat for them. Chief Newton's mottled face turned intriguing shades of purple and red.
I am looking out for your best interests.
I think the borough's best interests would be to have me on this case. Matthew gave a stiff shrug. If I'm not mistaken, it appears you believe I'm innocent.
Of course you are. I've never doubted that.
So what's the trouble? Matthew asked. It's my unit. I know this borough better than anyone. I know murder better than most, and I don't need to know about vampires because I am one. I deserve to be on this case.
It's not about innocence or guilt.
The chief raised one hand in apology.
It's an election year. I have pressure from Councilman Blott and the other candidates. I'm getting pounded from the NYPD's main branch. We're just an offshoot, you know. We report in. There are ranks above me, and when they hand down orders, they're orders.
Yes, sir.
Hell, I don't know why I'm explaining myself to you.
The chief babbled, clearly disgruntled, but Matthew didn't take pity on the orc as he continued to flounder.
It's an order, Captain. You're off the case.
Matthew stood perfectly still. He found it set others at unease when he did so. It showed the true extent of his paranormal tendencies. He didn't need to breathe, blink, eat, shift. He was as good as a gargoyle.
Say something, King.
With all due respect, sir, Matthew said slowly, I think this is a horrible idea. The two men stood in silence for a long moment, one quieter than the other. Where Matthew was immaculately motionless, the chief's breath came in ugly huffs, his nostrils flaring as he surveyed his direct report.
I know how you feel, King,
Chief Newton said, when the silence seemed to stretch uncomfortably long for him.
I understand it's unfair to you.
Matthew waited. They both knew the chief was flailing in deep water.
I had to choose my battle.
Chief Newton looked suddenly tired, resigned.
I'm sorry you lost on this one.
Which battle would that be? Matthew couldn't quite keep the acidity out of his tone. A political one?
Can it, King? I got your girlfriend onto the crime scene, didn't I?
Matthew straightened his posture, tilted his head to the side in a knee-jerk response. Dani's a reserve. Of course she's allowed on the scene of the crime. Even as Matthew finished, he understood. You have executive orders to boot both of us off the case. The chief nodded.
Bureaucratic bullshit. I'm sorry you're caught up in this, King. None of the 6th Precinct thinks you had anything to do with it. We didn't bat an eye when we heard Sienna's report about a vamp bite. There's gotta be some other explanation.
New York didn't see it like that.
No, they did not,
the chief confirmed, slamming his palm down and sending a wave of air fluttering the napkin away from him.
Got some HR crap about how the wolves in the department are feeling uneasy.
Why would the wolves be uneasy? Matthew felt the urge to curl his fingers into fists, but he refrained. I've done nothing but respect them.
It's a sensitive subject. The Vic was a newly minted member of the 6th Pack. An attack against the Pack, especially a brand new female.
The chief trailed off. It was common knowledge that the 6th Pack, The family of werewolves prevalent in the borough, living almost exclusively in the depth during times of transformation, was the equivalent of one living, breathing entity. Cut off one finger, one wolf and the rest of the pack recoiled and attacked. A death for one of their new members, especially a rare, beautiful female wolf, could call for an all-out war, or at the very least, retaliation.
The orders from the top specified that neither you nor Detective DeMarco could work the case, the chief said. I had to make something happen, make a move, so I made a big splash about pulling you off.
He paused for the slightest hint of a smile.
I figured your ego needed a hit anyway. It's getting too big these days.
Matthew gave a thin smile, but it lacked humor. You snuck Dani onto the crime scene.
Let's not be so crude. I forgot to pass the orders through to the officer letting folks on the scene, the chief said, though I might have let it slip to Sienna. She has orders to keep things moving, get the detective in and out of there as quickly as possible.
If I know Dani, Matthew said, she'll be here any moment.
I'm counting on it, the chief said. In fact...
How dare you! The door to the chief's office flew open, and Dani burst through, her blonde hair flying behind and her eyes burning with a vibrant slash of violet. How dare you, sir! You can't pull Matthew off the case! It's...
Ah, detective!
The chief gave Dani a thin smile.
Do sit down. I've been expecting you.
Dani stopped, startled, then looked over at Matthew. She took a moment to catch her bearings, looking confused by the ease at which her outburst had been tolerated.
Take a seat, both of you, the chief said. I'd like to explain.
I'll stay standing, Dani retorted, until you tell me what's happening. You can't kick the captain off the case. He's the best person in the borough suited to solve this one.
I know.
Dani choked a bit. Then what the hell are you doing out there? The Vic's a newly minted werewolf. They're going to want to retaliate.
I'm trying to keep King safe, the chief said, and uninvolved.
You pull him off the case and it looks like an admission of guilt, Dani said. Better if you leave him on it so we can get this thing wrapped up quickly and put the guilty party behind bars.
We all know the guilty party won't make it out of this alive, the chief said. I'm going to do my best to make that happen, but no place is safe from the pack. They've been attacked, and that calls for blood.
But...
Sit, the chief ordered. And if you're not going to sit, at least shut up.
Dani clamped her lips together, which almost drew a smile from Matthew. But not quite.
I've got orders from the top,
the chief said, then quickly explained to Dani about Arthur Lamont's orders, as well as the pressure he was receiving from the mayoral candidates.
I need things to run smoothly. I need you two off the case. But I had to know. I had to get one of you onto the scene, and it had to be you, DeMarco. Do you understand?
Dani went stone-cold silent. She nodded.
What did you see?
Dani looked at the chief, and Matthew was struck by how pale she looked. The fury in her eyes had faded from a bright violet to a murkier shade that slipped back toward her normal color. The residuals were, clear, sir.
What's that mean?
It means there was nothing out of the ordinary, Dani said. There was the regular street sweep array of daily spells, and that's about it. There was a very strong burst of binding power, but I believe that can be attributed to the fact that our Vic was a new werewolf. We're working to confirm that. We'll need to find another member of the pack who will talk to us without biting the interviewer's head off in rage. It will take a little time.
But you're certain that's the only spell on her? No additional curses? Nothing?
Dani looked pained. I've seen moon-bound residuals before, sir. I'm certain it was a form of wolf magic. Beyond that, no. There was nothing more.
So we can deduce that an actual vampire killed her? The chief said, and not an imitation?
I wouldn't rule that out, Dani said. Then she stopped, considered. But if I had to make a guess, a judgment call based on what I saw and what Sienna has found, I would say yes. An actual vampire killed that wolf. The room fell into a terse emptiness that felt like a void. There was no good path to take from here. Hands were tied, emotions ran high, and death clung to everyone's thoughts. "Where do we go from here?" Dani asked eventually. "If we're not allowed on the case and you're not going to fight for us, then what's next?" The chief ignored Dani's dig.
"You two are gonna sit on the sidelines and watch your back. That's all I can tell you."
Matthew watched the chief, sensing an underlying anxiety to the chief's words. Dani looked ready to explode at his orders, but she condensed her frustration into a single, loaded nod. However, as Matthew and Dani prepared to leave the office, the chief pushed a napkin across his desk with a thin scribble on it. The words there were another order, a silent one. Find him. Chapter 6. "Don't you try to hold my hand," I said, snatching my arm from Matthew's grasp as he stood next to my desk and reached for me. "You still owe me some answers before you get all lovey-dovey on me."
"I wasn't aware that I was a lovey-dovey sort of fellow,"
Matthew said, a slight raised eyebrow the only giveaway of his amusement.
"Apologies."
"That's right," I said. "You should be sorry. Until you answer my questions satisfactorily, these hands are off limits." I pushed past him and got started packing up for the day. With the chief's covert orders in hand, Matthew and I had found ourselves forced to rest the case on the back burner after we left his office. We'd been sucked into the bureaucracy of the 6th Precinct for the duration of the afternoon, our time occupied by meetings, paperwork, and reports that needed filing. When Matthew appeared at my office door at the end of the workday, I was itching to get out of the precinct. We descended the stony front steps together, and as I gave a curious look to the new crack in the pavement, Matthew gave a nearly imperceptible shake of his head that told me not to ask.
"I'm sorry,"
Matthew said, once we were safely out of earshot from the precinct's protective spells and charms.
"I know you're upset with me, but I can explain."
We passed the lower marketplace and turned our toes in the direction of Matthew's house. Neither of us even looked toward the spell-powered trolley, choosing instead to take the longer route by foot.
"Well," I prompted after a pause, "are you going to explain?" "I was hoping you wouldn't make me."
"No such luck."
"You're wondering about the vampire markings on that woman's neck," Matthew began.
"Dani, I'm not wondering about that," I snapped. "I know you didn't do that. We all do, hence the chief's little message. I'm still wondering why you didn't seem surprised to find Gray hiding out at my apartment this morning."
"I think that's an exaggeration."
Matthew looked straight ahead, not quite meeting my eyes.
"He wasn't hiding out at your apartment."
I thought about rolling my eyes, but I couldn't muster the energy.
"I had business to attend to last night for the precinct," Matthew continued. "I might have asked Gray if he wouldn't mind keeping an ear to the ground for me."
"For you?"
"Well, for me on you," Matthew said.
"You know how much I care for you, Dani. I don't need to sleep. Some nights I just feel a little better if I can check in and see for myself that you're doing okay. It doesn't take much. If I can get within seeing distance of your apartment, I can detect if things are okay." "Now you can see through walls?"
"Not exactly, but I can see through windows, and I could hear raised voices, scuffles, or the sound of your deep breathing."
Matthew paused as if listening.
"You have to understand, it's more for me than it is for you."
"It's Creepsville, that's what it is."
"It's love."
Matthew stopped walking.
"I'm sorry, Danielle. You've dated me for 2 years in the past. You must know that when I love with all I have. And I have years, centuries of love to give. It's not an easy thing for me to hold back."
"Well, I love you too, all 28 years of me, but I don't stare at you in your sleep."
"I know how fragile you are."
Matthew glanced at me, realized his misstep.
"Not in the traditional sense, of course. Half the precinct cowers when you arrive at a crime scene."
"That's about the nicest thing you've told me all day."
"You know what I mean," Matthew said. "Comparing my durability to yours, biologically, they're just not the same."
I huffed a sigh. "You couldn't have taken one night off duty?"
"Apparently not, seeing as you were attacked."
Matthew said this firmly, then hesitated. Gray might be my sworn enemy, but he is one of the only other people in the borough who cares and is able to protect you almost as well as me. I gave a brief laugh. Almost, huh? Matthew's eyes flashed a humorless glance at me. Yes. Nobody can ever care for you the way I do. I felt my heart pound faster at the intensity in his gaze. I was joking, Matthew. I mean, I guess the sentiment is nice, but we're going to have to work on communication. I don't want people watching over me when I don't know about it. I suppose that's fair. It's definitely fair, I said. And I really think you need to keep Gray out of it. Why? I resumed walking after our brief stall. I didn't want to meet Matthew's eyes because the truth was, things were a bit complicated between the wolf and myself. I enjoyed his company as a friend, but at times I sensed he expected more from our arrangement. Not at the moment, but just hovering in the background in case things with me and Matthew went sour. In fact, it was Willa who'd pointed the fact out, and I'd been unable to push her warning out of my mind ever since. You think his feelings for you are growing, Matthew said, and you don't want to hurt him. I gave a one-shouldered half shrug. How very thoughtful of you. Matthew, I warned, Gray is a friend. I care for him and look out for him like I would Willa or anyone else. You knew that going into this, so I don't want you getting all weird over it. I don't get weird, Danielle. Matthew gave a forced grin. You're upset. I'm upset because someone tried to attack you and I wasn't there. Matthew deftly changed the subject. But that tells me something. We'd reached Matthew's house, a tall, intimidating building set back from the street. It offered the sort of privacy of grandness that only old, well-kept buildings could. The sort of building with ghosts in the walls and high, dusty rafters and windows lined with years and years of rainy tears. The house had settled years back, stately and sturdy, much like Matthew himself. The very building ached with the decades of life it had seen pass by, both inside and out, and I was sure that if the walls could talk, they'd have much to say. Matthew led me inside and threw his things on the kitchen counter. I followed suit. We'd been slowly getting reaccustomed to the fact that we were together. Not just working together, not just friendly, but really, truly together. The movements were at once similar and foreign, and it would take more time than we'd had for us to become comfortable existing with one another in a truly intimate way. You think whoever attacked me has been watching? I asked. Watching who? You? Matthew bit down on his lip, his intelligent eyes sharp as they glanced my way. I admit I'm a bit stumped. Nobody watches you without you knowing, I said. You have the sharpest senses in the entire borough. Unless the watcher wasn't in the borough and was using a form of spell to keep tabs on you and me, Matthew suggested. That would explain their lack of physical form. Except last night their form was very physical, I said. So even if they are watching from a bit of a distance, they're not all that far away. Or they can get here quickly. Do you think... I hesitated. Never mind. What is it? I gave a shake of my head as I slipped my shoes off my feet and pulled my leather jacket from my shoulders. Matthew's eyes briefly flicked over my bare shoulders, down my black tank top, and to the top of my leather pants. All black was sort of my thing. Mostly because my mother often explained my lack of fashion sense made me look blind if I tried more daring color combinations. I was wondering for a moment if the vampire attack could be related to the one against me, I said, but that wouldn't make sense. I know vampires. I know you, and that was no vampire that attacked me. If a vamp wanted you dead, Matthew said, flinching slightly, you would have been dead. Gray's watch be damned. I gave an agreeable nod. Still, timing is odd. It was a full moon, Matthew said. Everything is odd when the moon rises completely. I acquiesced his point with a nod and made my way to the fridge. Matthew's was the polar opposite of my fridge, Fred. Matthew's was filled to the brim, overflowing with crisp purple grapes and cans of Diet Coke, and neat Tupperware with prepared meals all labeled and ready for consumption, stocked by Matthew's housekeeper. I raised an eyebrow. Thank you. Rosalind enjoys it, Matthew said simply. You know, my furniture has gone mute.
Praise be.
I whirled to face him. It's quite traumatic, actually. They were my friends. Matthew gave an emphatic blink.
They are supposed to be furniture.
Yeah, but I got used to chatting with them. Matthew expelled a huge breath.
It's the equivalent of someone fixing a faulty radio that's been blasting obscenities for the last few years. It's a good thing.
I shook my head. I think I want Felix to take a look at them. At least get a sample from Carl or something. I'm suspicious of the sudden change, and I want it checked out. Matthew closed his eyes, probably praying the furniture had been rendered permanently silent, but he didn't argue. He rarely did when it came to matters of my safety.
What do you say we go upstairs? Matthew said. I could use a rinse after today, and from the smell of you, it should be high on your priority list as well.
Your romance game is on point, King.
Someone puked on you today, Detective.
Fair enough, I said. I do need a shower, but we don't have time for, we have to meet Gray. Matthew looked quite pained at this declaration.
The wolf can wait.
Not really, I said. He knows about the Hex files. I'd say that's pretty darn important, wouldn't you? Matthew went silent, but I could tell I'd hit a nerve. Instead of a response, he reached for my hand, pulled me toward him, and planted a kiss on my lips that had us twining together all over the kitchen table. By the time we separated, I was missing a tank top, and Matthew's suit jacket was gone, along with most of the buttons on his shirt. If you kiss me like that while I smell like vomit, I said, it must be true love.
The sacrifices I make for you, Matthew said. About that shower.
I glanced at the clock. I don't know.
I do,
Matthew said, and then kissed me again. His fingers did their magical little dance, and his arms lifted me to his chest as I wrapped my legs around his waist. Before I knew it, we were upstairs in his dual-headed shower, with my back against the wall, and as it turned out, we had plenty of time for everything. Chapter 7.
Nice of you to join me.
Gray stood on the edge of the depth, looking like his usual self, like some sort of vigilante hero out of a Western flick, all tanned skin and blue jeans and worn t-shirt. He glanced up at the first signs of the moon appearing in the distance.
Remember not to list punctual on your resumes.
I slid a guilty glance at Matthew, who smiled broadly at his pseudo-enemy, and I realized with a scowl that this had all been part of Matthew's plan. I didn't know exactly what all the two could see, smell, or hear with their supersonic senses, and I was pretty sure I didn't want to know. With the dark look Gray shot Matthew, however, I could gather there weren't many secrets between us. I felt my face flush as Gray's glance landed on me. He kept his expression perfectly passive, but there was an air of agitation beneath the surface. He knew. "What's the plan?" I asked gruffly, even though I was the one who'd called the meeting. I thought we could grab dinner at the pizzeria and have a civilized chat, but it seems that might be a stretch. All I know is that we need to find a private place and hash a few things out.
I have the perfect place,
Gray said.
In fact, you've been there before. Wouldn't you agree my quarters are private?
Matthew cast me a curious glance, but I tried my best to stonewall an expression back. Not that it would make much difference, seeing as Matthew could hear the very beat of my heart as it leapt into super speed. Isn't there someplace else? I suggested. Maybe Matthew's?
No,
Gray said shortly.
Follow me. I trust you can get Dani there.
The second half of Gray's question was directed at Matthew. The vampire looked mildly amused and a hint intrigued, but he nodded anyway. Without warning, Gray reached up and tugged his shirt off, holding it in his hands. I averted my eyes to the ground, feeling mighty uncomfortable with this little showdown happening.
Give me a second alone, unless you want a view.
Gray said.
"And then follow me."
Matthew and I stood still for a moment, an awkwardness between us as Gray disappeared into the forest, presumably to strip down and shift into his other form. I dutifully looked up at the stars, as if there were an earth-shattering message written there, until enough time had passed that I deemed it safe to return my gaze to the forest floor. A glimpse of white fur shone through the edge of the trees. Matthew saw it too.
"Ready?"
he asked. I nodded, then circled behind him and took an easy jump onto him, piggyback style.
"I liked the way we did this 10 minutes ago a hell of a lot more,"
Matthew said.
"Are you sure we can't go home and resume?"
I smacked the side of his head. Giddy up, partner. Matthew gave a hiss, turned, and somehow managed to swivel himself into a position where I was wrapped around the front of his chest all over again. Before I knew it, he'd landed a kiss on my lips that had me feeling like we were a pair of giddy kids sneaking into the Golden District for a sordid make-out session beneath the stars. By the time I realized what was happening, I gave Matthew another elbow to the chest. Matthew returned me to his back, my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist, as he took off after the wolf. The experience of traveling quickly with Matthew was vastly different than traveling with Gray. When I'd gone on Gray's back, my fingers had curled into his fur, and I'd shut my eyes for most of the journey, fearing the branches with their extended arms, the underbrush, the close calls as he dove around tree trunks and bounded over logs. There was something so natural, so fluid about Gray's wolf form. With Matthew, I mostly felt like I was moving through a tunnel at warp speed. My view was somewhat obscured, but the ride was smooth and significantly less frightening than on the back of the wolf. Matthew's motions were precise, almost surgical, and entirely logical, whereas Gray moved in sync with nature, following the flow of the forest and leaving me to fend somewhat for myself. The three of us raced through the wilderness, pushing through to the very outskirts of the borough. When we burst past the last line of trees and emerged into a wide-open pasture, once again it stole my breath. The grassy hills were dotted with flowers, an entirely different sight as they glittered against the moon instead of the sun. In a way, the world came more alive at this time of night, as the moon inched up and the sun fell away. It was freer, less reserved, as if the very rules of the day vanished into night. Several tiny fireflies flitted between flowers, blinking with ethereal light. Moonflowers raised their necks high, tilted toward the beams, absorbed the light and buzzed with energy. Even the greenery looked deeper, darker, more intense as darkness crept around the corners of the earth. Matthew set me down as Gray circled back to the forest to change into his clothes. I watched as his eyes flicked up toward the gorgeous house built into the highest point of the fields around us. Unlike Matthew's old home, this house was airy and bright. Huge windows allowed for sun-soaked days and moon-drenched evenings, and the lofted ceilings and open floor plan gave the feeling of a cozy, modern art display. I could see Matthew comparing this to his place, a more somber, cathedral-style one. The corners of Matthew's house were darker, edgier. His decor wasn't white and platinum and sleek, but dark mahogany woods and maroon carpets. Big oriental rugs lined his creaky hardwood floors, and his library was lit solely by a fireplace and a dim torch beside the ancient chaise lounge. The homes were vastly different, just like the men.
"You've been here before?"
Matthew's voice was level.
"Curious."
We had things to discuss.
"You don't need to explain,"
he said, in the same pointed way I often told him I was fine, but really was anything but. Matthew, it was nothing, I said, and it was before we were, well, an us.
"I understand."
There was no more room for discussion because the sound of Gray whistling filtered over the dusky, waving grasses. The wolf returned, just a slight hint of dampness around the light blue shirt he wore, one that brought out his eyes. I wondered if he'd chosen it on purpose.
"Shall we?"
Gray pointed toward the front door.
"It's good to have you back, Dani."
Gray, I warned, watch it. He grinned widely, throwing the front door open as he gestured for Matthew and me to go through first. Matthew reached for my hand, and this time I let him take it. It was interesting to see how both men thrived off the night in their own ways. Gray appeared almost childlike in his joy, a sense of wild abandon coursing through him. The sort of energy that would prompt him to run through the wilderness without a care in the world. To smile with giddy enthusiasm for no reason at all. To poke fun at Matthew and I, prodding the vampire to the very edge of his patience. On the other hand, Matthew seemed bigger in the darkness in every way. He oozed danger, a sense of intense lethalness. His eyes were thirsty, darker, and his skin paler, brighter. Everything about him was a little rawer, more vulnerable. He was amplified in his speed, his powers, his emotions. He loved more, fought harder, destroyed quicker when night rolled around. Then there was me, a little old witch whose coolest superpower was the ability to piss off the two most powerful paranormal creatures in Wicked in 5 minutes flat. That, and I had some new boots that were pretty cool. They were a gift from Sienna.
"Make yourselves comfortable,"
Gray said, gesturing to the wide-open living room with a few strategically placed comfortable couches and loungers.
"Can I get you anything to eat? Drink? Sorry, Matthew. Not sure I can help you there, but Dani..."
"Gray," I warned again.
"I'm just saying,"
he said, raising his hands.
"Last time you were here, we had a nice time. Good food, good talk." "What did you want to discuss?" Matthew asked sharply. He slid his arm around my shoulder and pulled me closer. "We didn't come for a dinner party." "No, I suspect not,"
Gray said, his eyes leveling on Matthew.
"That's something quite private, I'd imagine."
"Let's just focus on the reason we're all here." I shrugged Matthew's arm off my shoulder and stomped across the room to stand directly between the two men. "I originally called this meeting to discuss how you knew I was in trouble." I pointed an accusatory finger at Gray, before swiveling it toward Matthew, "and why you weren't mad about finding Gray in my apartment. But I've since had those questions answered." Gray shot a curious look at Matthew.
"Ah."
"I'm not happy about your little watch party," I said. "If you guys are going to keep an eye on me, the least you can do is let me know about it." Matthew nodded.
"I told you I would."
Gray nodded in agreement.
"Fine."
"Now that we've got that covered, there's something bigger that we need to discuss." I retracted my pointed finger. "The Hex Files."
"Dani,"
Matthew began. I whirled to face the werewolf and ignored Matthew's argument. "How'd you come to learn about the files in the first place?" All sense of humor left Gray's face. Even Matthew stilled. The room seemed to chill by a few degrees as Gray shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the next.
"I have resources,"
he said.
"I know more about what goes on in the borough than you'd ever expect."
"Legal resources?" Matthew shot. Gray met Matthew's stare with an unkind one of his own. "Seriously, you guys," I said. "If you can't cooperate, I'm going to interview you separately. Matthew, chill. Gray, we need honesty. Whatever is said in this room is between the three of us. You two might hate each other's guts, but I vouch for both of you. I trust you both more than anyone in Wicked. If that's not good enough, I don't know what is." There was a long silence.
"Good enough for me,"
Matthew grunted. Gray mumbled some semblance of agreement. "Good," I said, moving over to the biggest couch. I plopped on the seat and crossed one leg. "I'm listening. Gray, you start. What the hell are you?" Gray gave the slightest curl of a smile. He leaned against the counter, extending his arms, flexing them, staring at the tattoos that lined his skin.
"I have known about the Hex Files for a very long time. Hence the reason I was so pissed when I realized Matthew roped you into them. In fact, I was sent here to investigate them."
"Sent by who?" I sat heavily on a couch as Matthew moved across the room at lightning speed and eased down next to me. He depressed the couch so deeply, I had to pull myself out of the crater before I fell onto his lap. Gray watched our movements as he carefully considered his response.
"I'm an elder wolf."
I blinked. "Oh, what?" Matthew expelled an unwilling breath.
"I thought that pack was lore." "I thought vampires were lore," Gray shot back. Can't believe everything you hear, can you, Vamp?
I prepared to retort, but Matthew didn't seem offended, merely curious. I turned back to Gray. For those of us who are less than 3 decades old, a little help, please. What's an elder wolf? The pack to rule all packs, Matthew whispered softly. They're not subject to basic tribal laws. They are said to inherit a coat as pure as snow and powers beyond what anyone can imagine. Gray gave the slightest nod. What about the ability to breathe fire? I said wryly. Is that included in the deal too? Matthew looked surprised, and that fact alone had me terrified. Matthew knew pretty much everything there was to know about the supernatural order of the universe. For an entire pack to go undetected by him for multiple centuries was something of a miracle. Where are you based? Matthew asked. How many are there?
12,
Gray said.
I'm the 12th, the newest. I ascended a century ago and came into my powers. We don't have a base. We're everywhere and anywhere, whenever we are needed.
What sort of stuff do you do? I asked. When Matthew and Gray both looked at me, I shrugged. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I've never heard of you people, wolves before. Gray laughed, a sound that came easily to him, more easily than to Matthew, and it lightened up the room.
Matthew is right, essentially. We elder wolves rule over all the werewolves. We make law, enforce it, protect it,
Gray said.
We make sure the world generally leans more toward good magic than evil. And that's the reason I've shown up in the Borough now, because I'm needed here.
That doesn't explain how you came to learn about the Hex Files, Matthew said. Answer the question. And while you're at it, I added, can someone explain what these files actually are? I don't think that's a good, Matthew began.
We can't keep her in the dark,
Gray said.
She's a part of it whether you want to admit it or not. The prophecy is coming to fruition, and Dani is a part of things now. We can hardly deny it.
But the more she knows... I gaped at Matthew. Withholding information from me is only going to be dangerous. Gray nodded.
I'm with her on this one.
I'm sure you are, Matthew snarled. I still don't think it's a good idea. It's my life, my choice, and I want to know, I said stubbornly, spinning back to face Gray. Continue, please.
The Hex Files are a set of 6 files, Gray said. You probably only saw one piece of them.
Yes, it was a tiny little sheet, I said. It had a sort of prophecy or incantation or something on it, but I couldn't decipher more than that.
Do you remember it?
Gray asked.
This is very important.
I nodded. It's been seared into my brain since I read it. Gray waved a hand for me to go on. Resolutely ignoring the look of dismay on Matthew's face, I repeated the short paragraph I'd found in the unlocked box that had been my reward for helping on a recent case. One will lead the way by heart, another seeks bright in the deepest dark. The third lives in shadow and searches the light, a fourth will break from a desperate plight. The last meets death for their greatest lie, as the unbreakable enchantment brings the future nigh.
You found the master, then,
Gray said.
The base file, if you will.
How do you know there are more files? I asked. I suspected they were missing, but even Matthew couldn't say for certain. Gray's eyes flicked toward the vampire.
I suspect Matthew could tell you more if he felt it was in your best interest.
I still couldn't manage to look at Matthew. Well, you and I seem to agree it's in my best interest. How can you be so sure there are more files? How can you be sure there are 6 in all?
Think about it logically. The idea of 6 different pieces to the puzzle makes sense, yes?
Gray prompted.
The controller file spells out the list of other files that can be found. There are 5 listed in your prophecy.
What are the other files?
There's a file for each individual named in the master document,
Gray said.
You agree that this prophecy specifies 5 different people?
I rubbed my hands against my temples. It sure seems that way. But how do we know who has been named? I feel as if the prophecy is vague enough it could be anyone. Seeking light, desperate plight. Not exactly identifying features.
Last night was the first sign,
Gray said.
The elder wolves have been feeling a resurgence of evil in the borough, of unrest. For the first time in decades, the Hex Files have been mentioned. Someone is searching for them.
What could someone get from tracking down 6 different files? The Hex to rule all things, Matthew said, his voice clipped. The curse that will bring wicked to its knees. I turned a blank expression on him. You knew this whole time and didn't tell me?
He wasn't supposed to,
Grace said.
It wasn't time. After the last attempted takeover of the Hex Files, there was a council gathered to separate each piece of the puzzle, to independently hide the files all across Wicked so they weren't easy to find.
Who was on this council? I asked. Were you? Is that how you know all of this? Gray gave a shake of his head.
No, but one of the elder wolves was on the council, and we don't have secrets between us.
Who else?
A vampire,
Gray said uneasily.
A goblin, a witch, a sorcerer, and a human.
A human? I asked, blanching. How could a human be involved?
It was when we created the paranormal branch of the NYPD,
Gray said.
We needed to have some sort of bond between Wicked and the rest of New York. So we created a partnership that has grown and blossomed for hundreds of years.
I chanced to glance at Matthew, but he seemed completely unhappy at this turn of events. Gray had obviously shared information Matthew knew to be true, information he wanted to keep from me.
He only wanted to protect you,
Gray said softly.
Your anger is misplaced if you're looking at Matthew to blame. We have to focus on whoever is after the files.
I swallowed. I don't suppose you have any clue who that might be.
No, but it would have to be someone who knows the true power of the Hex Files,
Gray said.
It's not common knowledge.
I beg to differ, I said. Between you and Matthew and the Elder Wolves, it feels like I'm the last person to know anything. Matthew, still suspiciously quiet, turned his head away and stared out the window into the darkness. I could feel the restraint radiating off him. A wild guess told me it was frustration with Gray that he was battling back.
I think I finally understood why I was sent here,
Gray said.
I think my purpose is to help protect those who are listed in the files, specifically Dani.
The ensuing silence felt like the world shut down, as if the forest had closed in on itself and the sky had descended, dampened the very air around us. You think I'm mentioned in the prophecy? I said, when I finally managed to speak again. What gives you that idea?
The Hex Files contain 6 puzzle pieces. The person who puts them together will have the power to control all of Wicked and beyond. This threat could potentially affect the magical world as a whole. The Elder Wolves are determined to prevent that from occurring.
How are you supposed to fight an unknown enemy? I asked. And what on earth makes you think I'm involved? There is a built-in way to defeat the Hex Files according to lore, Matthew said, watching Gray through lidded eyes. I don't know the details, just that it will require the protectors mentioned in the files to work together. Let me get this straight. I bent forward, resting my head in my hands. The files are actually people? And you think I'm one of them? I gave a dark laugh. Even if I believed you, that would mean we need to find the other 4 people who are part of the files and convince them to work together. And you haven't begun to explain why you think I have anything to do with it.
What other reason would someone attack you?
Gray pressed.
Out of the blue, in your own home. A very powerful someone. Someone who is watching, who has been watching you. I don't believe it was a coincidence the attack came on a night Matthew was called away from watching over you.
He shouldn't have been watching over me without my permission, I grumbled, but I didn't disagree. I agree with you about the timing, but I've been a cop for years. Any number of criminals wouldn't mind if I died. It could have been any one of them who came after me.
Fair,
Gray agreed.
But is there one who would actually take the risk and have the power to follow it through with an orchestrated attack? Especially after you've been out of the business for nearly a year?
Both men waited for a response. Unfortunately, I said finally, I can't think of anyone who wants me dead that badly. Not at the moment. Gray gave a good-natured smile.
Exactly. And if whoever is after the hex managed to locate the file on you,
their first order of business would be to take you out of the equation, Matthew said. If we wait long enough, Gray theorizes our mastermind will pick off the other members of the hex files one by one. What's your theory? I shot at Matthew. Do you agree? Matthew's calculating eyes drifted over my body. I don't disagree, though I'm not entirely convinced.
And until you have a better theory, Gray said to Matthew, you won't take the risk of ignoring my theory. You both know I'm right.
It's a big leap to make.
Maybe, Gray said, but I'm open to alternatives.
I sucked in a breath. If we are going to pretend that's true for now, then we have to do something. We have to move. We can't wait around for people to get picked off one by one.
We'll have to find the other files, Gray said. There are 4 left.
4? I echoed.
I imagine he, or she, found your file.
Gray straightened.
You know where the master file is. It will need to be protected with the other 5 as well.
They all need to be found and kept safe, Matthew confirmed. For now, the master file is in a safe location.
Fine,
Gray agreed.
And we'll have to keep a tab on other seemingly random attacks on civilians. I imagine you two can do that with your access?
Matthew will keep an eye out, and I will too, I confirmed. My back went rigid. You don't think... the murdered werewolf... could she be one?
It's possible,
Gray said.
She'd only been a member of the pack for 1 day. Hardly enough time to gain her powers, but it's worth looking into. If her murderer and a logical reason for her death isn't found quickly, I think it's a theory we have to entertain.
Let me back up to the master hex, I said. In order for it to work, someone needs to have all 6 of the files?
Yes,
Gray said.
They're like puzzle pieces for the hex to function correctly.
What about the people listed in the files? I asked. They're some sort of protectors? What if one of them dies?
I don't know the answer to that,
Gray said.
I think it's best we just keep all of you alive, at least until the prophecy has come to pass.
Say all 5 protectors manage to stay alive, I said dryly. Then they find all 6 files. What happens next?
I assume that's something only those 5 people will know when the time is right,
Gray said.
I imagine there will be clues in the files once we locate them all.
I think that's enough for today, Matthew said. You've made your point clear. The hex files have come to life. We'll be on the lookout. I trust you'll keep us informed of any information the elder wolves come upon. But wait! I scrambled to my feet, away from Matthew. I have so many more questions. How? Who? I struggled to articulate the overwhelming amount of curiosity and dismay I was feeling. What's next?
There's more you'll need to know,
Gray admitted.
But I believe Matthew's correct. It's been enough for one night. Too much, maybe. I think you should go home and get some rest. I also think that we need to put a protective detail on you, Detective.
Over my dead body?
It will be, Gray said, if you fight us on it.
Like I have a choice, I said, flailing my hands. Apparently you two are tag-teaming already. Matthew let out a throaty noise of disagreement. He quieted when I narrowed my eyes at him. Do what you have to do, I said, so long as you promise not to keep information from me anymore.
That's a deal I can agree to,
Gray said.
Matthew.
Matthew's look toward Gray might have killed a lesser man. I'll make my own deals with my partner. Dani, let's go. But...
There's nothing more we can do tonight,
Gray said.
I need to meet with my brothers. You need to get rest. We'll reconvene when we know more. And in the meantime, I believe Matthew can fill you in on the history behind the hex files.
He'd better, I grumbled. Are you coming back with us? Gray didn't bother to look at Matthew.
I don't think that would be wise. You'll be safe at King's tonight.
Matthew strode out of Gray's house and waited outside while I gave Gray a one-armed hug. "Thanks," I whispered. "I appreciate being kept in the loop."
"Be gentle with him,"
Gray said.
"He cares for you. Viciously."
I nodded. "Good night." Chapter 8.
You know the Hex Files aren't the only thing that drew the three of us together, don't you?
Matthew asked as we moved quietly back through the streets toward his house. The journey home had been a dark, silent blur through the forest. We were both feeling tender from the events at Gray's. I'd fumed, though the breakneck pace at which we'd flown through the depth had stolen some of my anxious energy and left me exhausted and worn. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "The only reason Gray called us together was to discuss the files. They're a pretty big deal, I'd say."
I could practically hear what he was thinking, Matthew said, and you don't need to be a male to notice the way he looks at you. I don't like it.
"Well, I'm not sure you can do all that much about it." I stopped as we reached Matthew's front door. "Maybe I should go home." Matthew's eyes leveled on mine.
"You're right."
"Oh."
"Not, don't go, Dani. I mean, you're right about Gray."
His dark eyes flicked toward the sky. The moonlight reflected so deeply in his gaze that it gave me pause.
"I can't do anything about Gray's involvement. We have the same goal, after all, and that's to keep you safe.
And to abolish the Hex Files." Matthew gave a thin smile.
"That, too."
"So what'll it be?" I asked. "You think you can call a truce with him?" Matthew tilted his head to one side.
"Not exactly, but I'll try to rein in my distaste."
I patted him on the chest. It felt like petting a boulder. "Does that mean you're going to invite me inside?" Matthew unlocked and kicked open his front door, then bent forward and swooped me off my feet.
"I'll do you one better."
He carried me across the threshold with an overly sappy, romantic kiss as he spun me around and sent the door flying shut with one foot. "To what do I owe the honor?" I asked, wriggling to get down. "You've never swooped me before."
"I'm realizing the error of my ways."
Matthew's eyebrow raised, his lips twitching into a smile.
"I made the mistake of losing you once, Dani DeMarco, and I won't do it again."
"What the hell are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere."
"Let's just say I know how lucky I am, sweetheart. I've been given a second chance, and I'm not letting you go again. You are—"
He gave a shake of his head, his lips in a tight line.
"You are magnificent in every way. Any man out there would be lucky to have you. I don't ever want to take that for granted."
"Matthew, put me down." Matthew started at my firm tone.
"Dani?"
"Put me down," I ordered again. Once he did, I took a step back, crossed my arms over my chest. "You can't do this."
"Do what?"
"Don't turn into some Prince Charming because you think it's what I want." I threw my hands up. "This is about Gray, isn't it? You feel like he's encroaching on our relationship, on your territory. Well, he's not."
"I didn't mean—"
Matthew stopped, considered his response more carefully.
"Maybe it gave me pause. He's very different than I am, Danielle."
"Yes, and I chose you. I've chosen you on 2 different occasions, actually, and I continue to choose you every day," I said. "Us, me and you, haven't been easy. I wouldn't have worked this hard to be together if I didn't believe you were my soulmate. You are my everything, Matthew. Don't lose sight of that."
"You don't—"
He hesitated again, uncertain for one of the first times that I could remember.
"You don't want me to be more like him?"
I grimaced. "No."
"But he's—"
Matthew shrugged.
"He makes you laugh."
"I fell in love with a grumpy vampire," I said, stomping my foot for emphasis. "Give me more of the grumpy vampire."
"In that case,"
Matthew said, his face darkening, a surly quirk to his lips,
"what do you say we get upstairs? It's my night to, watch over you."
"Watch over me again and I'll have to stake you." Matthew laughed, reached for me, and threw me over his shoulder like a potato sack.
"I'd like to see you try, detective."
Matthew's bedroom was on the 3rd floor of his house, a converted attic with soaring ceilings and a combination of old, restored wood and sleek new appliances. He'd had the house updated just before we'd started dating, and a part of me had always suspected he'd known we'd end up here together. I glanced over at Matthew's figure as he lay in bed, his eyes closed. An act, or a convenient way to convey he wasn't ready to speak. "You know more about this than you let on," I whispered. "Why are you hiding it from me?" Matthew didn't bother to open his eyes. 3 skylights in the roof allowed moonlight to seep through, creating slants across his face, leaving some areas highlighted and others shrouded in darkness. I let my hand raise, my fingers coming to rest against his face. "You were alive the last someone tried to use the hex files to take control, weren't you?" Matthew raised a hand, clasped it over mine, and pressed my palm against his cheek. "I was hoping you weren't involved. I was afraid you might be." "We're not sure that's the case," I said. "The attack could have been something else entirely." "Maybe." "Were you the vampire who was responsible for placing one of the files in safekeeping? Were you on the council that hid the files the first time?" Matthew gave a slight shake of his head. "No, but I knew the man who did. He lost his life over it. The knowledge was passed on to me." "The first file you gave me in exchange for my help on the case, was that the vampire-guarded file?" I asked. "I thought you made it seem like it was no more exotic than a sealed police report, but apparently that's not the case." "What else could I tell you?" Matthew asked, the question rhetorical. "You were intent on getting that information. Trenton dragged you into it, brought its name to your attention. You weren't going to let it go." "No, I suppose not." "So I had to downplay the significance of the files. I hoped you'd read it and lose interest, find it to be a dead end. And no, that was not the vampire-guarded file. It was the one that went to the humans, and was placed for safekeeping in the New York branch of the NYPD. I've known its location for a while. I hadn't ever seen it until I retrieved it for you, and once you were finished, I replaced it." "Now that I'm thoroughly invested in the files, what do you suggest we do next?" "Find them," Matthew said darkly. "There's only a short time for the prophecy to come to pass. The last time someone tried to take power, the protectors of the files weren't yet alive. Hiding them was our only option then, but this time the hex files are coming to light. Only one side will win." "How short a time are we talking about?" Matthew's eyes finally flashed open, and he looked over to me. "A lifetime." I felt my breath stall in my throat. "There's only one time in history where all 5 of us will be alive," I reasoned, "or have been alive. And as a witch, I have a shorter lifespan than most paranormal creatures, so when I'm gone—" Matthew still clasped my hand to his face, raised his lips to kiss the back of it. "You don't need to do this. We can disappear. I can make that happen. Nobody will find us. Not even Gray." "You know I can't do that," I said, feeling my throat clamp up. "I've never seen you so nervous." "I'm not nervous," Matthew said. "I'm petrified. Your life will be in danger until we escape, or until you put an end to it with the others mentioned in the files." "We can't run away," I said. "It's my duty. If I go, others will die. You couldn't bear to live with that knowledge, and neither could I." "I could live with it," Matthew said. "That's the difference between you and me. I could live with it if it means keeping you safe." "Where's my grumpy vampire?" I asked gruffly, biting off the emotional note of the conversation. "Tell me about the history of the files. Maybe we can reason this out before it becomes even more dangerous." Matthew curled toward me, his breath expelling in a thin stream. He'd just showered and his hair was still damp, his skin soft, his scent freshly sweet and familiar. "Are you sure we must discuss this now?" "I can't sleep," I pointed out, "and you don't have to. What else do you want to do?" His eyes darkened. I smacked his shoulder. "We already did that." "But—" "King," I said, "focus." Matthew gave me a devilish grin. His mind someplace else as his hand trailed down the bare skin of my arm, down my side, over my hip, and to my legs. I sucked in a breath just before he pulled back.
You sure?
I'm sure, I said, hitching the sheet up higher around my near-naked form. Talk.
It was a long time ago, 1880, Matthew said. A vampire named Dmitri Margolis caught wind of the files and decided to make it his goal to take over the magical world.
If people would stop being so dang selfish, our lives would be a lot easier.
We'd be out of jobs.
Not me, I said. I run a pizza parlor. I could hire you to be my busboy. Matthew leaned forward, nipped my shoulder playfully to show me what he thought of the idea.
He had accrued a small army by his side. That's what set him apart from all the others who tried and failed to go after the files.
An army of what?
Of other creatures who wanted to see the paranormal world fall to evil, Matthew said. His right-hand man was a necromancer by the name of James Blake. There were a few others, a wizard, a ghoul, a goblin. They got close to succeeding.
How close?
They'd gathered 5 of the 6 files, Matthew said. The last one proved difficult to find. The vampire on the council, Mikhail Smirnov, was the guardian of the 6th file. He asked for help and it was given. It was the first time wolves, vampires, goblins, sorcerers, witches, and others came together to form a coalition, and it prevailed. We managed to get rid of Dmitri and his henchmen.
Is it possible Dmitri survived? Matthew met my gaze with a dead stare.
No.
Maybe one of his cronies?
I can't say for certain how many he had, but most of the others were killed, or banished someplace from where it's impossible to return.
Matthew licked his lip and thought.
Not that the stories couldn't have been passed down to descendants, that sort of thing. It's worth looking into, though it's doubtful this attempt at gathering the files is related to the last time.
I tended to agree with Matthew, but it didn't hurt to follow the lead. We had no other leads, and frankly, I couldn't imagine why someone would want the amount of power involved in taking over the world. Talk about responsibility. I didn't even want to be responsible for packing my own lunch, let alone running a pizza parlor. I couldn't imagine the effort it would take to turn an entire city evil. Do you think I'm mentioned in the files? I asked. Do you believe Gray's theory? Matthew's hand squeezed mine tighter before he let go and returned his gaze to the freckles of dust drifting between the rafters and the skylights.
Yes. I believe whoever's behind this attempt has your file, and therefore your name and personal information.
Damn.
Yes, Matthew said. That'd be one way to put it.
Who else do you think might be named in the files along with me?
We have no way of knowing. Speculation won't help anything.
Is there any chance it's you? Matthew considered.
No, I don't think so.
Why?
I always imagined those named in the files would be special in some way. Unique, powerful, intelligent.
Matthew gave a light laugh.
They'd have to be able to save the world. I don't exactly fit that profile.
That's not true, I said. You save the world a little every day.
It's not that, Matthew said. It's my nature. Your nature is good. You, Dani, are a pillar of good in the world. I kind have been banished from this city for a reason.
You're not like them.
In some ways I am, he said. Just like Gray has similarities to his brothers, no matter how hard he fights it. In no world can Gray and I ever be friends. It goes against nature.
I don't believe that. You came close tonight. Matthew's glance was filled with skepticism. Okay, so maybe you weren't all buddy-buddy, but you didn't try to kill him?
Not out loud, Matthew muttered. We need him as an ally. For now.
Forget it. You're missing the point. I rolled over in bed, looked beyond the window to the stars above. Which do you think I am?
Which what?
The files, I said. I assume each line of the prophecy references one specific person.
I wish you hadn't asked.
I ignored Matthew's comment, and instead I considered the charm-like phrases I'd found in the master file. Quietly, I spoke the words into the darkness, waiting, listening, feeling for a sign. One will lead the way by heart, another seeks bright in the deepest dark. The third lives in shadow and searches the light. A fourth will break from a desperate plight. The last meets death for their greatest lie, as the unbreakable enchantment brings the future nigh. Matthew gave me a thin smile. Anything? Nothing, I said, and cursed. Why couldn't they list the names? It would have saved me a lot of time. And it would have been very dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands, Matthew said. Come on, Dani. You need to rest. We'll figure this out in the morning. Maybe I'm first, I mused, because I was the first attack. Matthew curled closer, pressed a light kiss to my forehead. So long as you're not last, I can live with it. Now get some rest, won't you please? I felt my tension melting away as he pulled me against him under the covers. This can't be a coincidence. What can't? I am attacked, and Gray thinks the Hex Files are invoked, I said. Then a vampire returns to the burrow and kills a member of the pack? It must all tie back to the Hex Files. There's no coincidence about it, Matthew said. Evil is at our doorstep. Chapter 9. Matthew watched Danielle sleep. It was normally a time he enjoyed more than almost any other, a time when she was at peace, completely vulnerable in his arms. Her skin sparkled pale under the moonlight in an entirely different way than Matthew's. Her cheeks contained a flush of pink, a hint of freckles from the summer sun in the burrow. However, as she slept this time, her eyelids fluttered in consternation. A thin line of perspiration broke on her forehead, and worried mumbles slipped unconsciously from her lips. A time or two, she jerked so hard it would have sent Matthew's heart racing if he'd had a beat. He'd suspected her to be one of the files for some time now. Unlike Gray, he didn't see how sharing the information helped anything. Until the rest of the files were identified, she was powerless to do anything on her own. All 5 mentioned in the files would have to work together. But Matthew couldn't shake the feeling that all 5 wouldn't make it out alive. No, Matthew would much prefer to take Dani and run. They could do it, escape, leave Wicked to fend for itself. Hadn't they paid their dues fighting crime? Giving up all semblance of normal lives in the name of justice? They avoided the marketplace for all the criminals they'd arrested. It was unfair for this city to ask any more of Dani DeMarco than it had already stolen. Tomorrow, Matthew promised himself. Tomorrow he'd get Dani to see reason. It wouldn't be easy, but if it spared her life, it would be worth it. Chapter 10. It was always so much fun to shower at Matthew's. With giddy excitement, I reached for his top-of-the-line shower gel and squirted some on my hand. Lathering my body up with the thick, expensive soap, I closed my eyes as the hot water cascaded down my back and bubbled over my skin. When I opened my eyes, I watched a handful of gold coins dribble down the drain in the form of gel. Lucky thing Matthew had lived for many lifetimes, because it would take exactly that long to get rich off a cop's salary. Matthew, I called out from the shower, can you bring me a towel? I popped my head back in and continued the lather, rinse, repeat cycle. By the time I finished with the conditioner and turned the shower off, I realized the towel rack was still empty. Resting a hand on the golden-edged shower door, I frowned. Even if Matthew had been across town, he'd probably have heard my call. He was creepy like that. It was quite strange and uncharacteristic of him to just ignore me entirely. At once, my cop instincts kicked in. A bizarre sensation, considering I was in Matthew King's home, a place I'd considered a fortress, a place where we were cocooned in dark, luxurious safety, a place where evil stayed outside the walls. I hopped across the spacious bathroom and wrapped a towel around me. Then I dug out my stunner from my pile of used clothes on the countertop. Inching toward the door, I waited, calculated, and then poked my head around. Lost my breath. Matthew! I choked, still unable to breathe. Matthew! I forced my cop instincts to stay put for as long as it took to clear the room and make sure any and all intruders were no longer an immediate threat. The second I completed my sweep, the stunner slipped from my fingers, fell to the floor, and crashed, muted by the blood thudding in my ears. The entire thing took only seconds, though it felt like a lifetime before I was able to be at Matthew's side. My breath vanished as I collapsed onto him. My arms splayed across his chest and my knees buckled by the side of the bed. "Matthew!" I gasped. "Matthew! Answer me!" I didn't expect an answer. There was no way he could answer me even if he wanted to. Whoever, or whatever, attacked him had made sure of it. Jesus, Matthew, wake up! Wake the hell up! I stood, years of cop training flying through the window as panic set in at the sight of ink-dark blood seeping from his wounds. Who did this to you? I knew the answer even as I spoke it aloud. There was only one person, one thing that could make those sort of markings. Claw marks dragged all over Matthew's body. 4 distinct gouges drew down Matthew's face, slicing his gargoyle-thick skin into distinct quadrants. It continued over his neck, down his chest. His shirt was mere ribbons, his stomach a mess of blood and pale skin, torn apart like a sheet of paper. I turned to the side, sick to my stomach. I fought back the revulsion roiling in my gut and bit back the bile as I laid my hands on Matthew. He didn't need to breathe, and his heart hadn't beat in centuries, but there was a new air of death on Matthew. For an undead vampire, that wasn't good. My brain scrambled to latch onto protocol. Protocol, I thought on a loop. I'm a cop, damn it, I muttered, pulling myself to my feet. Fingers slippery with sweat, I fumbled with my comm until I got an answer. "Dispatch," the voice said. "How may I help you?" "Captain King," I whispered. He's in trouble. Now, alert the precinct, the chief. Code 00, do you understand me?" "Detective DeMarco," the dispatcher spoke quietly. "Stay calm, I'll alert the—" "Alert them already!" I shouted into the comm. "Now! He's dying!" I disconnected and returned my gaze to Matthew. His skin, normally the gorgeous, smooth veneer of pristine marble, was pale, ghostly pale and flimsy. His blood leaked through the wounds, a deep, deep shade of red that bordered on black. "Who did this to you?" I asked, pressing my hands against his wounded chest in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. The sticky warmth of his blood coursed over my fingers, and the sweet metallic scent drifted to fill the room. "Matthew, you can't. Please, stay here. Stay with me. Hold on, King. They're coming." Matthew's eyelids didn't so much as flutter. As he bled on me, over me, turning his sugar-white sheets to a filthy, damp black mess, I felt a battle warring inside. The cop version of me, the one who abhorred senseless crime, the one who would fight for justice until the death. And then there was the woman portion of me, the one who cared nothing about justice or fighting crime, the one who cared only about the man she loved, and the pain that existed as she was forced to watch the life of the man she loved slip through her fingers. I'd never asked Matthew what exactly could kill a vampire. Staking, beheading, silver bullets, I was sure most of that would work. But this, a brutal slashing, had silenced Matthew, and I sensed there was some darker magic at play. A curse, maybe a hex or even natural werewolf magic, that was tearing Matthew's spirit away from his body. If help didn't arrive soon, I had the ugly feeling he wouldn't survive. The frustration built as I reactivated my comm and buzzed through to Anita, the tough-as-nails nurse who unofficially specialized in tending to the injuries of fallen cops. "Yes?" she asked in her clipped voice. "What do you need, DeMarco?" "It's Matthew." I couldn't manage more than that, but I didn't have to. Nurse Anita had known me long enough to understand the tone of my voice, the fact that I wouldn't ask for help if I didn't desperately need it. "Where?" she asked. "His house," I said. "Hurry!" We disconnected, and I let myself perch over Matthew. I rested my hand on his hair, the locks on his forehead matted with blood. My eyes stung as I sized up his wound, struggled to keep an objective lens on everything. "I was right there," I muttered. "Why didn't you say anything?" That very question triggered many more questions. Matthew wasn't exactly a pushover when it came to physical confrontation, and I couldn't logically think of a reason he hadn't called out, or frankly killed his attacker. Unless he knew his attacker, or was outnumbered somehow. My body went still. The markings were almost certainly from a werewolf. My mind hadn't even hesitated as I processed them and came to the conclusion that it had to be revenge. Revenge for the vampire attack yesterday that had killed a new pack member, a weak, unarmed female. I pressed Matthew's hair back from his forehead, fighting against the urge to sprawl over him and weep. That would be the very last thing he'd want me to do. The only way to help would be to get Matthew healed, and then to find the bastard who'd torn my love apart. I had a sneaking suspicion as to who might know more about the attack. After all, there was only one wolf who'd gained an ounce of Matthew's trust. One wolf who Matthew wouldn't immediately attack on sight. One wolf with the power to destroy the man I loved. I narrowed my eyes as police burst through the door, felt my fists clutch Matthew's ragged shirt between my fingers. Gray. Chapter 11. The police and Anita arrived simultaneously at Matthew's house. From the moment they flooded through the door, I fell into a fugue state, a dreamy, boiling realm of confusion and anger and fear. I leaned closer to Matthew, gripped his bloody shirt so hard it tore, when a hand rested on my shoulder to drag me away.
"Dani," Nash said, "come on, you have to take a step back."
"No," I said. "I can't. I'm staying. You're not taking me away."
"I'm not taking you anywhere," Nash said. "Let me get some clothes on you. Anita must get to Matthew first. You're not thinking straight."
I glanced down, confused to find only a towel wrapped around my body. It was stained near black with blood.
"Just listen to me," Nash said. "I'm your brother. I love you. I'll take care of you."
I looked up, further confused. Nash wasn't one to voice emotions, especially not at the scene of a crime. He'd said he loved me, which meant things must be bad. Bad for me, bad for Matthew, bad for everyone involved. "No," I said, but it was an echo. "What's going to happen to him?" "Get her some clothes," Nurse Anita barked to Nash before she turned to me. "Honey, I need you to go with your brother. I have to examine Matthew. He's going to be okay. Can you promise me?" I released Matthew's shirt and turned my vice-like grip to Anita's white blouse. My fingers dug into her, stuck to the fabric. "Can you promise me he'll be okay?" She reached forward, ignored the smeared stains on her clothes, and tucked the towel more modestly around me. "I'm going to do the best I can. I need to focus. The best thing you can do for Matthew is listen to Nash. I'll keep you posted, Detective." Her use of my title shook me. Brought back the fact that, in a way, I was working. I was on a job. Scenes like this cropped up every day. Scenes worse than this. Death in all its sickening forms were something with which I was all too familiar. So why couldn't I think straight? I felt eyes on me, familiar eyes, cops I knew, friends of mine, filled with anger and sympathy and pity. Stumbling toward the bathroom, I let Nash grab my arm and lead me behind closed doors. He averted his eyes as he threw me a new towel and gestured toward the clothes.
"Rinse, then get dressed."
With zombie-like attention to detail, I reached for my clothes.
"You reek, Dani," Nash said. "Rinse off. You have blood all over you."
"But, Matthew—"
"He's not going anywhere."
Nash crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe.
"Anita's going to look at him. He's in the best possible hands."
"I don't want to rinse."
"You can't walk around the borough like that," Nash said. "You want to find out who did this to King? Get in the shower."
I moved toward the shower and stepped through. Matthew had one of those European-style, oversized marble showers with no door. I stepped inside, cranked up the faucet. My hair was still wet. I stepped under, letting the water scorch over my body. I could feel it biting my skin with angry red marks as I battled back the tears that threatened to fall. I reached for Matthew's expensive gel, the one I'd so recently savored, and squirted it viciously onto my hands. I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed until I was practically tearing at my skin with my nails to get the blood off me. It couldn't have lasted more than a few minutes, but by the time I stepped from the shower into a fresh towel, handed through the opening by Nash, I felt raw and exposed. My skin ached.
"Jesus, Dani, you're a lobster,"
Nash said, his eyes widening. "What did you do in there?" I just shook my head, slipped quietly into my clothes while Nash returned to the doorway and watched the scene in the room. I wore day-old clothes, not caring I had fresh clothes in the closet outside. My damp hair went into a bun, and I didn't bother to touch my face with makeup. The second I was dressed, I pushed past Nash and returned to Matthew's bedside. I took one look at Anita's drawn face, and it made my heart lurch. "Be honest," I instructed. "What's going on?" Nurse Anita's hands flew rapidly over Matthew's body. "He's been hurt badly." "I know that," I snapped. "He's going to be okay, isn't he?" "I need to get him back to the hospital." "You didn't answer my question." "I don't know the answer to your question." Anita rested one blood-stained hand on her hip as she faced me. "Detective, this isn't a normal case. Vampires rarely need to be treated. Their bodies have certain healing powers that burn through my medicines quickly." "It's not working," I said as panic set in all over again. "You can't figure out what's happening to him, what's killing him, how it's killing him." "These marks are almost certainly from some sort of wolf, likely a werewolf," Anita said. "But my question is, who the hell did King let into his room? Who would he let close enough to him to do this? A werewolf, even fully transformed, is no match for the captain." "Unless it was a friend," I said. "Retaliation for the vampire attack yesterday." "I don't know," Anita said doubtfully. "The wolves must know it's suicide to attack Matthew. He's well-loved, well, mostly within the borough, and to attack one cop is to attack all of them." Anita's gaze jerked up and mine followed her. Indeed, the room was flooded with cops, both strangers and familiar faces. There was not a smile, not a light-hearted breath in the room. At even the grisliest of murders, most cops could be found cracking a joke with dark humor, or at least going about their business relatively unaffected. Not this time. This time, everyone was affected. Except for one cop, a younger one, standing in the corner. He wore the uniform of a fresh cadet, recently dropped on the streets. "Who's that?" I asked Nash, and when he shrugged, I repeated the question to Anita. "Have you seen him around?" She shook her head. I slipped away, feeling Nash and Anita's gaze follow me as I slid through the room. Everywhere, bodies moved aside, parted to let me through. The officers were uniformly respectful in their movements, tipping hats and giving silent nods, a quiet but strong display of support for their colleague. "What's your name, cadet?" I asked. The kid glanced up from where he'd been examining a tattoo on his arm, cornered. The room went silent. "Officer Stride?" "Officer Stride," I said, clasping my hands in front of my body. "Do you know Captain King?" "By reputation only, ma'am." "Detective," I snapped. "Who sent you here?" Stride shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the next. He had a scruffy 5 o'clock shadow and longish dark hair that was pulled back into a low ponytail. I got the impression that rather than forgetting to shave, the kid probably just had fast-growing hair, like that of a wolf. "Who sent you here?" I demanded again. "Answer me." I heard the call and wanted to see the scene for myself." The kid was rapidly losing the sheen of confidence that came with naivete. "I was on my regular beat and wanted to see if I could help." "Right, help," I said, narrowing my eyes at him. "You a member of the pack?" Stride cleared his throat, swallowed. "Not yet." "You on track to be blooded?" He gave a nod. "In the next 2 years." "What do you think of the vampire attack yesterday?" I asked. "You think Captain King was responsible?" His eyes grew wide. "No, Detective. I told you, I don't know the captain. I just wanted to see the retaliation for yourself." I let the words snap out, puncturing the silence in the room. Before I could process what was happening, my hand had come out of its own accord, throttled the wolf around the neck, and tossed him against the back wall. "Your people retaliated on the captain for no goddamn reason!" I was shouting, not caring who heard. "Matthew didn't murder that girl. In fact, he was your best hope to find out who did. He served Wicked for decades, a lot longer than you, wolf. I snarled. What the hell were you thinking?
Dani, drop him!
Nash was at my shoulder, his hand on my arm.
Now! The cadet had nothing to do with this!
I squeezed, watched the young cop's eyes narrow in terror before I let go. I stepped back. You tell your kind they made a mistake, a big one, and they'll pay.
Shut up, Nash said to me. You're not thinking straight. The cadet had nothing to do with it.
He thinks Matthew deserved the attack, don't you? I said to Stride. You wanted to see the results and report back. I saw you grinning over here.
I didn't mean anything by it.
The cadet raised his hands, shook his head.
But if it was him who murdered our new recruit, he deserved what was coming his way.
Nash shoved me to the side and took my place in front of the cadet. He reached forward, ripped off the name tag on his shirt.
Get out,
he growled at Stride.
Get out now! Cops come before the pack. You don't learn that lesson, you won't last. Is that a threat?
The cadet shrugged himself off.
You don't want to threaten a member of the pack. A threat against one of us is a threat against all of us. A murder against a brother doesn't go unpunished.
Nash hauled the cadet toward the top of the steps, shoved him out of the bedroom, then gave a low whistle for several nearby officers to handle Stride and take him outside. I won't apologize, I said once Nash returned to my side. He was here to see, to watch Matthew.
I know, Nash said. He's done. His career is over.
But
we've got to figure something out, Nash said. We've got other wolves in the department, and even the ones loyal to the badge will be feeling uneasy about the murder yesterday, the retaliation today. You've got to control yourself, Dani. Understand me?
He spoke gruffly, and I pushed off him and returned to Anita's side. What do you have? We're preparing to move him, she said. I can't have you at the hospital, Detective. I'm sorry. Why not? I demanded. I dropped my voice. I love him. That's why. Nurse Anita's eyes were full of sympathy, but her voice was clipped and businesslike. We need to run some tests on him. The medicine will be experimental. He's the only vampire I've ever treated, and I'm calling in some special forces. Special forces? Help from the aisle, Anita said. Give us some time. I won't let him die, I swear to you, Detective. Die? I echoed. It was the first time I'd really, truly let the word cross my mind. My ribs felt as if they were made of dust, crumbling to ashes, littering my heart with debris. A painful tug in my chest had me stumbling back against my brother. It's not going to happen, Anita promised again. I'll call you if there's any news. You mean when he gets better, I said, when I can see him. She gave a hesitant nod. Or the second he takes a turn for the worse. But he's unresponsive now, Detective. He won't know if you're there or not. I shook my head. I can't sit still. I don't expect you to, Anita said knowingly. She pulled me close, dragged me into a hug. Her hand pressed against the back of my head, and her fingers knotted in my hair. As she clasped me to her, she whispered in my ear, Find who's responsible for this, Detective. You hear me? I pulled back, gave a nod. If nothing else, I appreciated the raw grate of emotion in her voice, the grit and determination. Go rest, honey, she said. I'll calm you with any updates.
Let me bring you home, Nash said helplessly. Let me take you to Ma. She'll know what to do.
I raised my hands. Don't touch me.
Dani, listen, you can't go out there right now. It's too dangerous, and you're not in your right mind.
Don't touch me. I narrowed my eyes at Nash. Don't anyone come after me.
Where are you going?
I glanced at Matthew, leaned closer, pressed my lips to his forehead, then returned my gaze to Nash's. The depth.
You can't go in there alone, Nash said. You won't make it out alive.
I raised my arms, tightened my still damp bun. Watch me. Chapter 12. My feet pounded along the pavement. The underside of my work shoe thwacked the asphalt as I sprinted through the streets of Wicked. I'd flown out of Matthew's house in a rampage and hadn't stopped once. Nash must have instructed the others to let me go, a smart choice on his part. I didn't doubt he'd come after me at some point, but for now, I was alone. Prying eyes glanced at me as I flew down the streets, past the dusty road just south of the pizzeria. I turned down a street and blew through yesterday's crime scene. I paused, huffing for breath, and stood where the body had been found. The body that had led to the love of my life being mutilated. If she hadn't died, Matthew wouldn't have been attacked. I closed my eyes and forced myself to focus, to remember, to think clearly, to keep Detective Dani present even while girlfriend Dani ached. It wasn't the Vic's fault, I reminded myself. The poor girl had been a victim as much as Matthew. She hadn't even been given the chance to recover. Dead within minutes, Sienna's report said. The overwhelming emotions returned. Before girlfriend Dani could edge out her detective counterpart, I launched into another dash. This time my footsteps faded from pavement to grass, to the shallow thump on dirt as I edged south of the howler and straight into the depth. I couldn't say why or who exactly I was looking for. At the back of my head, I knew it was dangerous, especially now. The full moon had recently ended and a vampire had attacked a newly blooded wolf. The pack would be hankering for a kill. Matthew had been a warning, a deadly warning. Blood must have blood. Well, they could have me, I thought, barreling down the dusty, overgrown trolley tracks. Trolleys no longer ran through the wilderness. They didn't edge close enough to locations considered dangerous. Some years ago, the forest had supposedly been a different place entirely. A home to fairies and pixies, flowers and tangled trees, wolves and vampires alike. As Nash had said, it was now a death sentence. Pixies had migrated out to find jobs in the service industries. The daring fairies kept to the tops of trees where ground-bound creatures couldn't reach them. Gnomes and trolls had all but retreated to their small corner of the burrow, and witches and wizards avoided it completely. I aimed my trajectory for a narrow, tunnel-like opening. Its dark mouth loomed before me and promised uncertainty and adrenaline. Danger lurked between the knitted branches drawn together like crossed fingers, holding tight against intruders. Taking a huge breath, I ducked beneath the foliage crowding the entrance to the blanketed forest. I didn't slow even as branches ripped at my arms and tore at my clothes. A branch raked over my forehead, and I felt the thorny sting of a wound as I pressed deeper into the darkness. I leapt over a log, dodged around a shallow stream, and stilled only for a second when a set of eyes appeared behind an overgrown patch of blackberries. I didn't bother to wait for the creature to identify itself before I muttered an illegal hex I'd picked up on the streets during one of my recent cases. "Blood and bone and firestone! Loose this flame! Let it be thrown!" I hurled the flaming fireball at the set of eyes in the darkness. They blinked out, disappeared into blackness as the flames tore through the brambles and left a singed hole gaping through the center. I stopped, felt my shoulders sag. The release of energy felt good, invigorating. Laws were entirely different in the depth. Throwing fireballs was definitely frowned upon and illegal, but when the world around me was do or die, law had a way of crumbling. And if there was nobody here to enforce it... I prepared another sphere of fire and carried it above my shoulder as I let myself fall into a jog again. This time my pace was slower, more cautious, aware. I looked around, waiting for someone, something. I was hankering for a fight, ready for a tussle. Better yet if it were a werewolf. My adrenaline pounded, my senses were on high alert. Maybe this was how Matthew felt all the time, except amplified tenfold. I wondered if he felt pain more acutely. Why wouldn't he? He saw, heard, felt, tasted everything else more intensely than the rest of us. The thought sent a primal ache through my gut. It stole my breath, stopped me running in my tracks. I sank to my knees. Sticks and stones dug into my skin. Branches reached for me, tentative, brushing with a breeze across my skin. I let the fireball grow, larger, larger, letting the energy wash through me until I felt strong enough to stand. That's when I saw it. Or rather, him. "You!" I growled. "What have you done?" Gray stepped forward, arms raised. He was in his human form. I wondered if he'd tracked me here as a wolf and transformed, or if he'd tailed me on 2 feet.
Dani, relax. I didn't.
Your kind did this to him! The fireball pulsed with each word, growing, spiraling until the sphere was the size of my head. It sizzled larger still, warm against my skin as I wound up, aimed. You did this to him!
Dani, please!
I didn't wait to hear more before I sent the fireball hurtling in Gray's direction. He was calm, so logical, so composed, and it broke any self-control I had left. I stumbled backward, reeling from the effort of loosing the illegal hex on my former friend. I tripped over a stump and landed in a huff of bushes. Gray fell out of sight as the fireball approached him, and for a moment the reality of what I'd done washed over me. I was wretched with remorse for Matthew, for Gray, if I hurt him, or worse. The boom shook me, loud enough to rattle the forest floor and send my heart skittering in its cage. A flash of light followed that had me seeing stars. My ears rang as I crawled forward and drew myself over the misshapen trunk of a weeping willow. I blinked my eyes open, shaking away the remnants of the sparkles in my vision. Gray strode through the darkness, looking more than a little miffed. I couldn't blame him, seeing as my fireball would have killed 9 out of 10 creatures in the forest. Gray, like Matthew, was far above average in every way. I hadn't seen how he cleared the fire, but bits of it sparked off him. His shirt was singed in an unfortunate way over his left sleeve, and as I watched, he raised a hand and flicked a rather large piece of charcoal from his shoulder. When he looked up and met my gaze, his eyes were hard.
I sure to hell hope that's not the way you say hello these days.
The fight slipped out of my body, and so did the flight. I couldn't run any further. I had no clue how far I'd gone, but my legs had pulled me deeper into the forest than I'd ever gone before.
Dani.
Gray closed the distance between us.
What's wrong? Why are you alone this far in the forest? Where's Matthew?
You don't know? My mouth tasted dry.
No, that's why I'm asking. I'm coming from home.
How'd you know to find me here? Gray gave a tap of his nose.
I was making my way to town in my, other form and got a familiar scent. I couldn't think of a reason you'd be this deep into the forest by yourself, so I investigated.
I barely had enough energy to give a shake of my head.
I see you're practicing your pyrotechnics.
Gray gave me a smile, his eyes softening.
You know, if I was anyone else, that would have burned my head to a crisp. And here I thought we were friends.
Matthew, I murmured. He's... Gray moved closer.
What's happened, Dani? I thought you were angry, but it's more than that. Talk to me.
They got to him, I said. I thought it was you.
Me? I've no idea what you're talking about.
A wolf attacked Matthew.
A werewolf?
I don't know any werewolf that can fell Matthew, I shot at him. Nor do I know any wolf he'd let get close enough to surprise him in his own home, let alone hurt him. I dragged my head up, caught his eye.
Except for me,
Gray murmured.
You've got to know I didn't do anything, Dani. Last night I all but called a truce between me and Matthew to protect you.
Matthew thinks you had other motivations. Gray eased into a sitting position on the curve of the weeping willow's trunk.
Motivations?
He said you had an interest in me that wasn't solely relegated to the Hex files.
I do have an interest in you.
I tilted my chin higher to meet his gaze. It was exhausting. What?
You're a friend, Grace said softly. You were the only one there, the only one offering a shoulder when Lorraine died. How could I not care for you?
It's nothing more? Gray hesitated, then glanced at his feet.
What happened to Matthew?
We both ignored the awkwardness as I cleared my throat. He was slashed head to toe. Nurse Anita says it's almost definitely the marks of a werewolf, but we can't be certain yet. It's just strange how something could get so close to Matthew. He's a protective sort of fellow.
I'd never have guessed,
Gray said dryly.
I take it he's okay?
I swallowed, raised a shoulder. I don't know.
Ah,
Gray gave a knowing nod.
hence the fireballs at my head.
Sorry. Gray slid closer to me, pulled me into a sitting position, and propped my weight against him.
If that's the worst you've got, you're not so bad.
I couldn't break a smile. I could only lean against his warm figure and feel relief. Relief at the fact that it wasn't Gray. Being here with him, I knew he couldn't have attacked Matthew. If for no other reason than he knew it would destroy me.
We'll find who did this,
Gray murmured against my head.
and we'll make sure they never do it again.
I'm sorry, I murmured, about everything. I didn't think you'd actually attacked Matthew. I wasn't thinking straight at all.
I figured. You made it nearly 5 miles into the depth alone on sheer adrenaline.
Wow.
Yeah,
He said.
listen, you can't keep wandering out here alone. If there really are werewolf attacks happening,
Do you think it's related to the Hex Files?
it could be,
Gray said.
but it could also be retaliation. The pack lost a member of their ranks yesterday. I felt it. The Elder Wolves all did. We feel every time we lose one of our own. It's impossible not to, and we're not even part of the pack. The sixth pack would have been revved up. Seeing as Matthew's the only vampire in town, they would have gone after him out of rage.
Like I went after you, I said, hanging my head. This is such a mess. Gray's hand came out, cupped my chin. He tilted my face up so my eyes stared directly into his.
You'll get through this. Matthew will be fine, and you've got me for support too. Understand?
I don't know what to do now. I don't know where to start. I rubbed my hands against my temples. None of this makes sense. And according to the chief, I'm not even supposed to be on the case. How the hell does he expect me to stay away when the love of my life has been attacked? Gray stiffened, ever so slightly.
The chief pulled you off the case?
Officially. Off the record, he wants both Matthew and me to find the vamp who killed the girl. But look where that's gotten us. I shook my head. If it's anyone's fault this happened, it's the chief's. He should have kept Matthew on the case. By pulling him, it made him look guilty.
I think you should come home with me. Take a rest. I can give you a sleeper spell.
I don't want to sleep. I pushed away from Gray and stood. The branches of the weeping willow wrapped around me, cascaded down my shoulders in a fitting cloak of leafy tears. I want to get back to work. I've got to get back to the hospital and check on Matthew, and then I want to talk to Chief Newton. Can you... I gestured, and Gray's lips quirked into a half smile.
I didn't think you appreciated getting lifts.
Desperate times, I said. Will you help me?
Of course.
Gray took his shirt off as he stood up. I raised a hand, blocked the view. Must you do that?
Don't look,
he said, and then stepped behind a tree. He stood impatiently beneath the weeping willow and stared directly at its trunk, trying to ignore the sounds of the man disrobing and transforming behind me. When I heard a soft yip, I turned around. Gray stood there, ready and waiting. His snowy white coat shone bright, rippled with bits of sunlight that shone through the leaves. As I surveyed him, he bent his front legs toward the ground and nodded his head for me to climb aboard. I slid onto Gray's back and gripped his fur as tightly as I dared. With barely a warning, he took off, bounding through the forest to cover the distance back to civilization. It must have taken me over an hour, but Gray and I were back in minutes. Gray let me slide off his back steps away from the border of the depth. The sun shone through the heavy foliage, peaks of brightness helping to banish the shadows. I turned to the large white wolf, rested a hand on his head. I looked into his soulful eyes and hoped he could understand my silent thanks. Then he leaned a massive head forward, nudged me at the hip. Without looking back, I climbed over the low brambles, feeling the acute sting from an array of cuts and scrapes I'd accumulated during my reckless jaunt through the woods. By the time the sunlight glossed over my injuries, Gray was gone. I stared deeply into the forest after him, but I understood that he'd only come to help me. He cared for me, and I realized that in an inadvertent way, I'd hurt him. My lack of reciprocal feelings would always hurt him, and there was nothing I could do about it. With that, I set my sights on the hospital. I dragged my feet through the streets of Wicked, ignoring the curious stares falling on me. One older woman asked if I was all right and gestured vaguely toward the blood on my arms. At my nod, she backed away, and I realized I looked quite frightful. The hospital loomed before me. The pit in my stomach worsened as I stood outside. When I'd left Matthew's house, Anita had seemed unsure of his path to recovery. Anita was never unsure. But Matthew couldn't die. He just couldn't. "I'm here to see Captain King," I said to the front desk. "It's urgent." The pixie behind the desk glanced up, her lips puckering with concern. "Oh, Detective," she said, fluttering her long, glittering eyelashes. "I'm so sorry." Chapter 13. "Sorry?" I yelped. "Sorry about what? Where is he?" She blinked again. He's upstairs in Nurse Anita's wing, of course. He's under the best possible care." "Then why'd you say you're sorry?" I screeched. Did something happen?" "No, I mean, I don't know," she clarified quickly. "I've just heard the two of you are involved once again, and the call was rather urgent. It's the captain, Detective. He doesn't stick around the hospital long if he can help it." I brushed past the receptionist without another word and snatched a guest pass from beside her computer. I shoved it unceremoniously to my hip and jogged the stairs to the next level. I stomped by each consecutive doorway, impatiently peeking through the doors for glimpses of the patients inside. I turned a corner and instantly knew I'd found Matthew's room. There was a cluster of people hanging outside, medical staff, law enforcement officers, and plainclothes visitors crammed around two tiny plastic chairs and one love seat. Everyone was too polite to sit, which meant all the chairs were unused. I recognized a few faces as I neared the group. Some familiar faces from Matthew's bedroom earlier, though Officer Stride was thankfully nowhere to be seen. Nash was, however, and he spotted me the second I reached the bubble of people outside of Matthew's room. "Danny!" he called, and then, "Detective, wait!" I ignored my brother and stormed straight to the doors. When I tried the handle, it was locked. Raising a fist, I pounded against the door, but there was no answer. The bystanders' eyes all swiveled to face the crazed woman knocking on the door to the captain's room. I knocked again to no answer. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Nash closing in on me, his face set with determination. I took a step back, lowered my shoulder, and heaved it against the door. Unfortunately, the handle turned at the exact moment my harebrained idea to tackle a hospital door went into effect, and instead of bouncing off a locked door, it opened from the inside, and I went barreling through at full force. I lost my balance, stumbling into the room, ass over tea kettle, in a straight trajectory toward the hospital bed in the center of the room. I would have tripped over one cord or another and crashed straight into Matthew if it weren't for the set of strong arms that gripped my shoulders, stopping my forward momentum on impact. "Whoa there," a deep, unfamiliar voice said. "Where are you going?" I sucked in a breath and glanced up to find a group of people I'd never seen before, all crowded around Matthew's bed. "Who the hell are you?" The man who'd grabbed me held on for a long moment, riding me gently, as if I were a toddling infant headed for a faceplant. "We're just trying to help." "Danny!" Nash finally reached the doorway and pressed through the crowd, each of them straining to catch a glimpse of the action inside. He slammed the door shut. "What were you thinking, rushing the door?" "I wanted to see Matthew," I said stubbornly into the quiet room. I knocked, but nobody let me in." "They're in the middle of something," the man still holding my arms said. He let go carefully, probably watching me for signs of further psychosis. "Didn't want you to interrupt." "Who are you?" Disorientation was setting in. "You're not doctors. Where's Anita?" "Hey, honey, we're just here to help." A cute blonde in the corner of the room waved. She wore a long flowing skirt and had bright eyes and a smile the size of Saturn's rings. "You must be Danny." "Detective," I growled. How do you plan on helping?
What is she doing?
I pointed across the room to where a young, pretty woman, somewhere around my age, give or take a few years, held her hands over Matthew. In one of her outstretched palms, she balanced a small vial of vibrant yellow potion. Her eyes were closed, and she looked to be mid-spell.
Only blood innately dark shall feel this long-forgotten spark. It's then you shall begin to heal, once I've completed this final seal.
As I watched, the woman, a witch no doubt, opened her eyes and prepared to pour the vial over Matthew's bare skin. He was covered only by a thin sheet at the waist, the rest of his body exposed and vulnerable. If possible, his skin had grown paler and his wounds deeper. An inky black blood, some of it matted to his skin, still oozed from wounds. The corners of his ripped skin were beginning to turn purple, a deep, regal sort of black, as if infected. I understood without explanation that things had gotten worse for Matthew in my absence. Much, much worse. My suspicions were confirmed as I looked to Nash and saw his face draining of blood. Turning my attention back to Matthew, I felt my lips parting in horror as the liquid tipped from the bottle and spilled over onto Matthew. It cascaded in a waterfall from her palm, then landed in thin, sparkling lines over Matthew's skin, running in rivulets over his body. The moment it touched his skin, it burned into a mist, surrounding his figure with a steam cloud, as if he'd stepped from a tub of boiling water into a frigid freezer. The yellowish potion settled into his cuts, pooling and mixing with the dark blood. Once the potion bottle was empty, the woman standing over him lowered her hands.
Blood and bone and firestone, she began. Loose this flame, let it be thrown.
That's illegal magic, I yelled. What are you doing to him? Nash, who are these people? I lunged for her, watching as the potion on Matthew's skin leapt into golden flames, covering his body in a blazing metallic sheen. It contrasted with the dark blood beneath and the bright fires above. Matthew lay still as if he couldn't feel a thing. I didn't make it far. Those strong hands that had stopped my fall also stopped my forward progression.
I'd leave her alone if I were you,
the man said easily, with a hint of warning.
Touch Lily and I'll have to remove you from the room.
I elbowed my way out from the stranger's arms, but he didn't let me go.
Nash!
It was Anita who reached me first, however. Her face was tight with tension, and she wore a mask and gloves. As she came to stand in front of me, she flipped the mask off and narrowed her gaze at me.
I told you I was calling in reinforcements. This is why I asked you to stay away, Detective.
You're the best nurse in Wicked. I don't understand why you need reinforcements.
If you're not aware, Matthew is the only vampire in the borough, Nurse Anita said. Therefore, I haven't had much experience in treating vampires and sealing wounds, seeing as Matthew's as impenetrable as a brick wall.
But who is she? I nodded at the woman holding her hands over my boyfriend. And why did she shoot flames at Matthew?
That's Lily,
Anita said, looking mildly miffed at my blindness.
The mixologist. She's come from the Isle with a few of her friends to help us. If you want to save Matthew's life, I'd recommend not attacking her.
I shrugged myself out of the large man's grasp, shooting him a look filled with daggers as I stepped back. Who's he, her bodyguard? Anita put a hand to her forehead, shook her head.
I'm so sorry, Ranger X,
she said, speaking to the man who'd held me back not once but twice.
She's not thinking straight. Normally, she's one of our top detectives, a reserve no less, but it's difficult for her to see Matthew injured.
I understand, Ranger X said. It's hard to see someone you love in pain.
I gave him another look, saw a darkly handsome man who had an impressive amount of residuals clinging to his form. I sensed that he was more powerful than I could ever imagine.
He's head of the Ranger program on the Isle, Nash whispered. Engaged to Lily?
Sorry, I muttered. You caught me off guard. Again, he nodded, backed away.
Before you attack anyone else, this here is Poppy, and the one in the corner is Zin.
Poppy, the blondie with the huge smile, grinned and waved. Zin, the other female in the corner, blew a piece of jet black hair out of her eyes. She wore a severe bob, dark makeup and clothing, and looked more like a vampire than Matthew. She didn't bother to offer a greeting. "We're both Lily's cousins," Poppy explained. "We came along to help. I'm a vampire, see. Lily needed some of my blood to prepare a healing potion for Matthew." "Then can someone explain to me how setting my boyfriend on fire is supposed to help him?" I asked. "He's a vampire. He doesn't do well with flames." The room fell silent. The only person with the answer to the question had her eyes closed, her arms still extended over Matthew's body as the flames burned down to nothing. We all watched as Matthew's wounds glowed an ember-like red before eventually fading to a dull ashen color. Once that was done, the mixologist capped the vial and set it on the bedside table. Looking completely spent, she turned toward me and offered a tired smile. "I wanted to explain to you before I did anything," Lily said with an apologetic smile, "but nobody knew where you'd gone. We were running out of time, and once you did arrive, well, I couldn't stop in the middle of my spell." "That was an illegal hex you used," I said uneasily. "What sort of healer uses illegal magic?" "I'm not a healer. I'm a mixologist," Lily said firmly. "And I didn't know how else to start a flame, so I figured the department would forgive an illegal hex if it saved the captain's life." I folded my hands in front of my body. I'd just used the spell, too, for a lot less noble reasons than trying to save Matthew. Probably shooting fireballs at Gray's head was cause for suspension from the force, so the least I could do was look the slightest bit ashamed. "Sorry I tried to attack you," I said. "Can you explain what's happening here? Is he going to be okay?" Lily chanced a glance at Nurse Anita. "I think so. He should be." "What's that supposed to mean?" Nash tisked behind me. "Sorry," I said dryly. "Can you please tell me what that means?" Lily smiled. She was pretty in a very human sort of way. One of those girls next door with the big wide eyes and silky brunette hair, and a certain sense of innocence. Completely the opposite of me, with my white blonde hair and super loud mouth that often lacked a filter. "This was the first time I've come up with a vampire-specific healing potion," Lily said, "so I had to be creative. Unfortunately for Poppy, I made her prick her finger a few times so I could test it on her. I wouldn't have hurt Matthew, Detective." I felt worse and worse by the second. "I know, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I was a little out of control when I came in here. It's just that someone attacked him this morning, so when I saw you shooting illegal fire at him, it sort of set me off." Lily gave a light laugh, then shot a warm glance at the man behind me. "That's what X is for," she said easily. She paused to share a quick private look with her fiancé before turning back to me and clearing her throat. "I assume you want to know about the magic I used to heal the captain?" I nodded, moving closer to the bedside when she gestured for it. "A vampire's defense system burns rapidly through normal medicines and even magical potions," Lily said, pointing out Matthew's wounds. "It's worse for the captain because werewolves and vampires do not mix. Whatever magic caused these injuries is acting like a poison to Matthew." I swallowed hard, trying to wipe away the hefty blood loss and sticky blackness from my memories. "None of Anita's potions would have worked," Lily said. "Normally, Matthew can heal himself quite quickly. But between the werewolf magic and the amount of blood he lost, he wasn't healing faster than he was diminishing." "You had to solder the wounds." "In a magical way, yes," Lily said. "I created a healing potion, then sealed it inside of Matthew with flames. As you'll see, it stemmed the bleeding and locked the potion inside. I used a combination of a special mint leaf grown on the isle, chamomile and lavender to soothe, and then ginseng for energy and a hint of Poppy's blood. It made the potion familiar enough to Matthew so that his antibodies wouldn't automatically reject it." "You came up with all that in..." I hesitated. "An hour?" "It was an emergency," Lily said with a thin smile. "I'm used to it." "I don't know how to thank you." "Just find whoever did this," Lily said, "and make sure it doesn't happen again. This is a truly awful, horrible thing someone did to your boyfriend." "The captain," I corrected, embarrassed. "They attacked an officer, which is the equivalent to suicide, at least for their freedom. There isn't a cop around who won't be looking for the culprit. Except maybe Stride, I thought. Nash and I shared a tense glance, and I knew he was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to think about the tensions with the rest of the wolves in the precinct. It wouldn't be easy, especially if the chief continued to play puppet to the greater NYPD. Lily reached for the vial on the bedside table, pocketed it into the travel belt around her waist, and then turned toward Anita.
I think we've done all we can. If there's anything else we can do, don't hesitate to ask.
Anita nodded. Thank you, Miss Locke. Your help has been much appreciated. Lily smiled again, a gesture that seemed to come naturally to her. She then turned to me, clasping my hands in hers as she gave a comforting squeeze.
He's going to be okay, I promise. I'm truly sorry this happened to him.
Then she leaned forward, gave me the briefest of hugs, and stepped aside before I could react. Poppy barreled toward me for a hug next. I hope you'll come to the Isle for a visit just as soon as your boyfriend is healed. We'll get you and Matthew set up with Midge in the best room at the B&B. It'd be fun to spend more time around another vampire. Zin, the woman with the black hair and golden eyes, managed a succinct nod before trailing after her two cousins. Only Ranger X lingered behind as the three women left the room.
I'm sure I'll be seeing you soon, Detective, he said cryptically. Take care.
Once Ranger X was gone, I turned to Nash. What did he mean by that? Nash shrugged.
The man's smarter than anyone I know, and his powers are legendary. I wouldn't ask too many questions.
I shrugged it off, then finally inched my way toward Matthew's bedside. He seemed calmer now, his face scrunched up in an expression of concentration instead of pain. I was relieved to see he'd stopped bleeding, relieved Anita had called in the big guns. He's going to be okay, I whispered again, needing it to be true. Are you sure? Anita stepped up next to me and put her pudgy arm around my shoulder. I promise, but he'll need to be heavily sedated for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. He'll be very upset he missed us so much. I'm very upset, Anita said. He turns through painkillers quicker than anyone I know. It's pumping nonstop and costing this hospital an arm and a leg. I'd like to stay. I know you would, honey, Anita said, but I think Lily is right. You have to get on with the case. If anything changes with Matthew, I'll let you know. A retort burned on my tongue, but the more I considered it, the more I knew she was right. When Matthew came around, he'd want me to lay off the case, so I might as well take advantage of this time when he couldn't protest. I knew he'd prefer I left things alone, that I didn't cause waves among the wolves, but I couldn't sit around and do nothing. It wasn't in my blood. My best bet was to get moving while he was still unconscious, and I knew exactly who I needed to see. Chapter 14.
Oh, there you are.
Willa's mother smiled brightly in the hospital hallway.
I figured you'd turn up sooner or later.
Miss Bloomer, Katie, I said. How are you?
Great, dear.
She grinned hugely and raised her arms to show me the bundle of flowers blossoming against her chest.
I've got so many blooms now that Juno has been helping in the gardens that I like to come to the hospital and share them. When I was stuck in here recently, it made all the difference to have something bright in view. Speaking of, I'm so sorry to hear about Matthew.
Yeah, me too.
He'll be okay?
They've told me he will, I said with a shrug. Unfortunately, I can't stick around. I have to run out on a case, but I'll be back this evening.
I understand. Well, whenever you have a spare moment, Willa was looking for you earlier.
Great, thanks, I said, adding another line to my never-ending to-do list. I'll catch up with her in a bit, unless it's urgent? Katie shrugged.
Everything is urgent with Willa, but I don't think it's life or death, if that's what you mean.
As I left Katie humming, sticking peonies and sunflowers and sprigs of greenery in every vase she passed, I marveled at the 180 she'd done. Just a few weeks back, she'd been on the bad end of an illegal drug, and it had sucked the life from her very bones. Just a few weeks of good health, and she had transformed into a new person. In fact, when I'd first turned the corner, I thought it had been Willa and not her mother. These days, the resemblance between Willa and Katie was almost uncanny. Blonde locks, bright eyes, hair curling in a happy sort of wiggle toward her head. They made for quite a pair. Katie's obvious recovery was enough to lift my spirits as I deposited my guest badge at the front desk and slid out the hospital doors. I made the short trek to the precinct next door and didn't bother to greet anyone on my way inside. Word must have spread through the department because the air sizzled with tension. Each hallway I turned down, eyes flicked toward me, then flicked away as I made my way up to the chief's office. It was clear nobody quite knew what to say, and it was hard to blame them. I didn't have words either. I pounded on the door and then waited impatiently for a response. At the chief's call to enter, I stepped inside with slow, deliberate movements as I fought to keep my temper to a minimum.
Dani.
You did this to him, I said, my resolve crumbling. This is your fault. The second you pulled Matthew off the case, it made him look guilty.
Detective, I wanted to say...
Pull me off if you want. That's neither here nor there, I said. But you put a huge target on Matthew's head, and the wolves went straight for it. You should have stood up for him, Chief. NYPD be damned.
Detective, I know.
Chief Newton slammed a mottled fist on his desk and stood.
I know what I've done, and I'm sorry. Is that what you wanted to hear?
I was shaken by the look of frustration in his eyes. I don't need an apology, sir. I don't know why I came here. But Matthew almost died this morning. Do you know how hard it is to kill a vampire?
As a matter of fact, I do, Detective.
Chief Newton expelled a huge breath and sat back down.
Though I'd prefer not to ever have to do it again. Will you have a seat?
I'd prefer to remain standing. I spoke through clenched teeth. I have orders to follow, after all. From you. We both remembered the napkin yesterday.
I know I should have stood up for King, the chief said, but I had to choose my battles. I sent you to the scene.
For what? There was nothing to see.
You determined it was a real vampire attack, which is quite troubling.
So's the fact that Matthew took the fall for it, I said. I expected a little more backbone from you, sir.
My hands are tied.
The chief's face was turning an ugly shade of reddish purple.
I have orders from the greater NYPD. I have someone to report to.
So do I said, and I thought justice came first, not politics.
King's the only vampire in Wicked. What do you expect?
I don't expect the greater NYPD to know any better, I said. I understand why they might be suspicious of Matthew. They don't know him, but you do.
Hence the reason I gave you instructions.
The chief meaningfully cleared his throat.
To stay away.
Right. Again, the napkin instructions burned bright in my mind, and I could see the chief was thinking of it too. What good are those instructions if they get your best homicide captain killed?
What should I do, DeMarco?
It's too late now. He's near dead in the hospital. I have orders not to pursue the case. There's nothing more that can be done. I hope you're pleased. You can publicly clear Matthew, but I doubt that will do anything. The damage has already been done.
You know I can't do that without a proper investigation.
Don't you trust Matthew?
He didn't have an alibi. He was home alone.
I rolled my eyes. Fine. Just do your thing, Chief, and I guess I'll do mine. I'm taking some personal time.
Dani!
I was halfway down the hallway before the door slammed shut behind me. Stomping toward my office, I let the jittery feelings of confrontation wash over me, slide off as my temper evened. I had known I wouldn't accomplish anything by going to the chief. I knew there was no way he'd clear Matthew without a proper investigation. I even understood that was procedure. But I couldn't forgive him for leaving Matthew to the wolves.
There you are.
Willa's overly peppy voice startled me as I entered my office.
Did my mom tell you I was looking for you?
You startled me, I said, closing my office door behind me. How'd you get in here?
I've been waiting around a while. Nash let me in earlier. Is everything...
Willa hesitated, her cheeriness replaced by a shadow that darkened her features.
How is Matthew?
He's okay, I said on a sigh, but I would prefer to be distracted from everything. Why were you looking for me? Tell me the pizzeria hasn't blown up.
It's not important, really. Not with everything you've got to deal with at the moment.
I welcome the distraction.
In that case, no, the pizzeria hasn't blown up.
Willa's forehead furrowed.
At least I sure hope not. It's my favorite job ever, and I really don't want to update my resume. You know how much I suck at job interviews.
You don't suck at job interviews, I said. So if the pizzeria is fine, what brings you around?
Friendship?
Willa dodged the question and popped a lollipop into her mouth, her cheek bulging as she tucked it off to one side.
I'm allowed to spend some time with my BFF, right?
BFF?
Best friend forever, she said. It's all the new lingo. Unless that's too much pressure for you, then we can just say BFs or something. I know forever has a whole new meaning considering you're in love with a vampire and all that.
I forced a smile, trying to keep the conversation light for Willa's sake. It really was quite eerie how much she looked like her mother sitting there in my desk chair, her feet propped on the table and a sucker stick poking from her cherry-red lips. Willa clicked her shoes together as I hung my jacket on the coat rack in the corner, which reminded me that I really needed to get to work on unfreezing my furniture. Poor Marla must be miserable without a voice, and Fred would have some charmingly disgusting remarks once I freed him from the effects of the choker curse. There was another click as Willa boinked her feet together on top of the desk and cleared her throat. I raised my eyebrow, looking past the stacks of teetering papers that I was an expert at ignoring, and scanned Willa up and down for a hint of what I should be noticing. She was like Jack when he'd been younger, trying to get one of his siblings to notice he'd pulled out a tooth. He'd run right up and smile crazily at us until we gave him a clap on the back. Finally, I spotted it. The puzzle piece that wasn't quite right. You're wearing 2 different pairs of shoes, I said, nodding toward her feet. Can I assume this is your emergency?
Finally! I practically had to shove them in your face.
She groaned.
I have a date tonight. Which do you like better?
Sort of hard to tell when your feet are in the air. Why don't you stand up? Willa stood up, paraded her curvy figure around the desk, flaunting a hip this way and that as she watched me carefully for any sign of a reaction. Who's your date with? I asked casually, examining her feet like I might a crime scene. Except this time I didn't know what I was looking for.
Oh, you know, some guy, she said. He came into the pizzeria and asked for my number.
You don't sound thrilled, I said, judging by the fact that you're struggling to remember his name.
I haven't been on a date in a while, and I really need to get back on the horse if I ever want to get married and have a family and, you know, the rest of it.
I raised an eyebrow. Does this date have anything to do with the fact that Jack was behind the counter and listening when you accepted the offer?
You mean, was I trying to make Jack jealous?
Willa looked down at her shoes, her cheeks pinkening.
Of course not. I'm so beyond that level of pettiness.
Wear the red shoes, I said. They're very cute.
I want sexy, she said. Are they sexy?
Sure.
You don't sound convinced.
I gestured to my all-black ensemble. Do I look like I understand fashion? Willa frowned.
Well, you have all these hot guys coming after you. It's just not fair. I need to go shopping. I need new shoes.
Well, I have to get going on a case, I said. I have to talk to Sienna and then head to New York. Willa took a step back and bumped into the desk, collapsing with surprise and knocking over multiple 3-foot-tall stacks of paper. I closed my eyes and waited for the soft whisper of flying pages to reach the ground.
New York, Willa murmured. Like the city?
Or state. I don't spend much time in the human world, but I have to visit the NYPD. I have a bone to pick with them.
I know just what you need.
What's that? Willa righted herself and brushed off her stylish jeans.
An assistant bone picker.
What?
Let me come with you, please. Pretty please with a cherry on top, she urged. I would really love to accompany you, detective.
You just want to shop.
That too. But wouldn't it be great to have a buddy? Power in numbers and all that jazz,
she said.
Plus, I'm so completely unmagical, I'll help you fit into the city. Right now you look a little like a warrior princess, and I'm pretty sure you're going to draw attention.
I exhaled a huge sigh. Do you know how to use the metro?
Boy, do I ever,
Willa said, her eyes glittering.
Come on, detective. Let's get you ready for the Big Apple.
But first, the morgue, I said. I need to get a report from Sienna.
Dead bodies, Willis said. I'm in.
You're not invited.
Well, now I am, Willis said. Face it, BFF, you need me. Now, which way to the dead people?
Chapter 15.
Pink doesn't really go with death, does it?
Excuse me? I turned to Willa as we exited one of the borough's magical trolleys at a stop just south of DeMarco's Pizza. We'd make the rest of the journey on foot. Pink what? Willa peered at her extended hands.
You know, my nails. They're sort of bright. And my shoes, I wore the pink ballet flats. Really, I should have gone with the combat boots like you, or something darker. Even my red heels would have been an improvement. The color of blood.
I'm going to let you in on a secret. I rested a hand on Willa's arm, gave her a faux serious expression. The dead don't care what you're wearing.
No, but Sienna will probably be all, pink isn't allowed in my morgue or something like that. You know Sienna.
I thought of Sienna, and I thought of how many of the necromancer's own clothing choices theoretically shouldn't have been allowed in the morgue. To say Sienna gave few craps about professionalism was the understate of Matthew's lifetime. A lifetime that would be cut significantly shorter if I didn't get to the bottom of the attack on him. Or, for that matter, the attack on the female wolf. The moment we returned from New York, I'd launched my own investigation into her life and death. Only when I found the true man or woman behind the murder would the tensions have any hope of diffusing. I think your outfit is fine, I said. We'll only be inside for a second, and then we've got to get out of the borough and over to headquarters. You really don't have to come if you don't want.
Oh, but I want.
Willa's eyes glittered.
A peek in the shop windows downtown? A frappuccino? The hustle and bustle of all these cute little humans who have to move without broomsticks?
I gestured to our feet. A whole lot like we're doing right now?
Yeah, I suppose.
Willa frowned.
Still, it's different. So cool. You know, I almost went to work for Magic Inc. They're in the human world, too. Minnesota.
Your mom mentioned that, I said, remembering a few weeks back when Willa's mother had become ill and explained the situation to me. By the way, I saw your mom at the hospital. She looks great.
Doesn't she?
Have you considered reapplying to Magic Inc. now that she's feeling more like her old self?
Oh, no.
Willa waved a hand in front of her face.
I'm an old hag. Plus, what would you do without me at the pizzeria?
We'd have to close our doors, I deadpanned. Nobody can sling a slice of pizza like Willa Bloomer.
Damn straight.
We were still laughing when we walked through the front doors, a pleasant change from the bombardment of depressing things happening around the borough. Willa had a way of finding the positive in everything. Sometimes it was annoying how bright she could be in the darkest hour. But I'd be stupid to take her for granted. She was the best friend, besides family and Matthew, that I'd ever had. What's so funny? Ursula snapped. Quiet in the morgue. Sienna doesn't allow laughter. We're well aware, I said. I have Willa with me. She'll be waiting out here while I have a chat with Sienna. She's got a body and I need information.
I don't want to wait out here.
Willa gave a light tap of her heels against the linoleum floor.
Come on. I am your assistant on the case.
No, you're not. Willa leaned forward.
You're not technically on the case, are you?
I hissed back. Where'd you hear that?
The chief bellows very loudly when he's angry,
she said, then glanced at her baby pink nails with a smug smile.
Plus, I gossip with Matthew's receptionist. Nobody likes gossip as much as Selena.
Really? I blinked. I always thought she was sort of old, out of it.
It's an act, Willa said. So don't think you could pull the wool over my eyes, Missy. I'm coming back there with you.
I sighed and turned to Ursula. See if Sienna will allow it. Sienna doesn't allow anything, Ursula said. I suggest you have a seat. However, apparently even the dark and sassy necromancer couldn't say no to Willa. A few minutes later, Willa and I had our names signed into the guest log and were hauled back to the lab by a very surly Ursula. The purple-skinned monster rapped her knuckles against the lab door and waited for it to swing open. Once the necromancer stood before us, Ursula blobbed her way back to the front desk. This afternoon, Sienna was dressed in a surprisingly feminine outfit. Her shirt said something about girl power in alternative language and was a neon pink. It cut off above her belly button, revealing a dangerously pale swatch of skin between the ripped bottom of her shirt and the dark jeans that were barely holding themselves together for all the holes in them. Her boots somewhat resembled mine. In fact, mine had been a gift from her after a recent favor on a case, but hers were 10 times cooler. There were little silver spikes and chains all over the exterior that resulted in a light clinking soundtrack as she moved.
"That's a rad shirt," Willa said, her eyes widening. "I'm going to find myself one of those in the Big Apple."
Sienna didn't bother to smile, but the slight squint of her eyes gave away the fact that she'd heard Willa's compliment. How she could hear anything at all through the thick pink headphones on her ears was more magical than all my reserve powers put together. Without a word, the necromancer turned and stomped into the lab.
"Not much for small talk, is she?"
Willa mumbled, offended.
"All I said was that I liked her shirt."
"Yeah, well," I said, "she acknowledged she heard you, which is more than I get most of the time. Now, rule number 1 in the lab. Don't ask any questions. She hates questions."
"But how are you supposed to get answers if you don't ask questions?"
"What did I just say about questions?" I said. "If you're going to pretend to be my assistant, you have to pretend to follow the rules."
"No questions."
Willa nodded.
"But what if I see something about the dead body and—"
She trailed off mid-question, looking sheepish. "Very good," I applauded her. "You are a quick study." Bite here, Sienna said, then snapped her fingers and her headphones vanished into thin air. "Without a doubt, it's a true vampire bite."
"How can you be sure?"
Willa asked, then smacked her forehead.
"Damn it, Willa, follow instructions."
"Does she always talk to herself?" Sienna raised mystified eyes to me. "It's creepy." "Yeah," I said, then shrugged.
"Like you're not creepy,"
Willa muttered towards Sienna, but she dutifully crossed her arms and stepped back from the table.
"Carry on, ladies."
"It's a vampire bite, no doubt. We studied them in school."
"You went to death school?" Willa asked. "Like mortician school?"
Sienna raised her eyes to me. "Can you control your assistant?" "She's not my assistant," I said. "And Willa, please, just listen. Sienna will explain everything." Willa's eyes were wide as she made a zip your lips gesture. She daintily tucked the imaginary key in her back pocket. Willa didn't do anything half-heartedly. "The markings are distinctly vampire. I don't know anything that could imitate death by a vampire." "What about an illusion?" I asked. "Any chance an illusion could have been involved?" "No," Sienna said. "Do you have an illusionist in mind?" I gave a brief shake of my head, though I thought of the head of the NYPD. He was a well-known, powerful illusionist. I had yet to meet him, but already he was on my crap list. He'd pulled Matthew off the case in a move that had just about gotten him killed. "There's no way any of this is or was ever an illusion," Sienna said. "If you try to pin it on that, it won't work." "I wasn't," I said, "just curious."
"How come you don't get yelled at when you ask questions?" Willa asked. "You said no questions."
"I'm a detective," I said. "That's why." "No questions all around," Sienna said. "You're distracting me. Silence, or I'm revoking your passes and getting Ursula to slime you."
"She can do that?"
Willa's tongue nearly fell out of her mouth.
"Really?"
"That's a question," Sienna barked. "Ursula!" "No more questions," I promised her. "I swear." Sienna heaved a breath of air. "True vampire punctures get purple around the edges. There's a certain amount of blood loss even if the vampire in question wasn't thirsty. It's the nature of their feeding routine." I nodded and then shifted as Sienna's eyes landed on me. It felt like she was staring straight through my skin and into my secrets. "As I said, there's no spell or hex to imitate this sort of magic unless it's new on the market. I sincerely doubt that, however, and what would be the point? Why frame a vampire? To get Matthew in trouble." "Maybe," Sienna said, "but it's a stretch. Although, there are two quite curious things." Willa began to open her mouth, but I elbowed her before she could speak. She swallowed her questions quickly at Sienna's darting look toward the door. Detective, is there pain during a feeding? Sienna turned her attention toward me. Her face was a blank mask of professionalism, but curiosity gleamed in her eye. When a vampire bites, how badly does it hurt? I felt my fingers lock into fists. Why do you care? I'll be asking the questions, Sienna said coolly. I don't care about your personal life, but I am trying to figure out how our Vic, Allie Sparks, ended up dead. You are the only witch I know in Wicked who has been bitten by a vamp and lived. I'm not answering. Willa rested a hand on my arm.
It's for Matthew, sweetie. We don't mean to pry, I promise you, but you don't have to hide from us.
I shrugged my arm from Willa's grasp. I'm not hiding. It's private. And it only happened once, years ago. I'm sure you haven't forgotten, Sienna said dryly. I would appreciate an answer. I'd appreciate a reason why. Sienna must have decided that my request was a worthwhile one, because she turned back to Allie and gestured to the young woman's face. She was pretty, brown-haired and slender, her formerly olive-colored skin now a pale purplish shade. If you look at her face, Sienna said, there's a distinct element of fear and pain, an anguish, if you will. Even more so before I closed her eyes. She's dead, I said. Murdered. I imagine her last moments weren't exactly peaceful. No, but one can tell a lot from the look in a victim's eyes, Sienna said. Often there's surprise or a hint of fear, but this was another thing entirely. I swallowed. A vampire bit her. She's a werewolf, a mortal enemy. She knew what was happening. Yes, but there's a certain lore, Sienna ventured, certain folk tales that are passed down among supernaturals, and one of them lends itself to a curiosity in this case. Lore, I huffed. Right. The saying is that the bite of a vampire, while at first surprising and unpleasant, turns quickly into something quite pleasurable. Sienna said all of this with an even expression, her voice clipped and professional. So, I thought back to school, and every textbook case of a death by vampire incorporated that into the victim's expression. Some of them looked surprised, dismayed even, but not anguished. No true fear or pain. It's odd. She wasn't a normal human or even a witch, I said dully. She was a werewolf. Maybe they react differently. I suspect that's not true, but if you don't feel like answering my question, I have nothing to compare it with. I felt both women's eyes on me, felt the pressure of speaking or letting them down. Then I thought about Matthew lying unconscious in the hospital bed, his skin alight with flames from the mixologist's potions. There's no pain, I said eventually. I mean, the first prick, sure, it's excruciating. But the second... I hesitated, adjusted my voice and recalibrated to make sure I was speaking in monotone, to make sure the others couldn't hear the hitch in my voice as I remembered. When blood starts to leave your body, there's no more pain. Ah, Sienna said. Matthew explained it to me at the time that it's some sort of magic vampires have, I said, like their persuasive abilities. Vampires have evolved with the primary goal of being able to lure victims to them with a false sense of safety. As Matthew told me, death by vampire bite is not actually an unpleasant thing. Willa's eyes bugged out.
Except, the fact that they're dead.
Yes, I admitted, but the experience itself is actually quite peaceful. There's a gentle magic to their words while they pursue you that what's about to happen is a joyous thing, that each victim is uniquely special, that the vampire truly cares about you. I let myself be carried away, almost in a trance. The morgue faded away, and the pressure of Willa and Sienna's gazes vanished into the background. Then, once their intended target is well and truly settled, comfortable with the vampire's presence, under a spell if you will, the bite happens. I cleared my throat, rubbed my clammy hands together. The first moment is excruciating, like I said. It's that first bite, the first incision where the pain is almost unbearable. There's a flash of clarity through your mind where you realize this is it. This is the end. And you know without a doubt that death has come knocking. I barely noticed Willis shuddering. It's just a flash, but it's there, I continued. However, at the first withdrawal, if you will, it all goes away. The moment blood leaves your body, the pain is gone. There's another layer of magic, more persuasion, more glamour, and the victim is lulled into a sense of bliss. My face colored. Bliss. It's more than relaxation. It sort of fills you with this power, this adrenaline. It's addictive, the rush. Except most people don't live through it, Sienna said softly. Hence the reason they die with this look of power, or bliss, or even curiosity on their faces, but not pain. I shook myself from the reverie, almost frightened by how real the memory had become. I'd felt Matthew's hands on me, felt his lips against my neck, felt the erogenous pull of him against me as we tangled and danced on the verge of death and love. A shiver slithered down my spine. I both hated that it had happened and wanted more. What does that mean for our Vic? I asked Sienna in a gruff voice. Do you think that means this bite didn't come from a real vamp? I can't be sure, but I'm most certainly looking for a way to clear Matthew before his attackers come back, Sienna said, sounding almost kind, which in and of itself was quite bizarre. There's one more thing that's suspect. Oh? I need to ask you another question, Sienna said. A personal one. Goody. How difficult is it for a vamp to stop? Sienna asked. Once he or she has latched, I mean, and the withdrawal has started. My mouth went dry. It felt like I'd choked down an unripe persimmon, and I struggled to breathe. Why? Is that why the two of you separated? Sienna asked, curious. Because Matthew was frightened? Come on, detective, this is important. Yes, I said finally, my chest constricting. He found it damn near impossible to stop. That's why he broke things off. Sienna nodded, though the look on her face didn't change. The second peculiar thing about this murder is that there's another cause of death right behind the first. What do you mean? I asked. I thought Sparks was killed through exsanguination? Not quite, Sienna admitted, though there was absolutely a withdrawal made. She's lost significant blood, but I'm struggling to be able to tell which killed her first, the strangulation or the bite. Strangulation? Sienna reached forward and tugged the white sheet down the body, exposing the skin to the collarbone. See here? I leaned forward, examined the purplish bruises that looked like fingerprints around her neck. He strangled her while he was feeding from her neck? Looks like it, Sienna said. And while I don't beg to understand why murderers do their thing, that's your department, detective, I do need to understand the how, and why they chose to do the how. You're losing me. Let's take our culprit, Sienna says, and play through a few scenarios. Give me something.
Oh,
Willis said, raising a finger.
Can I play? What if the vampire wandered accidentally into the burrow and got hungry? He took the first creature he could find for dinner.
The first weak creature, I corrected. She just transformed and was bound to be unable to fight back. Very good, Sienna said. Then my question to you, why the strangulation? Why not suck her dry?
Ew,
Willis said.
That's really gross.
It's a good question, I murmured. Scenario 2. A vampire wanted to murder Allie Sparks for one reason or another. Why bite and then strangle her if he just wanted her dead? Why not go with just the strangulation? Exactly, Sienna said. And once he'd bitten her and made the first withdrawal, why not finish the job? I don't understand. She would have been dead within minutes anyway, and he would have been fed. Obviously, he didn't have a problem taking blood from a living Vic, or he wouldn't have bitten her first. Scenario 3, I said. Someone is trying to frame Matthew. Bingo, Sienna said. The vampire bites the girl. It's the only way to cast definitive blame on Matthew. He's the only one of his kind here, or so we think. But why the strangulation? I asked. Why not just finish her off with the exsanguination? make it look like Matthew lost control of his instincts, instead of combining strangulation with blood loss. Sienna gave a nod of approval, though confusion glimmered in her eyes. Figure that out, Detective, and I guarantee you'll have your killer. Chapter 16.
That was intense back there, huh?
Willa asked as we rode the metro through downtown New York.
I mean, Sienna, yowza! She's one intimidating woman.
I'm more concerned about the here and now, I said, gripping the rail for balance. Willa's claims that she understood how to use the metro were shaky at best. How do we get out of this tin can? By the time we finally reached the stately building that served as the base to the official NYPD, Willa and I had earned ourselves more than our fair share of dirty looks. We darted through New York's underground system, trying our best to look normal and human. Fortunately, we weren't the only strange-looking folks in New York. As it was, we barely turned heads despite Willa's subtle use of spells that routed us toward headquarters.
Little do they know, huh?
Willa giggled as we scurried up the front steps.
I sort of wish we just flew here on broomsticks. I bet we'd make the papers.
Front page, I said, and that's not a good thing.
Oh, come on, I'm just joking.
Yeah? I murmured. Like when you used that tripper in the alley? Willa rolled her eyes.
You know me. My spells never actually work. Also, that man was mugging the woman. I couldn't just stand around and watch as he took her purse.
But someone might have seen you. Magic in the real world is not allowed.
Like our world isn't real.
Willa blew a lock of hair away from her head and gave me a sympathetic smile.
You're hilarious, Detective.
We moseyed up to the front desk. I'd let Willa dress me down in a lighter cardigan over my tank top and a pair of jeans that were a smidge too tight. Must lay off the mozzarella, I thought, as I rang the bell for the front desk attendant. At least she'd let me wear my more functional combat boots. Who are you visiting? A very human employee sat at the front desk. She had mocha-colored skin and pretty pink nails. Her smile spread wider, falser, as she waited for a response. Can I get a name for your badge? Right, I said. We're here visiting Arthur Lamont. We're, old friends. So, this isn't a business call? The woman nudged her glasses higher. No, it's not, I said, and he doesn't know we're coming.
We thought we'd surprise him, Willa said in a conspiratorial whisper. It's not much of a surprise if we call in advance.
Surprise for what? She asked demurely, her nails clicking on the keyboard. His birthday was last week.
All right, Willa said. Duh, it's, anniversary.
The receptionist squinted. He's been divorced a decade.
Yeah, his anniversary of, being sober, Willa said. Look, can we just get our badges?
The chief had an issue with alcoholism? The receptionist gave us a sidelong glance as she leaned closer, her nose to the gossip grindstone. Really? You know, I always thought I could tell the signs. I'm not at all surprised. No, not alcohol, I said. It's just something private. Maybe we could see him? He's busy, but I'll page you on up to his assistant, the receptionist said. Good luck. Willa and I made our way upstairs and waited what felt like an ungodly amount of time for the chief's assistant to call our names. It was probably no more than 40 minutes, but I felt like the world had done an entire spin around its axis by the time I stood and stretched my creaking muscles. I also rebuttoned my pants, which had come undone after Willa shared her snack from the vending machine. Life was hard sometimes. He'll see you now, Lamont's assistant said in a sharp, no-nonsense tone. He has 10 minutes before his next appointment. Whatever you need, make it quick.
I see someone's undies are in a twist,
Willa whispered to me as we walked through the door and into Lamont's office.
Shish! For all they know, we're here to surprise Lamont.
Yeah, for his fake sobriety, I muttered. Let me do the talking, okay? Willa gave a firm nod and pasted a broad smile on her face that was just the tiniest bit creepy. Chief Lamont, I said, extending a hand. I'm sure you don't know who I am, but... The one and only Detective DeMarco. Arthur Lamont stood up from behind a massive mahogany desk and gave a warm smile. "The famed reserve." "And this is," I pointed toward Willa. "Willa Bloomer, the pleasure is all mine," the chief said, extending his hand to greet Willa first, and then me. "What brings you all the way from Wicked?" "So you know about magic?" Willa asked, forgetting all about her supposed silence. "But I thought, isn't this the human NYPD?" "The Sixth Precinct is a branch of the larger organization," I said out of the side of my mouth. "Chief Newton reports to Chief Lamont." "Ah, gotcha," Willa said, her cheeks blooming pink. "Well, carry on then." "I assume you know why I'm here." Despite Lamont's warm welcome, I reminded myself that I was here to ream him out, or ask for help. I wasn't sure which, and planned to make the decision on the spot. "Seeing as you've already sent orders down to the borough." "Please, sit," he said. "Coffee?" I shook my head no and squeezed Willa's hand before she could put in a fancy Starbucks order. "Let's not mince words," the chief said. "You're here because you have a problem with my orders." "I do," I said, watching his face carefully. The chief was composed, stoic, and it took everything in me to say what I'd come to say. "Your orders just about killed Captain King. He's in the hospital suffering from a near-fatal werewolf attack." Lamont's eyes widening slightly was the only sign of his surprise. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Sorry?" I gaped at him. "You put a target on Matthew's forehead." "Detective DeMarco, I understand you're a valuable member of the Sixth Precinct, but you are speaking to the chief of the NYPD. I don't appreciate your accusations. You'll speak to me with respect." Willa squirmed next to me. I bowed my head and shifted my weight from one foot to the next. "I understand you're concerned about your—" Lamont trailed off, watching me carefully. "Colleague. Regardless, I did what I had to do. It's simple math, detective. There is one vampire in the borough, one man who can kill by vampire bite. When there's a murder and that vamp has no alibi—" Lamont spread his hands wide. "You see why my hands are tied." I stood. I knew I shouldn't have come here. "Let's go, Willa." "Detective, wait," Lamont said. "Before you go, there's one more thing." I spun on a heel from where I'd stood in an attempt to leave the office. "Sir?" "I'm sending Lieutenant Sherry Waters back with you," Lamont said. "She's our best in homicide." "Is she human?" Willa asked. "She's a strong conjurer," Lamont said. "A very capable employee. She won't disappoint you." "I don't believe we need help, sir." "With Matthew out of commission and you off the case, the department will need all the help it can get." "Why am I still off the case?" I exclaimed. "Obviously I didn't do anything. Matthew is practically dead. You can't pull me now." "There's still the matter of the unexplained vampire attack against the wolf." "I'll figure it out if you let me," I said. "You have to know I had nothing to do with it. And if you don't, you should. I have an alibi." "It's not a matter of my beliefs or your alibi," Lamont said. "It's the small matter of conflict of interest. You are, dare I say it, madly in love with the prime suspect?" "Oh," Willa said, raising a finger. "You shouldn't have said that." I whirled around to face the door. There was absolutely no way I'd get off easy if I opted to burn off my frustration by hurling an illegal fireball at the chief of police in a supposedly non-magical world. I took one step closer to the door and stopped. I blinked, confused by the wall of bricks standing in my path. 1 second ago, there had been open space, a door. Now there was nothing but a solid red brick wall surrounded by the faintest glitter of residuals. "I asked you to stay," Lamont said. "I'm asking now. Nicely." "Wow," Willa said, staring at the wall before me. "Can you conjure stuff too?" Lamont merely smiled as I turned to face him. "No, I have other talents." "I'd say so," Willa muttered. "There weren't bricks there a second ago." "Detective DeMarco, please stop acting as if I don't care what happens in Wicked. I do. I truly do. Just as I care what happens in my New York jurisdiction," Lamont continued, strolling out from behind his desk. He gave me a pleading glance. "All I'm asking, Detective, is for you to step away from the case. I'm assigning my best lieutenant,
Waters will get to the bottom of things, I promise. I wouldn't leave you out to dry. I'm doing the very best that I can.
By trapping us here? I tried to appear unimpressed at the array of bricks that blocked my path to freedom. The pale silver residuals were strong around the edges, signifying the chief's sizable amount of power. I don't think so.
But Dani, you're not trapped at all.
Lamont smiled, waved his fingers, and the wall behind me crumbled before my eyes. A faint silver glitter shimmered in the air, the only sign left from the bricks that had been stacked in front of us moments before.
I just needed to get your attention.
I understood that it had been an illusion, that Chief Lamont was an illusionist, a skill that likely came in handy considering the fact he worked in the human world. He could cover up a lot of things with his crafty little pictures. Fine, I agreed testily. Send Waters.
I don't expect you to be happy with my decision, DeMarco, but I do expect you to cooperate and let her do her job.
I don't think I have a choice. Without a backward glance, I strode through the doorway and left Lamont in the dust. Willa mumbled some sort of thank you to the chief before shaking his hand and then tottering out of the office after me. I didn't look back until Willa and I reached the elevator, a contraption that gave her endless amounts of pleasure. So much pleasure that she pressed every button multiple times over. It took us 15 minutes and 2 button pops from my jeans before we reached ground level. "If you keep stressing this much," Willis said, "you'll get sick. It's bad for you." "Yeah, well," I said, "the chief of police is sending someone to Wicked to do my job. My boyfriend is in the hospital. My jeans don't freaking fit." "If you keep stomping about like that," Willa pointed out, "your jeans will fit in no time. There's your silver lining, detective." Chapter 17. "What an eventful day!" Willa wiped a hand across her forehead. "No wonder you stay so skinny. All that running around combined with the stress of being all scary to people. I mean, I just blew through 3,000 calories in Lamont's office. I need some pizza." We leapt off a trolley near Sorcerer's Square, safely back home in Wicked, still processing the events of the day. Between Matthew's attack, the morgue, and a trip to New York, I was pretty much wiped. I planned to go get some grub at the pizzeria, pants button be damned, and fall into bed for a power nap. After a quick rest, I planned to get back on the streets and follow up on my only lead, the dead werewolf. I knew Matthew as well as anyone, and there simply wasn't any other explanation for an attack against him. After letting Willa in on my plan, she frowned. "You're sure Matthew's attack isn't related to some guy Matthew arrested or something? Some werewolf he clipped for indecent exposure?" "It's possible," I said, "but doubtful. Matthew wouldn't have let a convict get that close to him. There has to be another explanation." My brain was stuck on Gray. I couldn't for the life of me think of another wolf that had the power to get into Matthew's house, surprise him in bed, and still get the jump on him. It just didn't make sense. In theory, Matthew should have flattened whoever it was in a heartbeat. "I suppose you're right." Willa shrugged. "Well, I'm going to go home and fill my mom in on my crazy morning. She'll be dying to hear the details. By the way, Dani, you don't have to walk me home." "We're almost there." I shrugged. With all the attacks lately, the last thing I wanted was to put Willa in danger because of her ties to me. I'd feel better once I saw her safely home. "Here we are." Willa gestured toward the cute brick house on a neat little lawn. Ivy trailed with tiny white flowers up the white-painted porch, and more white furniture sat out front. Wicker chairs and tables, a hammock, and a lounger. 2 glasses of iced tea sat bleeding on the table out front, abandoned just after they'd been poured minutes before. A faint humming sounded from behind the house, then it grew louder and louder. I followed Willa through the airy bursts of pink blooms and striking red tomatoes and bushy herb patches scattered through the front yard. It was a garden of sensory overload. The brightness, the scents, the brush of soft leafy tendrils against our skin as we made our way to the backyard.
"Hey there, dudes!"
Juno called with a silly grin on his face as he came around to the front yard and met us on the side of the house. He gave a wave which turned immediately dangerous when the shears in his hands nearly flew across the yard.
"Whoopsie daisies. I gotta be more careful about that."
"Yeah, I think so," I agreed. Good to see you, Juno. The garden looks fab.
It does, doesn't it?
Willa twirled happily around, glancing up at the sunflowers that preened over her head.
It's just so gorgeous. Juno, is my mom home by chance? She has got to hear about the day I've had.
She's upstairs, he said. We were just about to have a break on the porch, but she had to run inside for...
Juno's explanation was cut off by a blood-curdling shriek from the interior of the house. Willa's face went pale, and the sunflower stalk she'd been running her fingers over snapped in half as her fingers involuntarily squeezed.
What was that?
Willa gasped as the sunflower toppled to the ground. She stepped on it in her haste to get to the front porch, crushing the petals beneath her feet. I rushed after Willa, passing her unceremoniously as I leapt over the porch railing and barreled inside. A quick glance at the first level told me it was empty. With my stunner extended, I sprinted upstairs, chasing down the sounds of terror. The screams had stopped, leaving a deafening silence in its wake. My ears rang with the eeriness of the sudden quiet. I raced around the corner upstairs and spotted a door open at the end of the hallway. Through it, I could see white bed sheets and a fluffy comforter, and on it a stain, a dark, ugly stain.
Juno, hold her! I yelled behind me. Keep Willa back!
No! Willa screamed, but Juno, good man that he was, reached for her and grasped her to his chest while I continued down the hall. I slowed only for the briefest of moments as I elbowed the door open and swept around the room. There was a clambering at the window as a figure in black, hooded, his face obscured, climbed over the sill and dropped to the ground below. I shot my stunner at the window, dashed after the figure, but by the time I stuck my head out and prepared to drop to the ground, he was gone, vanished. Whether on foot or magically, I couldn't say. I knew instinctively that I'd have no chance of finding the intruder, so I did the only thing I could and turned my attention to the woman on the bed. "Katie," I murmured, my heart breaking as I saw the claw-like scratches down her body. "Katie, stay with me. We're going to get you help." I was faintly aware of the struggle outside the door. Juno and Willa, I thought. I sent the door flying shut with a quick burst of air and a spell, and locked it. Normally, such magic was frowned upon on the job, but this was an extenuating circumstance. Willa couldn't see her mother like this.
It's...
Willa's mother breathed heavily.
I'm fine.
No, Katie. I fumbled at my waist for a tiny bit of aloe ale. While it wouldn't have helped Matthew, it might staunch the blood flow from Katie's wounds. The bright shade against her white sheets was colorful, more eerily cheerful than Matthew's black. It roiled my stomach and sent my heart lurching. While I fumbled with the ale, I reached for my wrist and calmed dispatch. I gave the woman on the line a quick rundown of the situation and the location, and instructed she get medics over to the Bloomer residence at once before I disconnected. I then concentrated on spreading the goop over the worst of Katie's wounds.
He thought,
she murmured, and I leaned closer to listen.
He said
what? I pressed. What did he say? What did he think? But it was too late. Katie's eyes closed, and she lapsed into deep unconsciousness. Her breathing went ragged and unsteady as I wobbled to my feet. The sound of a door cracking in half stole my attention, and I ignored the buzz of my comm. The cops and meds would be here in minutes. My main goal was to keep Willa away from the scene, away from her badly wounded mother. "Juno," I said, "you've got to keep—" The rest of the door cracked, shattered. As it fell, I caught sight of Juno holding Willa to his chest just as hard as he could. But it wasn't enough. In her anguish, Willa had kicked her feet up from the ground and struck at the door. One of her heels had punctured the wood, and the second kick had collapsed it. Willa threw her head back, hit Juno in the nose. Blood spurted from his face, and in surprise, he reached forward to stem the bleeding and let Willa go free. My eyes met with Juno's, and I shook my head in disbelief. He gave a sorry nod, but I knew there was nothing more either of us could do. Willa collapsed beside the bed in complete and utter anguish as her mother's breathing grew more and more ragged, her skin growing paler and paler. I knelt beside Willa, rubbed her back, and let her tears fall on me as she leaned against me. When the cops burst through the door and the meds shoved us aside and set to work on Katie, I could do nothing but hold my only friend to my chest and watch as she broke. Chapter 18. My calorie consumption, the investigation, and my tangled, wearied emotions were all put on hold for the rest of the afternoon. 3 hours after the attack, I found myself sitting in the hospital waiting room again, with Willa's hands latched on mine like leeches, as if to let go would be to die. Willa's mother had been taken in by an agitated, pale Nurse Anita at the hospital. The angst in her step and lack of updates on Katie's healing progress told me all I needed to know about the situation, that it was indeed dire. "Matthew is already on the mend," I said. "The attack was similar. I'm sure your mother will be okay." Willa just shook her head. She'd taken to moving like a zombie, not quite seeing, not seeming to feel a thing, not daring to hope. "He's a vampire. He can heal himself from anything. My mom is basically human. She's not built to withstand a werewolf attack." I didn't have an answer to that because it was true, except for the werewolf part, which concerned me. While the claw markings did look suspiciously wolfish in nature, the figure I'd seen leaving Katie's room didn't look animal in its movements. It appeared decidedly human, a fact which hadn't left me alone since we'd arrived at the hospital. Werewolves weren't able, at least not on a regular basis, to shift in and out of their forms. It was mostly a full moon sort of thing with some exceptions, and even the exceptions would have been a stretch in this instance. Most wolves, once shifted, lost almost all human emotion. They went deep into the depth until they transformed back for reasons of safety. They often couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, family or enemy. It was why shifting in public was a heavily punished, zero-tolerance sort of crime. It was incredibly dangerous. Which was why I doubted Katie's attacker was a werewolf, at least in the traditional sense. My mind quickly shifted to Gray, who, because of his elder wolf status, had the ability to shift in and out of his second form as he desired. And I knew from personal experience that he had uncanny, human-like control in that form. It was still Gray. Still, even Gray had to change into and out of his clothes. I'd run straight upstairs after Katie's scream. The timeline was tight. If the wolf had shifted back immediately after the attack, he might have had time to throw a black robe on, but it would have been risky. An alternative solution was a spell, either purchased or conjured, that clothed the attacker more quickly, but that would mean the intruder had a decent handle on magic and had been incredibly prepared. An uneasiness settled on my shoulders. I couldn't stand to point the finger at Gray. I couldn't fathom why he'd ever want to hurt Matthew, first of all, let alone an innocent person like Katie Bloomer. If ever there was a woman who had no enemies, it was Willa's mother. She was the human equivalent of a sunflower, a bright burst of light, inoffensive to just about everyone and everything. Juno had stayed back at the house to answer questions from the cops and help clean up once the scene was cleared. He felt awful. I could see the helplessness on his face. And while I knew I needed to be here with Willa, I was anxious to get moving, to make a difference, to go after the animal who'd almost ripped a family apart. "Why?" Willa asked for the 100th time. "Why, her? What did she ever do to anyone?" I shook my head. "I don't know, honey. I'm sorry. The only thing I can think of is that maybe it's related to Matthew's attack. Maybe whoever attacked Matthew was watching him. Maybe they saw her go into his room at the hospital to bring flowers or something. This person could be trying to hurt people close to Matthew. Or," I said, shivering from a sudden feeling of ice water being dumped down my spine, "me." "You?" Willa scrunched up her nose, shook her head. "What do you have to do with any of this? No offense, I mean." I hesitated. "Don't hide things from me," Willa demanded, sounding firm for the first time since she had seen her mother. "I want the truth. My mother might die, but I don't want you to tell me she won't, because you can't promise me that." With a forlorn shake of my head, I squeezed her hand. "No, I can't promise you anything, and I do owe you the truth. Willa, I think it's time you learned about the Hex Files." She shot her gaze up to me. "Go on, then. What are they?" Let me back up. See, Willa, there are two things happening right now. A woman was found dead yesterday morning, a werewolf, killed by a vampire.
I know. I was at the morgue, and Sienna explained that much.
But there was another attack yesterday that I haven't told you about. I stalled, regretting that I had to draw Willa into something so unpleasant and dangerous. It was on me.
Why didn't you say anything? You know you can trust me.
There was a lot going on. Plus, I'm fine. Gray was there.
Gray seems to be around a lot.
Instead of Willa's normally teasing tone, however, she sounded resigned.
It's unfortunate he has to be.
I can't agree more, I said. Can we go someplace private to talk? The files are sort of a secure topic. There's a break room around the corner. Once Willa and I grabbed cups of sludgy coffee and situated ourselves around a small table in an abandoned break room, I filled her in on the story. As much as I knew. I recapped everything from Trenton's first mention of the files to my request to have Matthew find me the locked box in exchange for my help on Mayor Lapel's murder case. I ended with the attack and Gray's latest theories.
You think...
Willa hesitated.
If my mom wasn't attacked for the sake of revenge from the wolves, that it might have something to do with these hex files?
I really doubt it, I said, but I felt like I owed it to you to come clean. Matthew, Gray, and I are keeping an eye on random attacks in the borough after what happened to me. I think it's prudent we consider your mother's attack as well, just to be safe. Willa nodded. I also needed to explain why I can't stick around the hospital any longer, I admitted. I need to get out there, to get cracking on the witnesses before everything goes cold. I want to talk to everyone who had contact recently with Allie Sparks. For all we know, she was involved in something dark and dangerous that leaked into the borough. It wasn't Matthew, and I need to prove it.
I'll come with you.
Willa gave a firm nod, wiped at the moisture pooling in her eyes.
My mother is in a coma, and judging by the look on Anita's face, she's not coming out of it for a while. I'm not doing any help here. My mom doesn't even know I'm around. She'd want me to be with you.
I think you should stay, I said, just in case the situation with your mother changes for better or worse. And if it does, call me, and I'll be back in seconds. Nothing is more important than my being here for you, but...
You have a job to do.
Willa pushed her curly hair back. It was still matted and salty, which shed tears.
I understand.
Willa, be careful. I stood to leave, but on an impulse, I turned back and hugged her again to my chest. Watch your back, okay? Something's not right in the borough. Don't trust anyone.
Except you.
She gave a watery smile.
You've always got my back.
Except me. I let her go, glancing over my shoulder as I moved toward the door. I paused in the entryway, turning to find Willa curling the cup of steaming hot liquid closer, her eyes fixed on the pool of darkness like it held all the answers. If only, I thought wanly. Then I stepped into the hallway and left Willa alone. She was stronger than anyone knew. She'd get through this, and I'd be there when she needed someone to lean on. In the meantime, I would get out there and do what I did best. Hunt. Chapter 19. During a brief detour by Matthew's room, my spirits took a dip for the worse. As I brushed my lips across his forehead, his face unresponsive and his body still as death, I felt a sudden wave of helplessness wash over me. If there was someone running rampant in the borough who could cripple Matthew, we were in deep, deep trouble. Nobody, except maybe Gray, was as indestructible as my vampire.
Oh, sorry,
Anita said, looking up after making it halfway across Matthew's room.
I didn't see you there.
I shoved to my feet. I was just leaving.
He'll be okay, Anita said. It's in his best interest to keep him sedated. You know the captain. The second he wakes, I'll need a steak and garlic to keep him in bed. It's best he be given time to heal.
No, I know, I said. And Katie? Anita's pale face grew paler.
I don't know.
What do you mean? Aren't you the best nurse this ward has to offer?
Some days it sure doesn't feel like it, she said. Days like this. Days when sometimes even my best doesn't feel like it will be enough.
Your best is always enough. I gripped her wrist, shaken by her trembling fingers. Nothing rattled the stoic nurse after all she'd seen. I'm going to head out. Alert me the second there's a change in either Matthew or Katie. I told Willa I'd be here in a flash, but I doubt she'll call me. She won't want to impose.
I will.
On Anita's promise, I left the hospital and felt strangely alone once I reached the outdoors. Usually Matthew and I spend several hours a day working together on one case or another. Not every day, but on days when I wore my badge. To wear my badge and know Matthew wasn't around to have my back brought on a whole other layer of nerves. Maybe it was a good thing, I tried to tell myself. Maybe it'd build my confidence in ways I couldn't if I had Matthew as a crutch. I wanted to get started on the interviews with Allie Sparks' family and friends, but there was one person I needed to see first. While it was a long shot, I treaded over the familiar path back to Willa's house in search of Juno. I found him sitting on the porch alone. Others were around, a few crime scene techs cleaning up shop and dusting for traces of magic and prints. A few poked through the yard, and one or two examined the exterior of the building below the window from which I'd seen the figure in black depart. They wouldn't find anything. We all knew it. At this point, it was all a formality. "Hey," I said softly as I climbed the porch. "You okay?" I noted those same glasses of iced tea were still sitting there, though the ice had long since melted and left the glasses crying with sweat. A glimpse over to the side of the house told me the bright sunflower petals still lay in a muddled mess on the ground. I couldn't bear to look. Juno shrugged. "How can I be okay? Miss Bluma was like the best thing that ever happened to me. Like the mom I didn't have, but she wasn't a mom, you know? She was a friend. So happy and nice. We had a good thing going together with our garden. People were buying things from us. Miss Bluma was getting healthier. Willa was happier. Why would someone screw that all up?" "I don't know, Juno," I said. "It sucks. That's all I know. And I know this is a horrible, awful time, but I need to ask you a few questions." "The same ones that she did?" "Who?" "The other detective. She's sort of intimidating and all, you know. From the NYPD. Waters, I thought unhappily. The lieutenant was already encroaching on my territory without so much as an introduction. "Did I say the wrong thing?" Juno looked panicked. "She was a cop, right? She had this weird power suit and a big old badge, and she was very, very bossy." "No, it's fine," I said. "I just hadn't realized she was here already." "She wanted to know all sorts of things about Miss Bluma. If she had any new friends, or any old ones for that matter, who'd been around lately. If she was acting weird or changing her schedule or any of that." "Was she?" "I'll tell you like I told her," Juno said. "I didn't notice a thing different about Miss Bluma, except that she got healthier and happier every day. Every damn day. That woman was chirpy, and she baked the best dang cinnamon rolls in town. Seriously, detective, you gotta try one." "I will, once she's feeling better." "Right," Juno said. "It's ridiculous, you know? Why her? Do you have any idea? Nobody would tell me anything." "Well, I don't know for a fact," I admitted. "There's the chance it was retaliation." Juno eyed me with a surprisingly perceptive gaze. "But you don't really believe that, do you?" I hid my startled expression. "I just can't imagine that's the reason. I mean, if they wanted to attack people close to Matthew, why wouldn't they come after me? We haven't made it a secret that we're in a relationship with one another. We practically live together." Juno gave an amused snort. "What?" I pressed. "You have a theory?" "I sure do," Juno said, looking vaguely amused. "No offense, detective, but you're pretty scary." "Excuse me?" "If I'm doing like the cops do and look at things from the attacker's point of view, I'm gonna look at you." Juno raised one hand as if weighing a decision on a scale, and then lifted the other hand. "And I'm gonna look at Miss Bluma. And, well, I'd attack Miss Bluma every time." "Oh?" "Dude, detective, come on. You wear a stunner like it's an accessory, and you sort of yell when you talk." "I do not." I cleared my throat, then lowered my voice. I don't do that all the time.
No, he considered, but quite a bit of the time. You'd be a lot harder to kill is all I'm saying.
Yes, but Matthew's even harder to kill than me, and that didn't stop him from being attacked.
You have a point, Juno said. I'm sticking with my answers, though. I don't think Miss Bloom had an enemy in the world. It had to be a mistake or someone else's fault. I just can't understand why she'd be a target to anyone.
Thank you, I said to Juno. Really, I suspected as much myself, but I just needed to ask. Ask what? The interruption came from a clipped, very bossy-sounding voice in Juno's words. You wouldn't be questioning a witness, detective, would you? I turned, reining in the sour taste in my mouth as I laid eyes on the person who had to be Lieutenant Sherry Waters of the human NYPD. I remembered Lamont's words that she was a powerful conjurer and bit back my first response. I had to remain professional if I wanted us to get along, and if we wanted to find the killer, we'd have to be civil, at the very least. I was just chatting with a friend, I said. You must be Lieutenant Waters? Detective DeMarco, she confirmed, then extended her hand for a firm shake. I was informed by Chief Lamont that you are off the case. I'm off the Sparks case, I said. This is another case entirely. But it's not a homicide. Waters gave a thin smile. There is no body. Yet. I frowned at her. And there won't be either. In case you hadn't heard, I'm not only a homicide detective. I work across all departments. Not mine. Excuse me? Not mine, Lieutenant Waters said again. You will leave my cases alone. Excuse me? I think that's Chief Newton's call to make, not yours. This is the 6th Precinct, after all. For anything related to the Sparks case, including the werewolf attacks on Captain King and Ms. Bloomer, jurisdiction defaults to Chief Lamont, and he has declared that you must stay away from these cases. I can't just let the attacker get away with this. No, and neither will I. Waters' eyes glittered. I'll find the vampire who killed the Sparks girl and put a stake through his heart if it's the last thing I do. I thought you were under orders to arrest him, I said. Our jobs are not to kill, it's to find justice for the dead. That's what I meant, Waters said, though we both knew otherwise. It was a figure of speech. I don't plan on sitting this one out. You will, or I'll have you suspended for disobeying the chain of command. If that doesn't work, I won't hesitate to arrest you.
Dude!
Juno jumped to his feet.
You can't arrest her. She's one sick cop.
Thanks, Juno, I said, but don't involve yourself in this mess. Finally, something we agree on. Waters gave another pained smile. I imagine you'll be excusing yourself now? I have to get to the hospital, and I can't have you lingering around the crime scene and sniffing out residuals. There weren't any residuals to find. I'd looked already. I always looked. But she didn't need to know that. Instead, I focused a scowl on her. What business do you have at the hospital? To interview the poor woman's daughter. Willa, I believe. Leave her alone, I said. She almost saw her mother die. You understand that is the nature of the job, Waters said. There are few pleasant parts to it. Interviewing close family and friends when they've lost loved ones is never a joy, but a necessity. She hasn't lost a loved one yet, I exploded. Stop talking like Katie's dead. She's not. She'll recover. Waters gave an almost bemused shake of her head, then clucked her tongue. This is why you have to be separated from the case, detective. You care too much. I was going to snarl back a retort, but that would only prove her point correct. And the fact of the matter was that I did care, far too much. Personal cases were never a good idea. I knew that. Every cop knew it. I'm glad we understand each other, Waters said as she took a step off the porch. I hope I won't see you around, detective. Though I'll calm you the moment I find something. You do that, I said bitterly.
Sorry, detective,
Juno said quietly from his perch on the wicker porch chair.
For what it's worth, she's gnarly. You're the real deal, man.
Thanks, Juno, I said, but she's right. I have to get some distance from this case. I'll see you around. Take care, okay? Juno loped to his feet and threw his gangly arms around me in a surprising burst of affection. You watch your back, too. If people really are after you and your friends, well, I don't want to see you dead. With Juno's sort of sweet departing words, I climbed down the front steps and let my feet drag me away from the Bloomer residence. In case she was watching or had stuck a tail on me, I made my way back to the pizzeria, where I found Jack behind the counter. He looked up, surprised to see me there. Where's Willa? I thought she'd be coming in this afternoon. Jack. She wanted to rub her date in my face, he continued, head down as he rolled and then flipped a pizza crust, as if I didn't know what she was doing. The guy who asked her out was a clown. He'd never make her happy. Jack. My voice was quieter. There's something you need to know. Oh, shit. His face fell. What happened? I explained to Jack while Jimmy, our newest hired hand, took over behind the counter. Though I felt sick to my stomach, I managed to cram a garbage slice of pizza, the most calories possible, down my throat to keep me going. I had a long night ahead of me, questioning Sparks's family and friends, and now I had to do it on the sly. I'd need my wits about me and the energy to keep it all under wraps. I have to get to the hospital, Jack said. I can't sit around here. She needs me. I nodded. She does. I'll get Dougie in here to close up shop with Jimmy. Go. As Jack grabbed his jacket angrily from the coat rack near the door, I realized I hadn't looked into a counter curse to free my furniture yet. What had been a relatively uneventful week had gone down the toilet real quick. You look down, boss, Jimmy said as he approached and passed over a Diet Coke. What's going on around here? I wish I knew, Jimmy, I muttered. I wish I knew. Chapter 20. I didn't get far in my questioning of Sparks's family and friends. I made it specifically through her immediate family members and her best friend before Waters showed up and pulled a stunner on me. Leave the Sparks case alone, Waters said, dragging me outside of Lisa Rupert's house. She'd caught up to me after I'd managed to dodge her at 3 other residences. If I have to tell you one more time, I'm going to pull the trigger first and ask questions later. Lisa Rupert was Allie's best friend and had no clue why Allie would have been killed. Neither did Allie's only sister, her mother and father, or her grandmother. Everyone thought Allie was the sweetest thing, and above all, they were proud she'd joined the Sixth Pack. She was the first blooded werewolf in over 3 generations of the Sparks family. I'm done, I said. Get off me. I shook Waters' arm from mine and stomped away from her. I didn't look behind me as I stomped toward the Howler, the only bar where I doubted I'd be followed. The Howler was unsafe on a good night and dangerous on a bad one. Surely Lamont would have warned her to stay away. If he hadn't, Chief Newton most surely should have. The Howler didn't respond well to outsiders. In fact, I was almost certain the patrons wouldn't respond well to me either, tonight of all nights. As the informal werewolf bar on the cusp of the depth, the bargoers tended to dislike cops, vampires, and witches, and not in that order. Seeing as I was a cop, a vampire's girlfriend, and a witch, not in that order, they especially hated me. Still, they were forced to tolerate my presence because I'd never done anything specifically to piss off the wolves. However, I doubted they'd see things that way with the death of Allie Sparks. If I was lucky, I'd get away with my life. Still, the bar scene was looking like my only chance to get more information on Allie. Waters had all but cut me off at the knees from the outside. Even if she hadn't, I was running out of interviewees. Allie's family clearly knew nothing, so if she was involved in something nefarious, it was completely private. And if she wasn't, that made the attack all the worse. Murdering an innocent was unforgivable. With any luck, the rousing tensions of the bar would break a lead free. Maybe prompt a clue as to whether or not one of the wolves had attacked Matthew. I doubted I'd be lucky enough to score a confession, but maybe I could catch wind of someone bragging about their knowledge of the retaliation. While I didn't expect a warm welcome as I entered the bar, I was surprised by the dismayed double-take from Liesel, the bartender, as he caught sight of me. He gave me the slightest shake of his head, which I interpreted as a warning to turn around and leave. A warning I blatantly ignored. Keeping my eyes fixed straight ahead, I tilted my shoulders back and strode directly toward a seat at the bar. It was completely legal for me to be here. It would be completely illegal for anyone to attack me, especially since I was technically off duty. I told the chief I was taking personal time, and I didn't plan to clock any of my hours as official business. I preferred the freedom of doing what I wanted to the overtime pay. I slid onto a bar stool and ordered a glass of red wine. Liesel just stared at me as if he hadn't heard my order. I repeated it slower and waited for him to react. "Or don't you serve witches now?" I asked. "What's the matter, Liesel? It's me."
"That's the problem,"
he said, jumping to attention.
"What do you want?"
"I've told you twice, a glass of wine."
"Don't play games. You never come here unless you need something."
"That's not true. I had a first date here once." Liesel wasn't amused.
"What are you doing, detective? You're walking a dangerous line."
"It's Dani for now," I said. "I'm off the clock for a while. I'm sure you know why." Liesel's eyes flicked downward in all the confirmation I needed. "I'm just here to talk and have a relaxing glass of wine. My boyfriend, my best friend's mom, and even I have been attacked over the last 2 days. Don't I deserve it?"
"You've been attacked?"
"Hadn't heard about that one, huh?" I asked sarcastically. "Good to know the wolves weren't responsible for at least one of my problems."
"You came here hankering for a fight. I'm not serving you."
"I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drop to drink in days." I shifted in my seat. "It's been a busy week at work."
"I choose who to serve, and I'm not serving you," Liesel said.
Then he dropped his voice a few notches and leaned forward.
"I'm doing it for your own good. I could smell when someone wants a fight."
I inched forward too, met him nose to nose. "You're damn right," I murmured. "I wouldn't mind a fight tonight, but that's what happens when a group of people are trying to steal the lives of everyone you love." Liesel flushed, then turned away, putzing with a glass. He wiped down the edges until they were spotless, and then some. "Do you know who did it?" Liesel was startled by my question and nearly dropped the glass.
"Of course not. I would never be a part of anything like that."
"I didn't say you were a part of anything, but this is the Pack Bar. People talk, rumors fly, people brag. You must have felt the loss of Allie Sparks like anyone else." At the name, Liesel stiffened.
"You will get the fight you're looking for if you say her name in here again. We all know you're with the vamp. We all know you did whatever it took to cover up for him."
"He didn't kill her."
"What other vampire walks in wicked?"
I glowered across the bar. "Have a little faith. Matthew has restrained himself for centuries. He works at crime scenes, sees blood, interacts daily with wolves. You think he just snapped?" Liesel poured a glass of red wine and pushed it across the bar, forgetting his previous claim that he wouldn't serve me.
"Down it. Get out of here."
I took the glass, sipped it. A part of me realized that Liesel was likely innocent in this whole mess and was looking out for me. We weren't friends, but I didn't sense ill will between us. Yet it was obvious he hurt for the loss of Sparks and would prefer I left the pack alone to mourn. Unfortunately, I could do no such thing until I could be sure the ones I loved were safe. I took a few casual sips of wine. I'd lied to Liesel. It had been a lot longer than 1 week since I'd had anything to drink. I didn't particularly enjoy it, didn't love the taste, and made a habit of keeping a clear mind for the job. Plus, the hours I wasn't working were so few that I spent most of them sleeping. My social life was a joke. But tonight the wine tasted good, bitter and dry with an aftertaste that wasn't entirely unpleasant. The first few sips went to my head, leaving me warm and a bit fuzzy around the edges. A comfortable little blur, as if someone had wrapped a fluffy blanket around my shoulders. I swiveled on my seat and stared out at the bar. The initial ripple of surprise that had passed through the patrons when I'd entered gradually faded away as pack members and friends of the wolves turned back to conversations of their own. The horror of my presence turned into mild distrust, and the longer I sat there sipping my glass of wine, the more I slipped into the background. After an hour, I was well disguised as a boring old bar patron. I might as well have been an extra stool at the counter for all the attention people spared me. A curious glance here and there was the extent of it, which was just as I'd wanted. Gradually, the bar conversation grew louder, more relaxed. The wolves lapsed back to their usual banter as they realized I was here on my own time, not looking to stir up trouble. Little did they know. If trouble got stirred, I'd be there. And trouble got stirred just before I finished my second glass of wine almost 2 hours after arriving at the bar. The drunken laughter coming from the back of the bar perked my ears first. I swiveled sideways in my seat and watched out of the corner of my eye as the group became more animated. One man stood at the head of the table, the one who seemed to be leading the charge. He was laughing, red in the face, shaking his head as he regaled a captive audience with a story. When I caught the word vampire, I was on my feet in a split second. I pushed the wineglass across the bar and threw more than enough money to cover my 2-hour stay and my beverages. Liesel glanced up at me, then at the rowdy group in the back corner of the bar.
"Don't, detective," he said. "They're just goofing off, causing trouble."
Causing trouble by putting the captain in a coma? Liesel flinched.
"They didn't do it."
Do you know who did? My question turned him mute. When he went back to angsty scrubbing across the bar counter, I took that to be my cue he was done with me. Thankfully, my long stay at the bar caused my movements to somewhat slip by under the radar. I dodged through the more shady corners of the bar and wedged myself between the floor-to-ceiling pillars. I made it to the rear of the bar, shrugging deeper into my jacket and turning up the collar. I grabbed an abandoned Wolfram whiskey that had been left, half-drunk, on one of the tables and held it in front of my face as a mask.
"I'm telling you, that vampire deserved it,"
The large man, probably a wolf, boasted to the group.
"Nobody takes a wolf from the pack and gets away with it."
He drunkenly raised his glass, stumbled closer to the table amidst a roaring cheer of approval. "Who did it?" I called. "I bet you don't know." At first, it didn't register that the question hadn't come from a wolf. The massive man merely stumbled about.
"Whoever it is, I'm giving him a medal. I tell you, I was ready to do it myself. If he hadn't done it, I would have. Except I wouldn't have let the vampire live."
Without warning, the beverage in my hand shattered. I wasn't strong enough to crush glass with my bare hands, so I could only assume that my anger had sent a flash of magic ricocheting from my fingers that had all but zapped it. The shattering sound worked as a sobering effect, and almost all eyes in the bar swiveled to face me. I could practically feel Liesel shaking his head behind the bar, but he obviously didn't care enough to run interference.
"Who are you?"
The man slurred as he spun to face me.
"You new around here?"
"That's the detective," a voice said. "The vamp's mate." "His girlfriend," I corrected, but close enough. I watched as the large man struggled to catch up with the string of events. It was all happening much too fast for him and his brain mushy with whiskey. Finally, it sank in, and he focused just as well as he could.
"You!" he bellowed. "You attacked Allie!"
I ducked as the glass was hurled at my head. It exploded against the pillar behind me. "Do I look like a vampire to you?" I pulled myself to my feet and sidestepped to avoid the pile of broken glass beneath me. "Talk before you throw things, jerk. Who hurt Matthew King?"
"Doesn't matter," the oaf said. "The second that filthy vamp sank his teeth into one of our own, he had a death wish coming. Even if you can't deny it's what he deserves. You steal one from the pack, you pay with your life. Everyone knows that's how it goes."
"Matthew didn't kill anyone," I said, raising a hand to ward off any other attempts to impale me with miscellaneous flying drinks. "I swear it."
"I suppose you can alibi him?"
Another voice sounded from the booth. "Where's the proof?" Yet another asked.
"If it wasn't your vampire, then who was it?" a third asked. "He's the only registered fanged one in Wicked."
"I don't know the answers to all your questions, but I'm working on finding out," I said. "It's my job. I take it seriously. If I had any doubt that it was Matthew, I'd be investigating him, but I don't."
"Hey, isn't she the one who got Lorraine killed too?"
a voice from the back of the bar called.
"She's picking us off one by one. Maybe that's her plan. She's working with the vamp."
"I'm the one who put Lorraine's murderer away," I said. "I wanted justice for her." But a roar had begun to grow, deep in the bellies of the bar patrons, and rose louder, louder, drowning out my pleas. The first fingers of fear crept over me, down my spine, and I glanced back for Lizel. He was nowhere to be seen. Coward, I had time to think, before another glass, this one still full, was hurtled at my head. I barely dodged it before the chanting grew louder, and the burly wolves began closing in on me. I knew I shouldn't have come. I wasn't sorry I had, but I was annoyed that this was how things would have to end if I didn't think quickly. The emotions and tensions were running high, combined with the late hour of the night and a few too many glasses of whiskey, and the situation was growing increasingly unpredictable. There was no saying when one of them would get angry enough to spontaneously transform, and that would be the end of it. I only want to find Allie's murderer, I said. It's not fair she was taken from you, and... This time, a plate with food still on it flew just beyond my right ear. Stop throwing things and listen to me! The shouting continued, the fueled tinder now growing into a full-on flame. The original oaf, the one who'd stirred up the pot in the first place, was coming at me with a steak knife in his hand. It had flecks of ketchup on the handle, and all I could think in the split second before he reached me was that I really didn't want to be killed with a dirty knife.
Gents,
a voice said, loud enough to catch everyone's attention, soft enough to calm a hint of the ruckus.
Come on now. Killing a cop is suicide.
Gray, what are you doing? I turned to face him. I can handle this myself. Gray ignored me, though he stepped closer to my hip, silently signaling to the bar patrons to back off.
She's not worth it, Privet. Let it go. You heard her in plain sight, and the cops will be the least of your concern.
Gee whiz, thanks, I muttered as he cinched even closer. My confidence is overflowing.
Look, I'm working to find out what really happened to Allie,
Gray said.
You have my word, Jamie. I don't think it was the vamp.
Of course it wasn't, I said. But I shut up, save for a yelp, thanks to a pinch from Gray to the skin on the back of my bicep.
Let it go,
Gray said easily, raising his hands.
I think it's best if the detective heads home for the night. What do you say, DeMarco?
Gray's eyes leveled on me, and while I was still majorly annoyed at his interference, I owed it to him, to Matthew. Fine, I said. I'm gone.
Hold on a sec.
Jamie Privet, the oaf responsible for the uprising, frowned his thick lips at Gray.
For all we know, you're in it with them. Maybe you're friends with the vamp. You dated Lorraine and look what happened to her. And you've been spending a lot of time with the detective lately. Believe me.
Gray gave a dry laugh.
I'm anything but friends with the vamp.
Look at him, a mangy female voice called out to us. He's practically drooling over her. The wolf wants the cop.
That's not it either,
Gray said.
I just want to get out of here without a fight. There's no reason for one. I think there just might be.
Privet, a good foot taller than Gray, turned his massively muscled arms toward the elder wolf.
I don't trust you. I don't like what happened to Lorraine, and now we've lost another. Where were you when Allie was killed, huh? Okay,
Gray muttered to me.
Now we run.
We don't run anywhere, I said. We hold our ground, chicken.
I'm not a chicken. I'm an elder wolf, and we have some place to be.
Gray spoke softly in my ear. There wasn't a chance anyone else could hear him speak, especially not over the rousing chant gaining speed in the bar.
Hold on to me.
What the hell?
Get closer,
Gray barked.
Now! They're calling!
Who's calling? I glanced at Gray, confused as he snatched me against his chest and hugged me hard. Just as he did so, there was an uproar from the crowd as if Gray's action proved all of Jamie's drunken theories correct.
He wants her! Privet bellowed. Don't let him out of here! He knows who kills Sparks!
Gray, I said urgently, do something or let me go. Pick one or the other. Now! However, Gray didn't react with any sense of urgency. He merely closed his eyes and went still. Eerily still. Almost as still as Matthew in his natural state. I felt his heart beating against me, the warmth of his limbs wrapped around mine, almost excruciatingly hot. I felt the tingle first in my chest, then in my extremities. By the time the sizzling sensation had encompassed my entire body, I was well and truly worried. What are you doing? I asked. Then, my eyes widening, I saw the steak knife in Jamie's hand raising as he leveled it to toss it in our direction like a dart. Gray, duck! Jamie let the knife fly, the point headed straight between my eyes. I tried to move, but Gray's arms clasped tighter and tighter, and my breath slipped further and further away. Seconds before the knife plunged into my skull, there was a pop, and then suddenly, nothing. Chapter 21. When the blackness faded and left us in an open field surrounded by arching black trees and stars twinkling above, I rolled out of Gray's arms and stumbled away from him. What the hell was that? I tried to get to my feet, but I was wobbly and opted for sitting in the damp grass instead. Where did you bring me?
Where at?
And why did you wait until a knife was flying at my forehead? I shuddered, the adrenaline coursing through my veins dissipating and leaving me shaky and unsettled. You almost killed me.
I saved your life,
Gray said.
You're welcome.
Where are we?
If you'd listen, I'd tell you.
Gray sat back, crouched back on his heels, toying with the grass between his fingers. He looked entirely comfortable with the whole disappearing and reappearing through thin air thing.
We're in a safe place.
Where?
The Isle.
Gray hesitated.
I can explain.
Good, because I can listen. He gave an amused smile.
I'm sure you're confused, but there's a perfectly good explanation.
Chop, chop, I said, clapping my hands and shifting into a crouch as well. The dew on the grass was seeping through my pants. Get to the explanation. Do you always appear and disappear like that?
I can only do that when the others call.
Who else? I stretched my shaky legs and brought myself to a standing position. I felt unstable and didn't dare move any faster. Why were they calling you?
There's a meeting of the elder wolves tonight,
Gray said.
When we have a gathering time set by the eldest, there's a call that goes out.
What, like a police dispatch?
In a way.
Gray gave a thin smile.
Wherever the elder wolves are, we can bring ourselves to the gathering. Hence the reason I wandered into a werewolf bar when they were ready to attack you.
You knew you had a way out.
And I knew you needed to come with me.
Why? I wiped my palms against my thighs. Why would I even be allowed at a meeting of the elder wolves? I have no relation to any pack.
This isn't about packs,
Gray said, then corrected himself.
Well, it is, but we've agreed to speak with you.
We? I shook my head. This is weird.
We have a collective power in addition to our own, Gray said. It's rarely used, except in emergencies.
I squinted at him, took a step closer. How is the death of one new werewolf an emergency?
It's not just about Allie. Elder wolves don't interfere when issues affect an individual. They interfere when the issues affect the group as a whole.
I gave a shake of my head, then it dawned on me. The Hex Files. Gray bowed his head. He extended a hand.
Will you stay?
I don't know how the hell I'd get off the island without your powers, so what am I supposed to say? Gray gave a soft laugh.
That's the positive attitude I know and love.
At the word love, I shifted, then dodged Gray's hand. Fortunately, the situation didn't have time to get awkward because a voice called out from the tree line and interrupted us.
Welcome,
the shadowy figure said.
I trust you made the journey safely?
Gray's voice perked up as he turned toward the man on the edge of the clearing.
Ranger X, this is Detective DeMarco. Dani, this is Ranger X. He's the...
We've met, I said, nodding deeply when he stepped from the shadows. The mixologist helped stem Matthew's bleeding. Probably saved his life.
That's Lily and X for you,
Gray said.
The best people on the island.
Ranger X looked entirely unaffected by Gray's praise. The ranger kept his hands clasped firmly before his body, the picture of professionalism. His dark hair curled slightly over his forehead, and his deeply tanned islander skin glowed under the moonlight. The silvery wisp of light gave him a godlike aura, and mixed with his strong golden residuals, gave off the impression that power radiated from his very figure. The man was both handsome and impressive, and, I suspected, well deserving of his title as head ranger. I considered myself a capable detective, but I wouldn't want to come up against X in a dark alley.
"If you're ready, I'll show you to the location I've prepared,"
Ranger X said.
"I imagine you'll want to make sure it suits your needs before the others arrive."
Gray gave a perfunctory nod.
"Thank you."
As we moved through the heavily wooded land, I fought off the same shudder that often hit me in the depth. The creepy, crawly sensation of eyes peering through the darkness, from above and through the bushes. Of creatures both known and unknown, biding their time until attack. After a few minutes of silence, save for the crunching of twigs and leaves and the brushing against foliage, Ranger X launched unceremoniously into a description of the safety measures he'd taken in preparing the meeting location. It was impressive, and I couldn't understand half of what he said.
Elle is on standby to handle any administrative requests you may have while on the Isle. She's centuries old and has plenty of experience with unique situations,
Ranger X explained.
I have half the rangers surrounding the clearing in plain sight, heavily guarded, both magically and not.
Gray gave an authoritative nod, seemingly unimpressed. Who were these people, I vaguely wondered? What other sort of secret societies went on without my knowledge? Until this week, I hadn't even heard of an elder wolf, and now I was a participant in their top-secret meeting.
Another quarter of the rangers will be scattered around in hidden locations. We have archers, wizards and witches, shifters, and more,
Ranger X continued.
The last quarter of the rangers will be on their comms and ready to report if necessary. We need them to hold down the fort at home.
Ranger X sounded almost apologetic. Gray merely listened. It felt like I was observing the presidential detail. The severity of the moment began to sink in. You don't do many of these meetings, huh? I mused out loud. Lots of work for a little tea party. Ranger X hid a thin smile, looking to Gray for the appropriate response. Gray burst into laughter, but it wasn't as deep, as wild as his usual laugh. I could see the muscles on his arms knotted, tense, as he flexed his fingers.
No,
Gray said.
We avoid meeting. Having all the elder wolves in one place is incredibly dangerous. Hence the reason we only use the best security specialists in the magical world.
Apparently, I said. Next you're going to tell me you've got dragons on standby. Ranger X and Gray exchanged a look. You're kidding, I said. You don't have dragons on standby.
No,
Ranger X deadpanned.
They're far too unpredictable. And, gravely endangered.
I couldn't tell if he was serious, so I kept my lips zipped.
However, we have Glinda and the forest fairies buzzing around,
Ranger X said.
They'll have picked up on any unwelcome visitors, and they'll continue the watch until the meeting has adjourned. Then we have... Best if I don't know everything.
Gray stopped walking, extended a hand to Ranger X.
I appreciate this, my friend.
Ranger X dipped his head. It must have been some sort of silent dismissal, because he then turned and disappeared between two trees. I squinted after him, trying to determine if he had slipped fluidly into the darkness, or if he'd truly vanished.
Don't think too hard about it,
Gray said in my curious expression.
It'll hurt your brain.
I gave a snort of disbelief. Apparently.
The only thing to know is that he's one of the good guys. If you ever need anything, trust him. Trust Lily.
Gray's warning seemed uncharacteristically somber. It threw me for a loop to see his almost childish good nature replaced by a more serious one. As I watched him, his very figure seemed to tremble. Whether it was magically related or just normal tension and nerves, I couldn't say.
We're here,
Gray said after a few more paces.
The others will be here soon. Sorry, Detective. I'm going to have to ask you to remain silent from here on out, at least until the others have arrived and I've properly introduced you.
We didn't have long to wait before the first pop sounded, and a man in white robes appeared across the clearing from us. Gray merely nodded toward him, then fell silent. As I waited for the next pop, I studied our surroundings. It was impossible to tell exactly where we were on the isle. A stream gurgled in the background, a light soundtrack to the rustle of wind through the trees. The stars were clear here, bright against the black sky. The moon reflected off everything, brighter and closer than ever before. A jagged volcano cut across the distance and rose high above the rest of the land, a glowing orange tip glimmering like the cherry on an ice cream sundae. Another pop drew my attention back to the clearing, then two more after that. In the next lull, I glanced toward the treetops for a glimpse of all the rangers that X had mentioned, but either they were invisible or they were experts at tucking themselves out of sight. I completed my scan of the nearby treetops without catching a whiff of movement. The stillness was almost more eerie, as if all local forest life had abandoned the nearby area. An evacuation of creatures didn't bode well for the situation. It took a lot to frighten the forest dwellers. Pop, 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 and another 3 elder wolves arrived. All 12 had arrived during my scan of the nearby areas. A tremor sizzled through the air. 9 men and 3 women stood before me, all of them in pristine white robes except for Gray. They were situated in a perfectly formed circle. Only I stood outside of it, and just barely. Then Gray let go of my hand, and before my eyes his attire transformed, the worn blue jeans and dark t-shirt morphing into a matching white robe.
Welcome,
Gray spoke to the group.
Thank you for meeting tonight under such short notice.
The other 11 all watched Gray as he spoke, then carefully bowed their heads in deference when he fell silent. I wondered if Gray was some sort of leader or spokesperson for the group. Despite being the youngest of the bunch, there was a level of respect directed toward Gray. "I don't like this," one of the females spoke first. "She shouldn't be here." I glanced around, taking a beat too long to realize she was talking about me.
"I'm sure he has his reasons,"
another older male said.
"We must trust the collective."
"I'm part of the collective," the first female hissed. "I don't trust her. She smells of vampire."
"This is more than vampires versus wolves,"
the older male argued.
"This is about the peace of the magical world. If we let her flounder alone, we will all pay the price."
"Hey," I said, raising a hand. "I'm not really floundering, I'm just—" Gray's eyes landed on me, a fierceness in them that mixed curiously with amusement. "She dares speak?" the female elder wolf asked, appalled. "This is unacceptable. Gray!" Gray blinked his eyes, held up a hand.
"I think we should get straight to business. We've all been called here to discuss the best course of action in regards to the Hex Files."
"What about them?" I asked Gray. "I don't know anything other than what I've already told you."
"Haverson?"
Gray nodded toward an older gentleman across the circle. Haverson cleared his throat and surveyed me carefully, but not unkindly.
"Miss DeMarco, what would you say if I told you that we had one of the missing files and we are prepared to hand it over?"
That had my spine going rigid. "To me? Why would you do that?"
"In exchange for your trust and assistance."
I felt my head shaking back and forth. "I don't understand why you've chosen me for the safekeeping of the file."
"As I imagine you know, some time ago, the Hex Files were almost invoked by a rogue vampire. If that would have happened, Wicked would have fallen into evil hands, and we would have been powerless to stop it."
"I heard something about it, but—"
"If Matthew King hadn't found the vampire, gotten rid of him, we would all have been doomed."
"Wait, what about Matthew?" I stared at Haverson. "How did he put a stop to it?"
"He killed the vampire," Haverson said. "It was the only way." "Dani."
Gray reached for me.
"I'm sure he didn't tell you because it was a long time ago."
I reeled from the information. "This file you have, how did it come into your hands?"
"All 6 files were passed out to different entities, if you will, for safekeeping,"
Haverson said.
"The master file went to the NYPD. I believe you've seen it."
"Yes."
"Then you know the prophecy that will surround itself with its protectors. It will draw the 5 of you together, like it or not. It's a protection method."
"Which file do you have?"
It is...
Haverson hesitated.
It's not your file. We believe that your file is already in the hands of whoever attacked you. We imagine that's how he, or she, got your name.
So there are 5 files left.
And this is one of them.
Haverson stepped into the middle of the circle and extended it to me.
And we would like it to be in your care. You'll need this more than us.
I'm not sure I understand, I said. How is it safer for me, a single witch, to have the file than it is for you all to keep it under wraps?
You're one of the protectors,
Haverson said.
You'll need all the files to uphold the balance. At some point, they'll need to come into your possession, and I believe you need this one now.
I still think this is a bad idea, one of the female elder wolves said. How do we know we can trust her?
She is our only hope, along with the other 4, Francesca. The collective has made its choice.
I accepted the file from Haverson, tempted to crack it open and peruse the name and information within, but I refrained. My fingers shook slightly as I nodded my thanks at the elder wolf.
We ask one more thing of you,
Haverson said, his eyes focusing on the file clasped to my chest. Yes?
We know with certainty,
Haverson gestured toward himself and the others,
that it wasn't a werewolf of ours who attacked Captain King.
Of yours?
The Elder Wolves rule over all wolf packs,
he said.
We feel it when we lose someone, such as our dear Allie Sparks. And we know when one of ours has killed.
The quiet settled over the circle. But Matthew wasn't killed, I said, and neither was Willa's mother. Haverson shifted in a way that made me uncomfortable, as if he knew something that I didn't. A sudden panic set in.
None of us attacked your Matthew, nor did we harm Katie Bloomer,
Haverson said.
In fact, we sent out instructions to all the pack leaders to inform their members that a retaliation against Allie Sparks' death would not be tolerated. It would be punishable by death.
How do you know one of your wolves didn't slip under the radar?
It's impossible,
Haverson said.
There's a collective within each pack. Suffice to say, secrets are few and far between, and a secret as large as this one would not be hidden.
Then who do you think it was?
We don't know, and that's why we need you.
Haverson gestured again around the circle.
We have not retaliated, nor will we. Don't spend your time looking at us. We believe the attacks all have something to do with the Hex Files.
You don't think Matthew's attack had anything to do with retaliation?
It could be a werewolf who hasn't joined a pack,
Haverson admitted.
But beyond that, no. I think it's possible that Matthew King has a file out there with his name in it.
And Willa's mother? Haverson locked eyes with Gray.
I think it's time you take her home.
Chapter 22. I'm not sleeping at your place tonight, I said, elbowing Gray once the rest of the elder wolves had vanished and left us alone in the forest clearing. I'm going home.
It's not safe there.
Believe me, I've got enough pent-up anger to fight off the worst of whatever's coming after me.
I have to admit, your fireballs are impressive,
Gray said with a smile.
And also illegal. Please, stay under my roof tonight. I have a comfortable guest suite. Do it for your vamp.
Right, like Matthew wants me sleeping over at your place.
No, but he wants you safe more than anything.
I'll be safe.
May I suggest,
Ranger X said, startling both Gray and I by his quiet appearance between the trees,
that we put you up at the B&B tonight. It is the best on the Isle. It's won several awards. It's the only one on the Isle,
Gray said with a smirk.
And Midge gave herself the awards.
Ranger X allowed us a glimpse of one of his rare smiles, and it was a startling one. It cut through the rough edges of his face to give the tiniest flash of insight to the man beyond the Black Ranger attire.
But the macaroni and cheese is to die for, or so Lily tells me.
I'll do that, I said, pointing at Ranger X. What he said. Let's get some dinner in 2 rooms at the motel. I'm starved.
A very good choice.
X said, nodding. You'll have privacy to discuss business over dinner, and then separate rooms so you're close, but not too close. He gave each of us meaningful stares. First me, then Gray. It seemed he was telling me I'd be fed well and have my privacy, while simultaneously telling Gray he could sit outside my door and play watchdog all night if he so chose. The jaunt across the aisle was made up of purposeful footsteps and my own labored breathing. Apparently, the two gigantic men with their super long legs had no problem walking across the island at a pace that felt like a sprint to me. I was anxious enough that I didn't mind. The file practically burned a hole against my chest as we walked, and I was so swept up in my thoughts that I missed most of the scenery as we blew past the lower bridge and wound our way past a little town on Main Street and over to a rickety arrow directing us to the B&B. We passed a coffee shop, then signed in with a sprightly little woman at the front desk. Midge had to climb up a pile of books to get to her sign-in log. From behind the desk, she appeared very happy to have us. I hear your mac and cheese is to die for, I said, and I'm about to die of hunger, so is there any chance I could put in an order for that? Of course, Midge said blithely. If you have a death wish. I mean, people really have died for it. Is she kidding? I turned to Ranger X. I don't want to die. I have enough people trying to kill me as it is. He shrugged in a way that wasn't very comforting. Gray barked a laugh that startled Midge from her pile of books. She had to climb back up the stack and straighten her hair before finishing the sign-in process. Once she was done, she instructed us to head up to our rooms, freshen up, and meet back in the kitchen for food in half an hour. Gray and I bid goodbye to Ranger X, who made us promise to call if we needed anything else. Then we were off to our rooms. My room looked like Willa. It was pink and frilly and lit with perfectly dim lighting that set a relaxing romantic sort of mood. The pillowcases looked like they'd been crocheted by hand, and the wallpaper featured sprigs of soft blooming pussy willows every which way. 3 perfectly pink roses bloomed in a vase on the vanity, which was lighted by a glowing flame near a picture window. Since I didn't actually have things, I went straight for the bed and flopped on it. I pulled the file out, wondering if I should wait for Gray to open it. Then I figured Gray and the Elder Wolves had spent plenty of decades with the file, and now it was my turn. But first, I needed to check in with the hospital. Pulling the comm to my lips, I waited patiently for a patch through to Anita. Dani. Anita's tone was nearly indiscernible through the magical device. I was expecting your call. Then I bet you predicted my questions, I said. So, what are the answers? I'm relieved to tell you that Matthew is out of the woods, she said. He's made it through the worst of the healing process and is now beginning the recovery portion. He will be fine. I let out a breath of relief I hadn't known I'd been holding. A guarded ache deep in my gut eased, and a sense of tiredness suddenly settled on my shoulders. The adrenaline had kept my exhaustion at bay, but with the news that Matthew had pulled through the worst of his injuries, it came washing back in full force. The line, however, went suspiciously silent. And Katie? I don't know, hun. Nurse Anita's voice came through, sounding worried. We're doing the best we can. She's tough, but she's not Matthew. All the resolve in the world won't make her as quick of a healer as a vampire. Willa? My throat felt tight, closed. Is she there? Of course, and Jack is with her, she hurried to add. I'm sure whatever you're doing, wherever you are, it's good for you. There's nothing you can do here. Willa knows you love her. Just tell her I called, will you? And let Matthew know, too. Hun, he's not responsive. Still. Of course I will, she said. Do you have any leads on who or what came after them? I glanced at the file. I don't know. I might be onto something. I have to get going. Keep me posted, Anita. She promised and said goodbye. Before I could flip open the first page, I sensed movement on the other side of my door. Leaping to my feet, I had my stunner pulled by the time my doorknob moved, and Gray had 1 foot through the door. He raised his hands slowly.
I'm not opposed to you pulling a stunner on me,
Gray said easily.
I'll take it any day over a fireball.
I'll take a knock any day over a break-in.
I didn't break in. I knocked. There was no answer,
Gray said, eyeing the room suspiciously.
Is everything all right in here?
Yes, I was talking to Anita.
Oh.
Gray slipped the rest of the way into the room, but left the door open. His gaze was heavy.
I'm sorry. Any news?
Matthew will be fine, I said. Willa's mother is still in danger. Gray shook his head, toed at the floor.
Such a waste.
She's not dead yet.
It's still a waste for them to have been attacked.
Gray looked up and his face changed at the stern look on mine.
Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have barged in here. It's just, I thought that maybe something had happened when you didn't respond.
I brushed a strand of wayward hair from my face. It's fine, I understand. Everyone's on edge.
Maybe a meal will calm your nerves?
I glanced at the bed. My hesitation wasn't lost on Gray.
That will be there when we finish, he said. You need to eat. And once you see that file, there's no going back.
Then let's make this fast, I said. We don't have a lot of time. Dinner was, as Midge had promised, to die for. In fact, I scarfed enough food down that my pants had no hope of ever buttoning again. Gray was gentlemanly enough to look away the moment I sighed and actually lost the physical button. It flew from my waist, hit the table, and pinged off it.
I think you look beautiful,
he said with a cheeky smile. He reached for the button, twisted it between his fingers, and then handed it back.
I think it's your pants that have a problem.
Shut up.
Shall we order dessert?
Are you joking? I just lost the button on my pants. I squeezed the button so tightly it indented into my palm. Then I shoved it in my jacket pocket and pulled my shirt down to cover the gap at my waist. Anyway, I should really tuck in and get sleep. I want to be back by Matthew's side first thing in the morning.
You want to get to the file,
Gray said quietly.
It's important we're honest with one another, Dani. I want to see you succeed. We all do. We need you to be victorious if we want to keep the balance of good and evil magic in alignment. A tip to one side of the scales would be a very bad thing to all societies.
Yeah, well, I'd like my privacy.
Very well.
Gray stood, tossed some money on the table.
I'll be right next door if you need anything.
We ascended the staircase in silence. The ragged brown carpet softened our footsteps. The air smelled distinctly like soul food and fresh linens, a pleasant, homey scent. Quite different than the crisp, woodsy cologne that clung to Gray. When we reached our hallway, the one with the framed photos of an old family of gnomes, we faced one another. Good night, I said.
Good luck.
I let myself into the room and crumbled onto the bed. My body barely felt capable of holding itself up anymore, and I imagined myself shattering to pieces if it weren't for my skin and bones keeping me together. The file was in a manila envelope, enchanted by the wolves, judging by the residuals along the outside. I could see a trusty identity incantation that had been used to lock the files. I imagined if the wrong person opened it, the file would put itself on lockdown or disappear entirely. I reached for it, pulled it toward me. The package felt warm beneath my fingers and heavy. Unlike the master file that Matthew had secured for me, this one was stuffed to the brim with what felt like thick, sturdy papers. The envelope didn't bend. A quick glance around the room told me that I was alone and the door was locked. I looked at the wall opposite my bed, imagining Gray there, sitting, waiting, listening. For me to, what, I wondered, scream? Sliding one finger underneath the edge of the envelope, I tugged the lip open and felt the hiss of magic as the identity invocation climbed up my arms to verify that I was the intended recipient of the parcel. I knew I'd passed the test when the tingle faded and the package went from heavy and warm to quite normal and plain. Tipping the envelope upside down, I slid everything out in one go, noting a cover on the booklet of pages. On the cover was a stamp. In big, blocky black letters was printed a simple number, 2. Below it was an italicized font with the descriptor, "Another seeks bright in deepest dark." If I interpreted this correctly, it meant that I wasn't the second one mentioned in the master file. I was either 1, 3, 4, or 5. Inhaling a breath, I gathered my courage and flipped the cover open. The first page caught my eye with an extra-large, smiling photo of a very familiar woman. I didn't need to look at the name before I gasped. Chapter 23. How can this be? I paced back and forth in the hotel room. Dawn was coming quickly, fingers of red pushing, poking at the darkness that slogged behind. It's impossible!
It's her destiny.
There's got to be another way, I said. This will kill her. I have to call Anita.
It won't help anything,
Grace said.
I told you, this is a prophecy. Anita is doing everything she can to save Katie.
But what about Willa? I yelled at him. How could she be the second protector of the files? Her best spell on a good day is capable of breaking a window. This is all my fault. If she hadn't come into my life, maybe she'd be safe.
I'd argue that she's in your life now because the Hex Files magic drew her there. It's the way things work, Dani. Everything happens for a reason. You were meant to meet Willa, just like her mom needed to be injured.
She doesn't need to die.
She's not dead yet.
Did you read the damn file? I threw the papers on the bed. A few of them scattered, blew through the air. I didn't care. A part of me wished I'd never read them in the first place. Willa seeks bright in the deepest dark. That's now. Her mother is dying. Willa's not capable of seeking anything. She'll be devastated.
You don't know how strong someone is,
Grace said wisely,
until you've seen them go through hell and come back.
I crumpled on the bed. She shouldn't have to do this. Her mother can't die.
If that's what needs to happen, it's what will happen.
How can you be so cavalier about this?
Cavalier?
Gray's voice raised to a sharpness I'd never heard before.
Damn it, Dani. I am giving my life to this cause, whatever it takes.
Well, maybe you should just let us protectors handle things, I said dryly. Isn't that what this stupid hex is all about?
I don't like this any more than you do,
Gray said.
But I'm as invested as you are. When the Elder Wolves felt the pull of the files, I came to Wicked.
What, was Lorraine just a cover story?
Danielle.
Gray's voice was sharp.
You know better than that.
I'm sorry. I know you loved her, that you were just living your life, I said. But this sucks. None of us want to be a part of the files, and yet it seems the more we pull away, the more people get hurt. A light flicked on in Gray's eyes.
Maybe that's exactly it.
Exactly what?
The evil is growing stronger, but the good has not joined forces yet.
Gray stood, tapped a finger against the files.
Go searching the others out. Find Willa, find the others. The stronger you are, the more balanced the power struggle will be.
I'm trying, I said, but I can't tear Willa away from her mother's side. I have no clue where the other 4 files are, nor do I have any clue who they are.
The goblins, the witches, the sorcerers, the vampires, the humans.
Gray listed off the other species.
Go to them, plead your case. Maybe it will be enough for the other council members to turn over the files as the wolves have.
I shook my head. If only it were that easy.
You have to start somewhere.
I'm starting at the hospital, I said. I have to get home and shower and change, and I want to be there when Matthew wakes up. He'll know what to do.
I'm not convinced Matthew is a part of this,
Gray said.
You might have to do this without him.
I merely stared at Gray. Well, that's for me to find out, I suppose. Are you ready? We checked out and passed on Midge's generous offers of a whoppingly sturdy breakfast. I couldn't possibly, I told her as we left. I quite literally lost a button on my pants last night. Midge gave us a giggly goodbye, with promises she'd save us a room for our return visit. Maybe I'd take Matthew sometime once this mess was all over. It'd do no good to escape before we'd put an end to everything, as Matthew had wanted from the start. Running wouldn't help anything. Gray took us on a journey back to Wicked that I suspected towed the line of legality, but I was so tired from a sleepless night that I would have let him drag me wherever the hell he wanted, so long as it ended with a warm shower and clean clothes. Unfortunately, even after Gray dropped me at the trolley station near the Howler, making it home was not in the cards. As I hiked up my pants and opted for the walk back, I'd almost certainly fall asleep if I sat in the trolley and rode around the borough for the better part of the morning. I saw the flash of flame flares in the distance. The colorful spells shot lights and formed boundaries around a fresh crime scene, usually one with a dead body. With a sigh and a frown at my uncooperative pants, I headed for the flares. The crime scene was 2 streets down, and as I'd predicted, there was a body. Ropes and flares had been set up, and a handful of cops were trying to control the growing crowd. Nash stood near the officer, checking new officers into the scene. Sienna was nowhere to be found, which meant this was a fresh homicide. She usually wasn't long behind a dead body. There was a necromancer joke in there somewhere, I thought, but my brain was too tired to crack it aloud. Instead, I sidled over to my brother. "Hey, Nash, what happened?" Nash looked at me, then did a double take. His face squashed up all horribly as if he'd seen a ghost.
Dani?
Yeah, your sister.
What happened to you?
What are you talking about? I stifled a yawn. I had a busy night. Little sleepy, but that's all.
You look like the crime scene here, Nash said. Sienna's gonna want to inspect you. Dead on your feet. What happened?
Long story. I waved a hand. I'd rather talk murder. Who's the Vic?
You're...
Nash hesitated, then frowned.
Why are your pants unbuttoned?
Let's focus on the murder. I tugged my shirt down viciously. What's going on? The officer with the check-in log winced at me.
Unfortunately, Detective, your name's not on the list. Neither is Captain King's.
Well, Captain King is in the hospital, so I guess that's fair, I said sarcastically. But I'm here. Why don't you use the reserve while you've got me? Nash shifted his weight uneasily.
It's another one.
Another what?
It looks like a vampire killed again, Dani.
Nash murmured softly, turning to the side to shield his gaze from looky-loos, glancing over at my disheveled appearance and raised voice.
You should get on home. Sleep for a few hours before King wakes up. Waters isn't going to be happy when she...
Waters isn't going to be happy when what? Lieutenant Waters herself asked from behind Nash, making both of us jump. I'd been too tired, too focused to notice her stealthy appearance, an appearance that was a little too perfect. She wore a gray wool suit, a face of fresh makeup, and a starched white shirt with perfectly crisp edges. I was willing to bet all of her buttons were in place. I couldn't help the eye roll.
You shouldn't keep doing that,
Lieutenant Waters said.
My mother said if you roll your eyes too much, they'll get stuck like that.
Well, I've been doing it my whole life, I said, and they're still rolling around just fine.
I see that.
Lieutenant Waters held out her hand. On her palm, 2 eyeballs appeared, rolling around. Nash looked horrified, and my stomach felt as awful as his face looked. What are you doing? I asked her. That's psychotic.
No, that's your warning.
I stared at her, then watched as she stepped past me and bypassed the cop taking names. The eyeballs on her palm disappeared as she closed her fist over them. That's disgusting, I said. I knew she was a conjurer, but gross.
I think you should get out of here, Nash said. Please, Dani, don't push it.
I know I look bad, but geez.
I'm not talking about that, and you know it.
Well, pushing things is my middle name, I said. It's how I get the job done. If I didn't press on pain points now and again, I'd never bring in a criminal. Maybe you haven't realized, but the bad guys don't make a habit of turning themselves in freely.
Dani, pushing things DeMarco.
Sienna's voice rang over my shoulder.
What are you doing here? I thought you were away.
I'm back. Sienna nodded.
What do we have here today?
Something I'm not allowed to see, apparently. I'm banned from the scene. I nodded past the tape and flares. Apparently it's another death by vampire bite. And they're not allowing the only vamp and the person who best knows him to investigate.
People are idiots.
Sienna had a way of putting things simply.
What do you think is going on?
I thought of the last few hours, days, and found the timeline warped in my mind. The Hex Files ran into homicide scenes, and my attack blended with Matthew's and Katie's in one dark and starry blur. Honestly, I said, I don't know. All I can piece together in my limited investigation is that Allie Sparks was a new werewolf not yet into her powers. Nobody wanted her dead, at least on the surface. Targeted for weakness? Sienna suggested. It's not easy to kill a wolf. Ask your Gray. He's not my Gray, I corrected. And I know. I've seen Matthew tangle with the wolves before. It's a pretty even fight. Exactly, but only when the wolves have their full powers. However, if someone wanted to tick off the wolves and wanted an easy way to do it, they'd go after the weakling. While this wasn't new information, the way Sienna said it had things turning in my brain. Maybe I was looking at it all wrong. I'd been investigating Allie Sparks as one, as a singular entity. But what if she had done nothing wrong except been born into the wolf species? What if this was an attack on werewolves as a whole? The only thing worse than homicide to werewolves was homicide by vampire. Detective, Sienna called after me. Where are you going? I hadn't realized I'd been inching away from the conversation as my brain worked through the newest development. Well, I can't be here anyway, so I'm going to take off and get in a visit with Matthew. Matthew has been at the hospital, yes? Sienna mused. All night long? Yes, which would mean he's got an alibi. I gave her a satisfied smile, and she nodded back. Let Waters know, will you? She winked. Stop by later. I will. As I spun from the crime scene and stalked away, I hoped I'd read Sienna right. Clearly, she was of the same mind as the chief. Just because an order from above took me off the case, it didn't mean I was on the outs with my friends. Hopefully, Sienna would have the information I needed when I swung by the morgue later. If our heads were in the correct place, I was betting that this Vic would be a newer wolf, too. A weaker one, a target. Collateral damage in a war raging much larger than him. Still wondering who would want to tick off an entire species, I made my way home and let myself into the pizzeria. It was blissfully quiet at this hour, and it was with a somber twitch that I realized both Jack and Willa were likely still at the hospital. I putzed around in the kitchen while calming my twin and Jimmy to secure their help for the day. Once business was taken care of, I headed upstairs to take care of the hot mess that was Dani DeMarco. My shower went from a quick rinse to a 20-minute brainstorming session on the cases at hand, but unfortunately, the steamy bathroom didn't prompt any brilliant breakthroughs. It did, however, make me feel like a new woman. As I climbed out from underneath the hot stream of water, I opened the mirror to the medicine cabinet and took down an industrial-sized jar of aloe ale. Running through the wilderness first alone, then with Gray and Ranger X had done a number on my skin. I winced, dabbing the ale over my cuts and bruises, watching as the magic helped to seal the still-open wounds. It made me feel like Katie and Matthew. A few nicks from tree branches, and my body felt like someone had poured lemon juice into 1,000 paper cuts. But they'd had their chests and faces ripped open by claws. I'd take the paper cuts. The only downer about stopping by my place, besides Willa and Jack's absence, was the silence of my furniture. Marla, my coat rack, was dreadfully quiet about my disheveled appearance, and the fact that my choice in clothing for the day was a uniform startlingly similar to the one from yesterday that I just kicked into the hamper. My toaster, Tammy, didn't giggle with glee and spew bread at me. Even Carl, my trusty couch, didn't groan when I sat on him to lace up my boots. It was depressing. I threw open Fred for good measure, but the refrigerator remained silent about his paltry contents, even when I rummaged through the last pickle jar for some source of sustenance for the day. Maybe I'll grab a Jell-O from Anita at the hospital, I told Fred. How about that? His lack of appalled expletives notched my mood down a step further. I'd really have to see Felix and beg him for a favor. He could probably reverse engineer something, just as soon as we wrapped up the cases at hand. Thoroughly satisfied that my furniture was still comatose, I locked up and walked briskly toward the hospital. The building loomed next door to the police station and was built of solid brick, meant to withstand the worst of the magical whirlwinds to blow through Wicked. This morning, clouds hung heavy in the air, clinging to the gray-blue sky behind them. There was a general damp, mistiness that fit my mood and suffocated the entire borough. Not enough to warrant an umbrella, but just enough precipitation to soak me through to the bone by the time I arrived at Matthew's room. Detective? An unfamiliar face looked up as I barreled through the door.
Can I help you with something?
I scanned Matthew's room, blinking as I took everything in and struggled to digest the information. Yeah, where is Matthew? The captain's bed was decidedly empty. A vase of flowers, probably from Willa's mother, was well on its way to wilting near the bed. The nurse cleaning up the room stalled before answering, glancing around as if looking for someone to rescue her before she spilled secrets. Isn't this Captain King's room? I prompted. And wasn't he just on the verge of death last night?
He, recovers quite quickly, the nurse said. It was really amazing. And anyway, I think he had incentive to get out of here.
At my stony silence, the nurse blushed.
You, I mean. He kept saying he wanted to check on you, that you were in trouble. It was romantic, actually. I just didn't think...
She cleared her throat.
You know, that he'd actually up and leave the hospital. He was supposed to stay here for another 3 nights.
I rolled my eyes. You don't know Matthew very well.
No, Detective. I'm sorry.
Why didn't someone calm me? I threw my hands in the air. I wanted to be here when he woke. I told Anita this time and time again. Where's Anita?
It's not her fault, the nurse said. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Anita has been working for the last, 72 hours straight. I made her go home for a few hours very early this morning. She should be back any moment. She needed her rest.
I thought of myself, my own exhaustion, and how selfish it was for me to assume Anita would be on her feet all day, every day. She'd been up for more hours than me, and nobody wanted a sleep-deprived nurse treating patients. No, that's good, I said. Sorry, it was just startling to come in here and find an empty bed. I thought that maybe...
He didn't leave all that long ago, the nurse said. An hour, maybe 2. I tried to calm Anita, but she must have been sleeping. Really, Detective, she was dead on her feet. This is my fault.
It's nobody's fault except King's, I said. He's a grown man and knew exactly what he was doing. The nurse just bowed her head slightly. I felt even worse. Don't worry, Anita, with this, I said. It's not a big deal. I'll find Matthew. While I was annoyed at Matthew for dodging the people supposed to care for him, I was more frightened than anything. I was so sure Matthew had been on the verge of having his name cleared. If he just stayed at the hospital for another hour or 2, he'd have a rock-solid alibi. Chief Newton would have appealed to Arthur Lamont to get me and Matthew back on the case, officially. But no, my stubborn vampire just had to get up and walk his stubborn behind right out of the hospital. I'd like to see... I got your comm! A flurry of red hair skidded around the corner. My God, that asshole! If Dani finds out... Nurse Anita came to an abrupt stop, face to face with me and her underling. Dani found out, I said with a slow grin, about the asshole. Nurse Anita wrinkled her nose. I'm sorry. You weren't supposed to hear that. It's nothing you wouldn't have said to my face. Or, I corrected, did say to my face. But I've already talked with...
Nancy,
the young nurse filled in. Nurse Nancy, I said, and she informed me of what happened. It's nobody's fault. I'm not mad at anyone except Matthew. Well, I'm mad at him too, Anita said. I pumped all the best painkillers into him, and he waltzes out without so much as a thank you. I have to wonder if he wasn't faking those last few hours of the coma, just so I felt comfortable enough to get some shut-eye. I was so tired, DeMarco. I didn't even hear the comm go off. I'm sorry. Not your fault. I held up a hand. I'll find him soon enough. But while I'm here, could I check on... This way. Nurse Anita took a moment to adjust her clothes, tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and gather her bearings. She had a pencil sticking out of her red locks and lipstick that dragged halfway up her cheek. Pillow marks were still on her face. The poor woman had obviously been dead asleep when she'd realized something had gone wrong at the hospital. When I get my hands on Matthew... I'm afraid that when I left there wasn't much improvement, Anita said, but Katie was stable. I wouldn't have left otherwise. I glanced over, heard her defensive tone, and saw the worry lines on her face. Poor Anita was personally struggling with this one, too. It physically hurt her, stressed her out that there wasn't more she could do. I empathized, merely rested a hand on her arm and gave her a quiet nod. I know. We made it to Katie's room, her name tossed on the whiteboard inside with a few squiggly hearts next to it. Probably Willa's doing. Anita held my arm at the doorway, nodded for me to look through first. I was glad she stopped me because the moment was too gentle to interrupt. Willa sat in a chair next to the bed with Jack scooted up right alongside her. She clutched a tissue in one hand, but in her other hand, she held Jack's as if her life depended on it. Their heads were tilted together, just resting on one another, and neither spoke as they watched the rise and fall of her mother's chest. I began to back out slowly, not willing to interrupt the tender, private moment. But my movement startled Willa into looking up, her eyes widening as she sucked in a breath and shoved to her feet.
Dani,
she called out.
Oh, thank you for coming. I'm sorry Jack and I aren't at the pizzeria this morning. It's just...
Willa? My mouth hung open as I interrupted her with a wave of my hand. Don't be ridiculous. The shop is the least of your worries. I forbid you to come back until your mother is back on her feet and healthy as a horse, understand? Willa's eyes filled with tears. Jack's hand came up to stroke her back. They were just as worn down and exhausted as the rest of us, and emotionally spent to boot. I shouldn't have come here, I thought. I was an intruder in their private time.
I'm so glad you came,
Willa said again, foregoing Jack's hand to cross the room and throw her arms around me.
I know you have bigger things to do out there, fighting crime and all that, but...
I hugged Willa back. As uncomfortable as I was voicing anything to do with emotions, I found myself staring at Willa's mother, the pale gauntness to her face, and feeling like I owed everything I had left to Willa. You're my best friend, I whispered in her ear. There's no place I'd rather be. After a long moment in which Willa completely drenched my shirt with quiet tears, she pulled back.
Thank you. But really, we need you out there, finding who did this to her. Tell me you'll find whoever it was, Dani, and you'll put them away.
I found myself making the most intense promise of my lifetime as I met Willa's gaze. I promise. Willa returned to her seat, leaned next to Jack. As I watched Willa raise a hand and rested on her mother's skinny arm, I suddenly hated the Hex Files and all they stood for. Another Seek sprite in the deepest dark, I reiterated in my mind. Who in their right mind would be capable of putting together such a dreadful prophecy? Willa, the kindest soul in the entire borough, shouldn't have to go through hell and back to realize her powers. If only there was another way.
Go,
Willa said, giving me a flicker of a smile.
Find Matthew. I heard you guys talking next door. We'll be fine.
I stood still for a long moment, watching the scene before me. Finally, Anita moved first, bustling forward and making a show of normal small talk as she went through Katie's vitals and checked the tubes attached to her. I managed to slip out quietly before the sadness in the room broke me, too. Chapter 24. Once outside, I glanced toward the precinct and wondered if that would be where I found Matthew. No, I decided after a brief debate. After getting pulled off the case, he'd be hesitant to return to a precinct where tensions ran high. Knowing Matthew, he'd likely already heard about the new case this morning, the second vampire attack. Any pack members in the department who weren't already on edge would certainly be chomping at the bit for a lead. And without an alibi, Matthew wasn't exactly safe there. No, he'd be elsewhere. Looking for me, probably. Ironic, considering I was right under his nose. Unless there was something else, another task he needed to complete. Something he hadn't shared with me, or likely anyone else. The plain truth of the matter was that if Matthew King didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be. There was no sense wasting time looking for him. When he wanted to, he'd find me. There you are, Detective. The voice wasn't the one I wanted to hear. I swiveled around to find Lieutenant Waters quickly pacing toward me from the precinct. I had to hurry to find you. Aren't you supposed to be at the crime scene? I stepped underneath a nearby tree in an effort to take solace from the steady downpour of mist. Of course, Waters had an umbrella. The woman was annoyingly prepared. I don't dilly-dally, she said. I have it wrapped, and the techs will be finishing up shortly. It was urgent, however, that I come see you. Oh? How's Matthew doing? I masked any surprise and gave a nonchalant shrug. He's great. Just dandy. Why? I take it he has an alibi for this morning? Heat rose on the back of my neck. I imagine so, seeing as he was checked in at the hospital. And you saw him just now? What are you trying to do? I asked. Hopefully she missed my dodge of her question. You're wasting your time if you're looking at Matthew as a suspect. I'm not so sure about that. After all, he's the only known vampire in the borough. I followed the logical answers, detective, and all logic in this case is pointing toward Matthew. I rolled my eyes. I can see we disagree on everything. Did you or did you not just see Matthew? I'm done answering your questions, I said. If you want to formally question me, take me in. This is ridiculous. Very well. Waters was unfazed by my lack of cooperation. I can see you're very distressed, detective. I hope you're not lying for Matthew. If you know something, I can help you. Matthew has an alibi, I snarled. What more do you want? She leaned forward, her eyes narrowed. A real alibi. I couldn't bear to be around Waters for another second. A wave of pure adrenaline washed through me, and for a moment I debated storming into the precinct and demanding Chief Newton stand up to the NYPD and allow us back on the case, to kick Waters out of the borough, or else I'd hand in my badge. But I couldn't do that because, frankly, I'd handed in my badge quite a lot over the last few months, and it was getting old. I liked my job. I just didn't like having the love of my life accused of a crime I knew he didn't commit. If only that stubborn vampire had stayed put, Waters would be gone, and we'd be back on the hunt for the real murderer. Steamed, I put my head down and strode right past Waters and her stupid clear umbrella that was doing a fabulous job keeping her dry. My hair was stringy and wet, and my leather jacket was very cool-looking, but it did absolute squat in terms of keeping me dry. At least my pants stayed buttoned, probably because I'd forgotten to ask Anita for that breakfast jello. I huffed it to the morgue because I was already soaked, and I needed to calm down. I forced my lungs to take heaping breaths of fresh air as I moved, letting the humid mist settle over me as I neared the lab. I pushed through the front door and swiped a hand over my forehead. A sudden silence filled the room. Several obvious mourners in the waiting room stopped at once, and a pasty-faced man with an anxious tic, probably called down to ID a body, stopped dead and stared. "What happened to you?" Ursula called from the front desk. "You look awful." Coming from a monster, that was bad. Really bad. Ursula wasn't exactly known to be pretty with her purplish-toned skin and weird blobby figure. If she was saying I looked rough, I must look like a drowned swamp rat. "I'm here to see Sienna," I said. "She should be expecting me." "She's expecting Detective DeMarco," Ursula said. "Not the Loch Ness Monster." Funny, but Nessie has been locked up since '86. "Wow, it sure looks like she got unlocked because you hardly look human." "Good," I retorted. "I'm a witch, here to see a necromancer. Is Sienna ready for me?" Ursula sighed, then reached behind the desk and pulled a roll of paper towels from her drawer. She tossed it to me. "Mop yourself up. We can't have people slipping and ending up dead. Sienna's got enough on her plate without the extra casualties." I ripped a slew of paper towels from the roll and began patting myself down. I started with my hair, then moved to my neck and outer layers, and then finally my boots. My leather pants were all but superglued to my legs, so they'd be perma-pants from here on out. I'd have to go back to the Isle and lay on the beach for a week to get these suckers peeled off my body. Lastly, I threw some paper towels on the ground and stomped all over them, getting the crud off. I managed to mop the floor and scowl at Ursula the entire time, and only once she blinked and nodded with satisfaction that the floor was clean could I squelch my way back to the lab. When I reached the lab and found the door closed, I was confused. Usually when Ursula alerted Sienna to a visitor, she came to pick us up from the front desk. She hated people walking around her facility without an escort. Something about not wanting us to mess with the bodies. While I personally had no interest in messing with the bodies, as she put it, I couldn't fault her cautiousness. Just a few weeks back, 3 corpses had been stolen from the morgue. Strange things happened in Wicked. I raised a hand and knocked once. When there was no answer, I tried the door, then knocked again. "Sienna," I called through. "You busy in there? It's me, Dani." The introduction was useless, and she knew I'd be swinging by. Plus, I was sure Ursula and Sienna had a way of communicating when she had a visitor. After a few more minutes and some incessant knocking, I squelched back to the front desk. "Did you tell Sienna I was here?"
No. She frowned. She told me to send you right back when you got here. Isn't she there?
"She's not answering," I said. "Can you calm her or something?"
She doesn't wear her comm in the lab. She leaves it out here."
Ursula patted a black bracelet on the desk.
"I bring it to her if there's something urgent. She doesn't like to be disturbed."
Maybe I didn't knock loud enough, I mused, but I was already forming a lock lifter spell on my tongue as I headed back to the lab.
"Let me give it one more go." "I'm sure she's just busy. You know Sienna, how engrossed she gets in her work."
"Sure do," I said. "Thanks." I also knew that Sienna always kept her promises and never forgot a thing. If she'd expected me, she'd be waiting. With grim determination, I returned to the lab and tried another knock and name call, but even before the silence returned, I knew I wouldn't be hearing from Sienna. I could feel it in my gut. Something was wrong. Mumbling an illegal lock lifter, I let myself into the room and abruptly paused. Nothing looked wrong, except for the dead person on the table, but I recognized the build of the body as the same one from the morning's crime scene. He was placed exactly where he should be. Sienna's tools were out next to him. Her bright pink furry jacket hung by the door. A set of headphones rested on the desk. "Sienna?" I called. An eerie feeling settled over my spine. The door had been locked. The deadbolt had been thrown. Something Sienna only did when she was working and didn't want interruptions. But if she was supposed to be in here working, where could she have possibly gone? I scanned the small office adjacent to the lab, but that was neat and tidy, with only a few business items scribbled on a notepad with a glitter-encrusted pen dropped next to it. I felt stupid as I ducked to check under the tables, but there were only so many places to hide in a sterile, locked room. Nothing turned up from my search as expected. I was procrastinating looking further because the creepy feeling had intensified. The drawers along the wall on the far side of the lab seemed to be staring me down, calling to me. They were, realistically, the only place I hadn't looked large enough to house a body. Because that's what they'd been made for. Refrigerated beds for sleeping corpses awaiting Sienna's attention. My hands turned clammy when I caught sight of a drawer at chest level propped slightly open. Just a hair beyond the rest, as if someone had been in a hurry and hadn't taken the time to push it those last few centimeters shut. I took a few steps closer, my eyes fixated on the doorway, praying for Sienna to burst through, bobbing her head to music and yelling at me to keep my sticky paws away from her bodies. To explain she'd been in the bathroom and to scream fondly about how she'd have Ursula's head for letting me back here unsupervised. But the petite necromancer never arrived. My fingers came to rest on the handle. The drawer was occupied. I could tell immediately that a pair of legs extended, toes touching the end nearest me. I had seen plenty of dead bodies, but I couldn't bear to contract my muscles and draw the handle toward me. "Oh, Sienna," I muttered to myself, "where are you? What have they done to you?" Then I scrunched up my eyes, gathered the last dregs of courage from the bottom of my stomach, and slid the drawer open. I stepped to one side. I needed to open my eyes, but before I did, I took a deep breath, leaned against the cool metal drawers for balance, and mumbled a quiet prayer to the gods that I wouldn't find one of my only semi-friends inside. I opened my eyes and felt the world tilt. Chapter 25. I must have screamed or called out or done something of the sort because Ursula came running. She careened around the corner, all of her blobs wiggling as she came to a stop in the doorway.
"Where's Sienna?" she asked, struggling to catch up with the scene. "What are you doing in here alone?"
I couldn't respond. My throat had entirely closed up. My gut churned. My built-in cop instincts had flown out the window. I couldn't even lift the comm to my lips to call for help. The only thing I could do was turn my gaze back to Sienna. Poor Sienna. Poor Sienna. I'd found the petite necromancer all right, but I wished I hadn't.
What did you do to her?
Ursula stepped closer, her eyes widening.
Is she in there?
I slammed the drawer shut, looked up to Ursula. With the ring of the metal clanking shut, all of my cop instincts came flooding back. We have to call the precinct. Get a medic here right away, and Felix. Now!
What?
Now!
I want to see her,
Ursula said, but she was already retreating.
Is she?
I think she's alive, I said, but I'm not sure. Move it, Ursula! Finally, my warnings broke through to her, and she stumbled backward, toppling out the door and moving toward her desk with more speed than I had ever seen from her before. It was only after Sienna's assistant made it out of the room that I allowed my fingers to rest back on the handle. I gritted my teeth and tugged. The drawer slid out, this time noiselessly. I stared down at Sienna and forced away any feelings of friendship in order to keep my cop instincts sharp. I had to look for residuals. I had to focus. I couldn't bear to let the sight of my friend, trapped in her own morgue, derail my efforts to find the monster who'd done this to her. I scanned the drawer again with fresh eyes. The body inside was most definitely Sienna's. I recognized the clothes she'd been wearing at the crime scene this morning. Her bright red shirt and matching hair, along with the shaved side of her head. However, that wasn't all that was in the drawer. Ice, and a lot of it. The necromancer was frozen solid into a block of ice the size of the drawer, as if someone had poured water in and flash-frozen everything. How, I had no clue. It had to be magic. I'd seen Sienna barely over an hour before. This much water didn't freeze that quickly without a little supernatural help. Sure enough, I found the residuals just as expected. A flash frost, marked by twinkling pale blue residuals that sparkled snowflake white around the edges and danced over Sienna's body. The necromancer's face was pale, turning a purplish blue. The fact that she'd been so recently frozen had me thinking she wasn't yet dead, that whoever put her here hadn't predicted my arrival.
Hurry!
I yelled for Ursula. We need a medic fast!
Medics are on their way,
she yelled back.
I'm holding everyone here for questioning. The precinct has been called. Felix is coming.
I raised a hand, rested it against the ice. The residuals scrambled out of the way as if I displaced them with a brush of air. The ice was cool against my palm and began to melt. Not quickly, but enough to feel the wet on my skin. A part of me longed to grab something, anything, a hammer, a spade, a spear, and bang at the ice until it cracked, but that was far too dangerous. If Sienna was alive in there, she could be injured by my brash movements, or worse. Aside from the flash frost residuals, I couldn't peel any additional layers of magic away from the scene. I tried to guess at what had happened in here, but it was difficult. Sienna must have been preparing for the autopsy of the body on the table when she was surprised by someone. Had she known them? She must have, I thought, to let them inside the room without alerting Ursula. And this person must have gotten close, too close, in order to perform magic of this magnitude. Maybe he or she knocked Sienna out with a stunner when she wasn't expecting it, then carefully laid her to rest in her own drawer before flooding it with water and performing the flash frost spell. It would make sense, I thought, except for the why. I found my gaze drawn toward the body on the table. Maybe Sienna had been onto something and the murderer sensed she was getting close with her findings. There had been 2 wolf deaths by vampire bite in the same number of days, and by now I was convinced the murderer was purposely ramping up tensions between the 2 species. I'd bet money on it. So, if Sienna had pinpointed the killer and determined it wasn't Matthew, maybe it wasn't a vampire at all, it would ruin everything the murderer had worked to achieve. Unless he could silence Sienna, permanently.
Company, Ursula called. Detective, there's someone here to see you.
The urgent screech told me it wasn't anyone pleasant, and I knew before I saw the smooth blonde ponytail that Waters had trotted her buttoned pants and clear umbrella over here. Do you have a tap on our comms? I asked coldly as Lieutenant Waters cleared the doorway and stopped, eyeing me warily. How'd you get here so fast? You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're showing up to crime scenes awfully quick. One would almost start to wonder if you didn't have insider information. Funny. Coming from the woman who has beat me to the last 2 crime scenes, Waters said, equally coolly. And the woman who's dating a vampire, let me remind you. A vampire who escaped from the hospital this morning and doesn't, contrary to your testimony, have an alibi for the time of murder. You've seen Matthew? I realized my misstep too late. Ah, so you didn't see him this morning, Waters said, as I suspected. Nurses Anita and Nancy filled me in, much to their chagrin. First of all, you don't have any testimony from me, I spat. You caught me in the rain and tried to back me into answering your questions. Secondly, Matthew didn't escape from anywhere. He was in the hospital because he was injured. He got better and walked out. End of story. Right. The press will see it that way, I'm sure. Don't you dare. I'm not daring to do anything, Waters said. I'm merely investigating and telling the truth. You haven't found Matthew, I said. You won't be able to find him until he wants to be found. You don't know that he doesn't have an alibi. No, but I do know it looks like he's on the run. On the same morning that a vampire murdered another werewolf. You don't know that, I said. You don't have Sienna's report. She wasn't finished. Here's the way I see it, Waters said. Sienna was prepared to prove Matthew guilty. He escaped from the hospital, killed the wolf, and when he realized Sienna had enough to pin him to the wall, he silenced her too. Matthew doesn't have this sort of magic. The first true sign of curiosity peeked on Waters' face. Oh? And what magic is that? I shut my mouth. I didn't plan on helping Waters, especially not when she was working to pin a murder on my boyfriend after kicking us both off the case. You've seen residuals, haven't you? Waters entered the room, her heels click-clacking across the floor as she moved to the open drawer. Aside from a slight stiffening in her posture, she didn't react at all to the sight of Sienna trapped in a block of ice. Oh, dear. This isn't good. This isn't your case, I corrected. You're here to deal with the vampire murders, not this one. I am if I believe it's related. Waters spun and gave me a thin smile. And it's related, which means, off you go, detective. You can't kick me off this case, too. Her red lipsticked smile grew wider. Watch me. Before things got even dicier between us, I scooted a step closer to Sienna, determined to do whatever it took to get her out of this ice alive. Rules be damned. The chief could fire me if he wanted. At the rate Waters was suspending my caseload, it wasn't as if I was exceptionally busy anyway. Fortunately, voices, friendly, familiar voices, sounded in the hallway, accompanied by Ursula's worried one. In the next moments, the lab flooded with folks. Anita came first, and I was relieved she'd gotten wind of the case and had shown up to help. Behind her followed a flood of cops. A very confused-looking Felix followed. Anita approached the body first. She muttered a curse word under her breath, then made meaningful eye contact with me. I'll do what I can. I rested a hand on her arm. I know. I might have to leave, but anything you need, anything you can tell me. Anita gave a firm nod, then a devilish glance at Waters. Apparently, Anita wasn't happy about being forced to answer questions that painted Captain King in a bad light. At least I wasn't the only one annoyed by Waters' presence. The cops filtered into the room, beginning their analysis. I quickly gave a testimony to one of the officers and mentioned the residuals when I was almost certain Waters wasn't listening. She'd get the information anyway, but I didn't want to present it to her on a silver platter. My last stop was Felix. I could feel Waters' eyes on me, and I knew my time was running out. The tech wizard looked like someone had tugged him out of bed. He had on jeans and what appeared to be a pajama top, complete with what I hoped was a toothpaste stain on his pocket. He held a massive mug of coffee in one hand and blinked at me, as if surprised to see me there. You catch the residuals? He asked, not wasting a moment's time. Flash frost, I said. I can't tell the species that performed the magic, but I can put the time that this happened within the last hour or so. You can tell all that from residuals? Felix looked at me. Well, that and the fact that I saw her alive an hour ago, I snapped. But yes, the residuals are very fresh. Don't you think it must have been someone she knew? Anita joined our little duo and whispered to us. You know Sienna better than me, But once I had her in the hospital wing for recovery, and she almost bit off the finger of the nurse when he said she looked nice.
The woman can hold her own,
Felix said, raising his eyebrows.
and she's protective of her workspace. She wouldn't have let anyone waltz in here.
Those were my thoughts exactly. Felix and Anita's gazes flicked back to Sienna, and I could tell they were itching to get started. That means we can't trust anyone, I said, least of all Waters. I'm about to get kicked out of here, and Matthew's not looking good without an alibi.
Matthew would never hurt Sienna, Felix said. Everyone knows that.
Everyone but her. I nodded at Waters as she approached. Just do what you can, fast, and talk to as few people as possible. Detective, Waters said, interrupting our powwow just as Anita and Felix were nodding in agreement. Fill me in on what's happening with the NYPD's most famous tech wizard. Felix preened.
We're just discussing Sienna's case.
Can you fix her? Waters asked bluntly. And do you have any idea who might have done it?
We think it might have been someone.
Felix, still glowing under the compliment, blabbed with his big fat mouth until Anita stomped on his shoe and he kindly reconsidered.
We think we'll have a chance at getting her back to health safely, but we'll have to get right to work. No interruptions. Have the rest of the techs get what they need and clear out. Give us space to work.
You were saying? Waters asked, looking between Anita and Felix. Something about how it might have been someone, then I didn't catch the rest because the nurse stomped on your foot. Felix's face turned pink.
Just saying it must have been someone she knew, which is quite obvious if you knew Sienna.
Why's that? Waters faced the three of us.
The door was locked. Nobody has the key besides Sienna and Ursula. Ursula has her key, and the door was locked while Sienna was working. So she either let someone inside or they used magic.
I don't see any residuals around the door, yet the deadbolt was thrown when I entered with a lock lifter. I swallowed my distaste. Another reason you shouldn't be looking at Matthew. He doesn't have that kind of magic. No, but he was a friend. He could have possibly lifted the keys off Sienna after he iced her, or gotten her to open the door for him, Waters said. Where are Sienna's keys? Do we have them? I imagine on her body, I said through gritted teeth, but we won't know until we get Sienna out and defrosted. Waters considered it all carefully. I think the evidence fits the profile of one particular man who escaped this morning.
Someone escaped? Felix asked. From where?
The hospital, Waters said. Captain Matthew King. Chapter 26. My feet dragged along the streets of Wicked, turning up dust and dirt and smoke as I scuffed my boots through the worn paths. After Waters had accused Matthew yet again, I'd been kicked out of the lab with a few choice parting words that had had Felix scrubbing at that toothpaste stain on his shirt to avoid eye contact with either of us. There was no way I'd be getting close to any case ever again so long as Waters was in the borough. It was a good thing I was already on personal time, or else I'd probably be getting a comm from Chief Newton at any moment with word of my suspension. I debated going to the 6th Precinct and pleading my case again. I knew the chief trusted me, but I also knew he wasn't willing to rock the boat more than he already had. Not that he'd rocked it exactly, more like given the canoe a bit of a wiggle. We were on our own. Or rather, I was on my own, since I had no clue where Matthew was, and I was starting to feel a bit annoyed at his disappearing act. He hadn't calmed, and while I expected he had pressing business to take care of, it wouldn't have killed him to drop a line when he was freed from the hospital. I hadn't even been there when he'd woken from the coma. Speaking of comas, I had the sneaking suspicion I'd be headed toward one myself, and fast if I didn't get some rest. While I hated the fact that I needed sleep and Matthew didn't, stupid witchy weakness, I knew I wouldn't be thinking clearly much longer if I didn't get an hour or two of shut-eye. A quick nap and I'd be refreshed and back on the streets. Hopefully feeling less murderous myself, seeing how this last interaction with Waters had gotten my intestines churning in a distinctly homicidal manner. I found myself dragged toward Matthew's place. I considered heading home, but between my silent furniture and the lack of Willa and Jack arguing in the kitchen, it was too depressing. I debated going to the hospital to sleep next to Willa as moral support, but I'd just be in the way. Plus, Matthew had to turn up eventually, and if I knew my vampire, he'd want to change his clothes. I climbed the front steps and let myself into Matthew's house with the enchanted key he'd recently given me for such occasions. Without bothering to look up, I turned, shut the door behind me, feeling overwhelmed with zombie-like fatigue. Even my limbs dangled tiredly as I huffed over to the stairs and began to haul myself up them. I stopped halfway when I caught a glimpse of a dark figure in the sitting room. My head jerked up, my trembling, tired limbs flexed to attention. "Why didn't you say something, Matthew? You startled me." Matthew looked up, surprised to see me.
"Dani."
He moved to his feet, crossed the room.
"I didn't hear you come in."
I blinked and backed away. "Who are you and what have you done with the real Matthew?" The vampire raised his hands. He looked like Matthew, smelled like Matthew, had the markings of Matthew down to the wolf prints still healing across his skin.
"It's me. I was just distracted."
"You're never distracted. You hear everything," I said. "You hear when I open a candy wrapper from 3 miles away." He smiled, but it was grim.
"I was reviewing something very important. Something you'd like to see."
I squinted at him again. "Tell me something that only Matthew would know." He blinked, looked startled, then smiled.
"I'm pleased you know me so well, and that you are so cautious."
"I'm listening," I said. "One wrong move and I'll drop you."
"Ah, foreplay," Matthew said. "I knew you were romantic." "Listen, DeMarco, I know your eyes flash violet when you fight, or when I turn you on. When I stroke that space on your stomach between your navel and your—"
Yeah, move it along," I said. "Something else." He gave a dry laugh.
"Do many others know that about you?"
"Keep talking."
"I know you still carry guilt from Trenton's death. I know you and Gray are becoming friends, and I don't like it. I can smell him on you. But I'm trying not to let my jealousy show because it's unbecoming and you hate it."
I pursed my lips. "That's better. What did I eat for lunch in the Golden District when we were investigating the missing elves?"
"You slurped through not one but 2 gelatos," Matthew said. "And when we were investigating the mayor's murder, you picked up a hex dog while simultaneously mocking the King Club."
"And how did someone get the jump on you for the attack?" I asked. "Was it someone you knew? It must have been because you wouldn't allow anyone else to get close." Matthew blinked, shook his head.
"No, whoever attacked me was the same person who attacked you the other night, or at least used the same method. All I remember is you going to the shower. The next thing I knew, the room was filling with black smoke. Then there was a flash, and someone hit me with a fang freeze. I don't remember anything else until I woke up in the hospital."
"Okay, it's you," I said as a breath left my chest. "Holy smokes, you scared the living daylights out of me." Matthew smiled, but still it was somewhat distant.
"I'm glad you thought to come here."
"I shouldn't have had to." I faced him, halfway wanting to rush into his arms and enjoy the fact that he was alive. But the other half of me wanted answers. "Why didn't you calm me when you woke?"
"If you weren't at the hospital, I knew you were busy," Matthew said. "I know you, Danielle. I'm sure Nurse Anita sent you away."
I frowned. "That's true, but still. I told her to call me the second you woke up."
"I'm fine," Matthew said. "It would have been selfish of me to pull you away from your mission. I trust it was worthwhile."
I thought back to the meeting of the Elder Wolves and the discovery of the second file and gave a nod. "It wasn't information I wanted, but I suppose it's something I needed to have. But still, I would have come home to see you."
"How'd you like the Isle?"
I squinted at him.
"I can smell it on you," Matthew said. "Certain pollens are native to the Isle and wouldn't survive in Wicked. And I assume Gray went with you, along with a slew of other wolves?"
I shrugged. "I smell that bad? I already showered since I've been back." He just wrinkled his nose.
"The shower is upstairs if you want to try again. You're exhausted. Why don't you come into bed and I'll join you?"
"You're still acting strangely," I said. "What's wrong?"
"Nothing,"
he said too quickly. He read the unease on my face and relented. Fine. There is a little matter that we should discuss, but not until after you get some rest. I don't like this. You're keeping secrets from me. I'll explain everything once you've rested. Don't baby me, Matthew, I blurted. I know what I'm doing. Do you? Why did you leave anyway? You couldn't have stayed in the hospital for a few more hours? Matthew looked surprised. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I am. I'm over freaking joyed. Sounds like it. But you were supposed to have an alibi this time, I said. A few more hours and you would have been cleared, and Chief Newton would have had a solid reason to get us back on the case. Now you and I are looking like Bonnie and Clyde over here. You're making this extremely difficult. An alibi for what? The murder, I said, then stopped. The second werewolf murder? You didn't hear about it? Matthew rubbed a hand over his weary face. I had things to take care of when I left the hospital. I've only just returned. I didn't take my comm with me. I'm afraid Waters has asked for tracking on it. That's why I didn't tell you my whereabouts. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be going places so secretively. Please, Matthew said. I want to discuss this, but I can see the exhaustion on your face. Shower, bed, discuss. Please. I was too frustrated to argue with him. My fingers trembled as I rested them on the banister and began to climb upward. Maybe I wouldn't nap first, but I needed a breather. Needed a minute to think and cool down, especially with my frayed emotions ready to snap at a moment's notice. Matthew was right. I wasn't thinking clearly, but I couldn't afford time away from the case. It was a lose-lose situation. To sleep or not to sleep, there was no good answer. So I chose the shower and coffee, hoping they would perk me up. Neither perked me up. If anything, by the time I climbed out of the shower and grabbed a cup of piping hot coffee from the machine on Matthew's desk, my eyes could barely stay open. I leaned forward and rested my head on the desk, just for a moment. I woke some time later to a hand on my shoulder. Before I could open my eyes, Matthew's arms circled around my body and lifted, carrying me to his bed. Someone, Matthew or his staff, had completely cleaned everything. Even in my foggy brain, I suspected the mattress, the sheets, every inch of blackened carpeting was new. Somehow magicked into place to rid the smell and stains of blood. Danielle, Matthew said, close your eyes. I knew he was using his nifty little powers of persuasion on me, but I didn't particularly care. My eyes closed of their own accord, and again, I slept. The next time I woke, it was dark. A cool hand pressed to my forehead in the instant between the time I woke and the time I realized I was awake. I rolled over, closer to the solid figure sitting next to me on the mattress. Matthew, I whispered. Let's try this again, he said softly. I'm glad you're here, Dani. I know you were with me at the hospital until Anita kicked you out. I love you. I love you too, I said, my eyes still closed as I felt my chin being tilted toward Matthew. I'm glad you're alive. He gave a light, breathy sort of laugh before pressing his lips to mine and lingering in a soft, tender kiss. A reunion of sorts. Slowly, my body perked to attention as Matthew's hands pulled me against him, eventually seating me by his side as my eyes opened, and I yawned and stretched into complete awakeness. Then, with a start, I realized that it was dark outside. How long did I sleep? You needed it. Answer the question, King. Matthew flinched. It's nearly midnight. Ah! What a waste of a day! I threw the covers back and climbed from bed. Why did you let me sleep that long? Matthew didn't bother to blink. Oh, I don't know, because you drank a cup of coffee and fell promptly asleep sitting upright at my desk? Yeah, but I could have used 2 hours. Do you feel better? Yes, I admitted grudgingly. That's basic biology. Well, for witches, I guess. There was nothing you missed anyway. Matthew stood and moved toward the coffee machine. He started it for me since he didn't drink that junk. I've checked in with Felix, Anita, Chief Newton. Sienna? I asked quietly. I'd been so distraught and disoriented when I'd first come into Matthew's house that I hadn't even informed him of our friend's untimely incident.
Yes,
He said quietly.
Felix filled me in. He and Anita are still working to get her out safely, alive. They believe it can be done, but it will take time.
I rubbed my temples. Maybe I should go back to bed.
The rest of the day has been taken up by this morning's murder.
Did Waters come talk to you?
She tried to.
Matthew gave a thin smile and didn't expand.
I'm glad you rested. You and I are not exactly welcome in the borough at the moment, and you have me to blame. I'm truly sorry about that.
It's not your fault. Anyone who knows you should know you couldn't have done any of this, I said. Then felt a small light bulb click on in the back of my brain. Just the smell of fresh caffeine was already working. In fact, I think the reason Sienna was iced is because she was onto the real murderer. Matthew frowned. Maybe she figured out something about this supposed vampire killer, I suggested. Maybe she uncovered some sort of spell that can act as vampire poison. Then the murderer could have been anyone, and we wouldn't be so limited in looking only at vampires.
Only at me, you mean?
Only at vampires, I confirmed. You just happen to be the only one of your kind in the borough.
Do you know why that is?
The rest scattered, I said. Vampires in general don't like being around us living folks and prefer dark spaces and sewers. The penalty for vampire attacks is severe, so they avoid places they might be easily caught, like in the 6th Precinct.
Do you know when they scattered?
I shrugged. Before I was born?
I killed the vampire who tried to use the hex files to take over and convert the borough to evil,
Matthew said.
At the time, the NYPD viewed that as a sign of my loyalty to good, to finding justice over the bonds between my kind. They allowed me to stay in the borough and offered me a job. The rest chose to leave us.
Why are you telling me this?
You don't like secrets, Matthew said, and I've lived for so long that I have many. I thought you should know that one.
Well, thanks, I suppose, but I knew that already. It doesn't change anything for me.
And I would do it again,
Matthew said, his gaze eerily iced over as he fell back into his memories.
If I hadn't, I'd have never met you, and I wouldn't trade that for anything.
We let the quiet linger, finally returning to reality a few moments later. Arguing, fighting, disagreeing with Matthew always made me feel off-kilter. And while the world around us was still a mess, so long as Matthew and I were together, a united front, I could have faith the rest would work out.
About my alibi, Matthew said, if you'd like to speak with...
Matthew. I cursed and waved a hand for him to stop. Don't say what I think you're going to say. I don't need an alibi from you. Don't be ridiculous. I knew from the second I found your empty bed that if you hadn't called, it was because you were doing something important. I know you better than that.
Good.
Is it something you want to share with me? I sensed a strange hesitation in Matthew. Or does it need to remain private for now? Another strange smile crossed Matthew's face.
I'd prefer it remain private, but I don't think it can. You need to see this, Danielle.
Actually, I have something you need to see, too. I disappeared into the bathroom without watching for Matthew's reaction. I'd kept Willa's file clutched to my chest the entire journey from the aisle back home. Then I'd kept it in my bag to bring to Matthew's. When I stepped from the bathroom, I had the envelope loosely in hand. Matthew's gaze met mine, and at the same time we both realized what the other held. In Matthew's hands was another file. Where did you get that? I murmured. That's where you had to go?
The goblins owed me, Matthew said carefully. Between that and a substantial donation, along with the explanation of why it was needed, I've got the 4th file.
I swallowed. Am I named in it? Again with that quirky, strange grin.
You're named, but it's not your file.
I squinted. Really?
Whose is that?
Matthew nodded toward me.
Which file?
The second, I said, then cleared my throat. Willa Bloomer. Matthew stepped closer. Shall we exchange? I glanced at the rising moon. I guess we don't have a choice. Where's this from? Matthew asked as he took Willa's file. How'd you find it? Gray and the Elder Wolves gave me their file for safekeeping, I said. They told me I'd need it. You'll need all the help you can get, Matthew said. I hope. Just read the file, Dani. Matthew's words were so oddly forced that my gaze snapped down to the explosive file in my hands. Whoever's name was on this next page would have their life changed forever, without them even knowing it. Running my fingers over the exterior, I prayed that it would be someone I didn't know. I couldn't bear another tragedy to a close friend for the sake of justice. The fourth will break from a desperate plight. I played the words over and over again in my head from the fourth line of the Hex Files prophecy. Who would be broken, and from what? I turned the page, feeling Matthew's eyes burning on me while the blood in my veins froze at the image. I looked up to Matthew, the name a whisper on my lips. Gray. Chapter 27. Grayson LeBlanc. Transformation 1806. Species werewolf, elder wolf. Criminal history wanted in 1808, 1809, and 1813. I blinked up at Matthew, the expression on my face blank. There was a lot of processing going on behind the scenes, but I couldn't get the words to form quite right on my lips. Gray has a criminal history? I murmured, not sure why that was the thing I'd fixated on from the paper in front of me. I didn't know that. There's a lot about Gray I'm sure you didn't know, Matthew said gruffly. Continue reading. How far does this go? I flipped through a few pages. It's massive. There's a charm to automatically update history as it's written. It should be current or close to it. I sighed. I don't have time to go through all this. I don't think you need to, Matthew said. The point is that you now know Gray is mentioned in the Hex Files. He's listed as the fourth protector, and you will need to work together, along with Willa and the other two, to put an end to the files once and for all. You don't like it? I don't have a choice. I sighed. I wish it wasn't his name. I hate that it's all the people I love. It feels too coincidental. Quite the contrary, Matthew said. Everything happens for a reason. The Hex Files were established years ago, and I believe that people are drawn to you. The five of you are drawn together and anchored here. It's not a coincidence at all, but fate. Better if you do know the others. Your bonds will be stronger. Do you think... I hesitated. Do you think your name is in one of the other files? I've been hoping so, Matthew said grimly, but I wouldn't put money on it. I figured I'd have known by now if I were to be involved. I shrugged, not sure what I hoped. While I wanted Matthew to be by my side, to fight with me, I also wanted him as far away from the files as possible. After his latest stint in the hospital, he seemed a bit more human, a bit less invincible. If he was the fifth file, I wouldn't know what to do. I know what you're thinking, I said to Matthew. Don't worry so much. I'm not the last person mentioned. There are still 3 other spots open. 1, 3, and 5. Matthew merely nodded and returned to his reading of Willa's file. It was my signal to get back to work on Gray's as well. I flipped through a few more pages, skimming Gray's history. He'd come into his powers late, somewhere around age 34, and he hadn't budged in the centuries since. After learning of his true nature, he'd clearly been unhappy. At least, that's what I gathered from the slew of primitive criminal reports as recorded by the charmed file. Something had happened a few years later, though the papers didn't specify what exactly. I imagined it had something to do with the Elder Wolves because he cleaned up his act and eventually ascended to his role as a member of their pack. There was a lot of interesting information as to how Gray got to that point, but it was in the past, and I needed to focus on the present. I flipped further through, searching for the reason Gray had been selected as the fourth file. Supposedly, there was a desperate plight just waiting to break him. And if Willa's file were any indication of what I'd find, the answer should be waiting in the sheaf of papers I held. Getting impatient, I skimmed faster, began flipping through pages and pages of Gray's life and accomplishments. It was overwhelming to learn all he'd done and been, especially since he hadn't shared much of the information with me himself. It felt voyeuristic to read about the private parts of his life without him knowing it. "You have to continue," Matthew said when I hesitated, as if reading my mind. "You'll speak with him soon enough, I promise." Without a word, I flipped to the end and thumbed backward until I found it. The more recent updates. I read and read and read, unaware that Matthew had pushed Willa's file aside and just watched me. When I finished, I looked up, my lips parted in shock. "What is this garbage?" I tossed the file to the side. Do we even know if this is an actual prophecy? It's stupid. Ruining people's lives. "No," Matthew said. "It's hard to understand why things need to be this way, but they do." I pushed myself to my feet. "You're telling me Willa's mother needs to be on the verge of death in order for Willa to find the strength to come into her powers? That's crap. And Gray?" I threw my hands up and paced around the room. Matthew waited in silence. "Gray's desperate plight is that he's falling in love with me, but I'm going to break his heart?" I turned to Matthew, a burn creeping up my cheeks. "That's stupid. I'm sorry." "Is it?" Matthew asked quietly. "I love you, Danielle. There was a time I couldn't have you. My fault, but still, and it very nearly killed me. I understand why and how Gray might fall in love with you. And if you don't choose him—" "Matthew, I'm with you. I love you and I'm in love with you," I said. "Gray knows that. He's not trying to interfere." "He might never interfere," Matthew said, "but that doesn't change anything." I sat on the bed, crumpled. "This sucks. This super sucks. Why is this our responsibility?" Matthew shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine. I suppose it's all in the grand design somewhere, the balance of good and evil. There will always be an equilibrium and a fight to maintain it." "We don't know this is true, though," I said. "We don't know any of this for a fact. I was just with Gray, and he didn't say nothing was different. He knows we're just friends." Matthew just shook his head. "Look at Katie. Her fate has already been sealed." "What are you talking about?" I gave Matthew my best death stare. "She's in the hospital recovering. I mean, things aren't looking good, but Nurse Anita hasn't given up yet, and we shouldn't either." "I don't think you understand Willa's file," Matthew said softly. "Willa can't come into her power until her darkest moment." "Right, and that's now, when she thinks she's going to lose her mother." Matthew's face was tinged in sadness. "I don't think so, Danielle." I stood, the blood draining from my body. "I have to get to the hospital." Matthew stood along with me. "I think that's a good idea. I'll come with you." "No, please. I have to do this alone. And you—" I sucked in a breath. "I think you should stay out of the spotlight. While you're at it, it's probably best if you talk to Gray." Chapter 28. It was nearing morning by the time I made it to the hospital. I climbed the stairs and bypassed the front desk, which was quiet and sleepy at this ungodly hour. The hallways, however, were filled with chipper night staff and exhausted family members. Main visiting hours were over, but there were plenty of people waiting for news on a loved one. While I normally came to the hospital on business, today it was personal. As I eased down the hallway toward the Bloomer room, I was startled to find Arthur Lamont strolling toward me. "Chief," I said, straightening, "what brings you to Wicked?" I could count on one hand the number of times I'd seen Chief Lamont here, and I thought his presence couldn't be good, especially since he'd already sent his puppet along to watch over us. Waters was doing an excellent job disrupting the borough. "There's been an unfortunate development." Lamont pulled to a stop and frowned, his gray-flecked eyes tinted with concern. "Unfortunately, we've had another attack, this time on Waters." My heart thumped. "Do you know who did it? Is she surviving?" "She's alive, yes," Lamont said. "That's why I'm here. I brought some members of our SWAT team with me to make an arrest. Hopefully this will all come to an end soon." "An arrest?" Lamont nodded. "Head to the 6th Precinct building in an hour. I planned a debriefing. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to go check on my lieutenant." Still reeling from surprise, I knocked on the door to Katie's room and took a step through. I peeked tentatively around the corner and caught sight of her thin form, covered lightly by a sheet. Next to the bed sat Willa and Jack. My heart thudded, my stomach plummeted. Willa was hunched over, her body completely limp, her head in Jack's lap. Her hand was latched firmly with her mother's. Jack's hand stroked tenderly through her locks, the blonde curls matted and damp with salty tears. The room was devoid of beeps and buzzes. No nurse scurried in to check on things. My soul ripped in half for Willa. I'd frozen halfway through the doorway, not realizing I'd let out a small whimper the moment I realized what had happened. Jack looked up, his face gaunt and pale, though his fingers never stopped listlessly running through Willa's curls. His eyes averted to Katie for a moment, then back to me. I almost asked why he hadn't called, but I realized how selfish that sounded. Finally, Jack gave one shake of his head. It was final. It reeked with hopelessness and death. I took another step into the room and paused, uncertain for one of the first times in my life. As a detective, I had no place here. As a friend, I was clueless. I didn't know how to help Willa, to ease her pain, and that made me feel more helpless than ever before. Willa's eyes flicked toward me. "Dani?" "Honey," I said, standing awkwardly still. I am so sorry. I didn't know, or I would have been here sooner. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." "Me neither." Willa's body was limp, her humor gone, lifeless. "I can't believe she's dead." The word dead jarred something in me, an anger, a fury at the Hex Files for demanding this fate of Willa and her mother. How could I tell my friend, my one true friend, that her mother had to die in order to prevent evil from reigning in the future? How was that a fair price to pay? "Willa, please, don't give up." I moved toward her, knelt and rested my hands on her lap to plead with her. "You have got to push through this. Your mom would have wanted you to."
"Yeah, well, she shouldn't have died."
A whisper of a gasp racked her shoulders.
"I wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. She was innocent."
"I know she was, honey, I know." I looked to Jack, but he merely gave a shrug of one shoulder. Neither of us could argue with Willa's point. "It's not fair, but it's not fair that your mom got sick in the first place, either. It's not fair that some bastard attacked her. It's not fair that Matthew landed in the hospital, or that Sienna—" Jack's gaze snapped to mine.
"Sienna?"
Willa's puffy face more cautiously followed suit, alarm in her eyes.
"What happened to Sienna?"
I hesitated. "She's in trouble. I'm sorry, you have enough to think about. I shouldn't have said anything."
"No, I want to know."
Willa shifted in her seat.
"It's so damn unfair. Who is doing this? Was it a werewolf?"
"No," I said, "and we don't even know it was a werewolf who attacked your mother and Matthew. We're still grasping at straws, but we're going to figure it out, Willa. I promise you."
"I thought that lieutenant from New York kicked you off the case," Jack said warily. "Are you sure you should be investigating?"
"I'm positive," I snapped, then softened. "Willa, I swear to you, we'll find who did this. We'll get justice for your mother. I promise you." Willa looked mildly curious for a split second. Then that curiosity slipped away, retreated like the tide, and left only despair in its place.
"What's it matter?"
she slurred in her exhaustion.
"It won't bring her back."
I gripped Willa's hands. "I know, hun. Nothing will bring her back. That's what sucks about my job."
"She's not a job,"
Willa said with a sudden fierceness.
"She's my mother. It's different this time."
"Believe me, I know it is," I said, feeling Willa easing further and further from me. With each inch backward, I felt my heart clutch at the distance she was wedging between us. I just mean, I've seen this before, and it's never easy. I don't know what to say, Willa. I'm so sorry. I'm here for you. Fine, she said, her voice limp, dead. As an afterthought, she added, Thanks. Willa, please listen to me, I said. Your mom would have wanted you to keep living. She'd have needed to know. Don't tell me what my mother needed. Willa slid her hands away from mine and stared blankly at the wall. She's my mother. Oh, God, she wailed. She was my mother. Oh, God. Willa dissolved into a shudder of tears, curling away from me. I stood, my helplessness extrapolated 1,000,000 times over. Willa's blonde hair had turned dull and stringy, her face red and blotchy, a pool of mascara under her eyes that had long ago streaked across her face. I could practically hear her will to exist slipping away with each gulp of oxygen. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, I muttered to the ceiling. What the hell is happening? Jack glared at me, confused and frustrated, and nodded for me to back off. I did, keeping behind Willa so she couldn't see me. I sat on the hard, cold window seat and felt another wave of pitiful helplessness wash over me as I watched Jack ease an arm around Willa. She calmed at his touch, while the very sight of me, the squeeze of her hands in mine, had turned her angsty and upset. I heaved a huge sigh, hating this stupid prophecy. The hex files, the weight of it, the death sentence it carried. I was on the verge of throwing it out entirely and ignoring all that had happened. I closed my eyes, thinking that maybe if we ignored it long enough, it would just go away. I couldn't bear for these damn files to steal away any more of my precious few loved ones. When I opened my eyes, I was startled by the tender, emotional sight before me. Willa had nuzzled in against Jack in a truly intimate movement. There was no romance, no expectation, just the closeness of two like souls. Jack was murmuring in Willa's ear. I turned to the side and looked out the window, wishing I'd left the room when I had the chance. It felt too private a moment for me to witness, but it was too late to leave. I'd disturb them if I moved. I could practically see Willa healing with every word Jack spoke. So I tried my best to turn into a statue and tune out the conversation, though it didn't work entirely. I blinked, watching the stars twinkle in the distance, the vast expanse of the universe stretching blankly before us like a canvas. I wondered if Willa's mother was out there, watching over her distraught daughter. Please, I whispered, barely audible. Please help us. Jack's voice rose, and it was impossible to tune out entirely. The words he spoke were so foreign coming from my baby brother's lips, so wise and sure and caring. I wondered where he'd learned it, and I hated that it shifted something in me, brought tears to my own eyes as I unwillingly eavesdropped. But I couldn't turn away. It was no wonder Willa felt drawn to him, even latched onto him like a beacon of light. It's not fair, Jack continued, and he tipped Willa's head to face him. His eyes were torn with hurt, destroyed as they watched the woman he cared for so dearly as she fell apart. I'm so sorry, Willa. We all are. But Danny's right. You can't give up. Willa's eyes, deep pools of water, blinked and sent a waterfall down her cheek. She looked pale and beautiful and broken. Jack raised a hand, dragged his thumb down her reddened skin. But how? She murmured. And why? My mother was my best friend, my only family. Jack just nodded, but his face took on a hardened look of determination as he swallowed, worked up his courage, and gripped her hands so hard the veins on his arms popped. Because I need you. What? Willa's gasp came from a place of hope and a place of pain. What are you talking about? Willa, I've gotten to know you these last few months, Jack said, and I was waiting for the right time to tell you this. I don't think this is the time, but I do think you need to know. Jack, what are you talking about? Jack took a sustaining breath. You are beautiful, Willa, and so smart and funny and warm. You care more than anyone I've ever met, And even if you never feel the same way about me, it's fine. But I think you need to know." Jack raised her hands, kissed the back of one. I shrunk back against the wall, overwhelmed by the display of emotion and heart I was seeing in my youngest brother for the first time ever. My throat constricted, my heart thumped. It was impossible not to feel something. He was entirely raw, preparing to lay his heart on the line. He looked terrified and so certain there was no doubt in my mind what he'd say next. "I'm madly, deeply, crazy in love with you," Jack whispered, his eyes tearing up, pooling with heart. "I know this is the worst possible time to tell you, but I can't bear to see you fall apart. If you ever decide you have any feelings for me, well, I would become whole. I just know it. Don't say anything back, but just consider it, because you have people here who love you, and I am one of them."
"Oh, Jack." Willa reached for his face. "You idiot. I've loved you since I laid eyes on you."
A wave of relief dripped through Jack's body, and he almost collapsed with nerves against Willa, their lips meeting in a glimmer of a kiss. I averted my eyes. While it felt wrong, I'd witnessed one of the most private moments of two people. I was grateful. For Jack, for Willa, for their hope. It had shifted me, too. It was impossible to be in the presence of such love and not be affected one way or another. I was on the verge of clearing my throat to alert them when I flicked my gaze back to the couple and saw something strange happening. Willa's entire body glowed in a golden light. It wasn't the effect of shimmering residuals. It was pure power beaming from her. "Jack," I mumbled. "Willa, look, there's something happening." Jack's glance at me was drunkenly confused. He'd forgotten I was there. Willa couldn't bring herself to look at me. By the time Jack snapped his attention back to her, his breath locked in his chest and he coughed in surprise.
"Willa?"
he asked, resting a hand on her arm. He shot me an accusatory glance.
"What did you do to her?"
"I didn't do anything," I said. "I'm not sure what's happening, but—" I trailed off as the glowing light grew brighter and brighter still until it was blinding. Willa's chest raised. She threw her arms back, her eyes closed.
"Do something, Dani!"
Jack stood, tried to prop her up, but he withdrew his hand as if he'd been burned.
"Is she possessed?"
"No, Jack." I grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "I think we need to wait."
"But—"
"Look," I said, "she's peaceful. I think she's coming into her powers."
"What powers?"
I just shook my head. There was no way to know, nor was there a way to stop what was happening, for better or for worse. The golden light grew so thick and foggy, the power was something tangible, something I could rub between my fingers like a soft fabric, something real and intense. Jack felt it too, shivering as the golden light washed over his body. We could no longer see Katie's body for the smoggy glow. Then at once, all of it disappeared. The golden light exploded into tiny bursts, itsy-bitsy flecks of gold fluttering away like butterflies into infinity, leaving Willa alone. She remained seated, her eyes still closed, her arms flung wide, her body immobile.
"Should I—"
Jack moved forward, but I dragged him back. "Give her a minute," I said. "We don't know what's happened yet." We waited and watched for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a minute or two. Then, without speaking or opening her eyes, Willa stood with zombie-like motions. She turned toward the wall, her face passive, her body rigid. And then she opened her eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot from her eyes. The power was so heavily concentrated that as she turned her head and swept her gaze around the room, it gave off a similar effect to a lighthouse. As the golden spotlight beamed over me, I felt a warm, trembling sensation. Willa most certainly had come into her powers, and we could all feel it. Jack shifted next to me, clearly uncomfortable. He didn't spend as much time around strange and bizarre powers as I did, and he was clearly disoriented.
"Willa?"
he asked.
"Are you okay?"
At the mention of her name, the lights in her eyes faded and disappeared. For an extended moment, she stood still, blinking at us with a curious look before she crumbled. Jack leapt forward, caught her before she hit the floor. He eased her into the chair.
Willa?
He gave her a light squeeze.
Are you okay? What happened?
When she merely blinked sleepily in response, Jack turned a harried gaze to me.
Did I do that?
He asked.
Does that always happen to you magical people when someone says I love you?
I stifled a laugh and shook my head. No, Jack, I think Will is fine. Aren't you, honey? I carefully moved closer, noting the frustration in Willa's gaze had faded. Even the sorrow had faded. All that was left was a peculiar gleam in her eye.
What happened?
She struggled to sit by herself.
I just felt, I don't know, warm everywhere. Like someone else's power just took over me.
I think those powers might belong to you, I suggested softly. Willa shook her head.
That's impossible. I'm the least magical person in the borough. I can't even make simple store-bought spells work.
I hesitated to bring up the prophecy at a time like this. It still felt drastically unfair, especially before Willa had had time to comprehend any of it, let alone discover more about her powers in due time. You'll figure it out, I assured her. As long as you're okay, that's what matters.
I feel fine, but that doesn't change the fact that my mom is dead.
Willa shook her head, the anguish returning to her eyes.
I would trade all these stupid powers if I could just get her back.
I wanted to agree, but I didn't have time before she turned back to face her mother and nearly fell off her chair in the process.
Willa?
Jack lunged for her, clutched her to his chest.
What is it?
Willa's face was sheet cake white.
Oh, my God! Tell me you see that!
Jack glanced around the room.
See what?
My...
Willa stuttered, then leaned forward, peered closer at her mother, or rather the air above her. She stood, moved nearer to the bed. She reached out, but her hand swatted through the nothingness just north of her mother's body.
Willa, what is it? Jack pressed. What is it? Do you see something?
Willa continued to stare into empty space. Then she blinked, shook her head, and said,
Mom?
Chapter 29. Matthew inhaled and let out his breath slowly. A habit he picked up from Dani, no doubt, since inhaling oxygen was merely a formality for him. He stood outside the howler and glanced up at the moon, calculating the cycle. Then he nodded to the bouncer at the door, who didn't bother to ask for ID, and stepped inside. The full moon had already passed, so the werewolves should still be relatively calm and collected. Of course, one of them could always lose their temper and pop into their second form, but that was a risk Matthew was willing to take. He took a second step into the bar and glanced around. Despite the late hour, the place was packed. Heads were bowed together, corners were blanketed in darkness, and shadows flitted against the walls as the patrons shifted to glance at the newcomer. A sudden hush filled the room, as Matthew knew it would. After all, he was a vampire walking into a werewolf den. He raised his hands, wondering if he should have mentioned his plan to Dani. She'd wanted him to go straight to Gray, but Matthew had another idea. He'd decided to take a risk. Raising his hands, he glanced around at the now stock-still room. Save for the slight swish of liquid around glasses and the throaty swallows from those sipping their drinks, there was not so much as a footstep.
"I've come here to ask for peace," Matthew said. "Please hear me out."
One of the larger wolves in the back, Jamie Privet, if Matthew remembered correctly, had been arrested by Matthew in the past. Unfortunately for Matthew, Privet seemed to remember as well. As usual, Privet was drunk, belligerent, and hankering for a fight. He stepped forward and crossed meaty arms over his thick chest.
"What you doing here?"
he asked.
"Come to arrest me all over again? Or are you here to kill another one of us? Ellie wasn't enough, huh? You had to go on and kill Peterson, too?"
"I didn't kill anyone," Matthew said. "I swear it. On my life. On my mother's life."
"Your mother's dead," Privet said. "Nice try." "Swear it on Dani's life."
The call came from behind the bar. Matthew turned to face Lizel, the bartender who had become at least an acquaintance, if not a friend, over the last several months.
I swear it on Detective DeMarco's life. He's lying, Privet said. He don't care about her. He just cares about sucking us dry. He didn't do it, Lizel said. Calm down, Privet. Loyalties, Privet warned, glaring at Lizel. If I want to ask questions of the vamp, I'm gonna. Swear on your little detective's life, King, that you haven't ever bit another living soul. Swear it, and I'll let you walk out of here with a pat on the back.
Matthew felt his body still.
I can't swear that, and I won't lie. However, I will swear I've never killed someone due to my nature. You've killed, Privet said. You've bitten. The man's a liar.
Even Lizel didn't come to Matthew's defense, and frankly, Matthew didn't blame him. He knew how this situation looked. That's why he'd come here.
We're fighting the wrong enemy,
Matthew said, laying his last card on the table.
You're not the only ones who have been attacked. I was nearly killed due to injuries sustained from a werewolf. An innocent woman died tonight, also due to werewolf-inflicted injuries. I swear to you, I didn't hurt anyone, but if you don't believe that, you must believe that Katie Bloomer was innocent. She had nothing to do with any of this. What's your point? I think whoever's killing your pack and whoever's hurting my friends, whoever just about killed me, is from neither of our sides. You think someone's posing as a vamp? Privet said, and then posing as a werewolf? Yeah, right. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Lizel, however, stiffened behind the bar and called louder.
Why would someone do that?
To accomplish this. Matthew gestured between himself and the rest of the bar patrons.
To turn us against each other. To wreak havoc in the borough. It's brilliant if you think about it. We'll be killing each other. Whoever wants this to happen can sit back and watch as we destroy ourselves from the inside out. What good would that do anyone?
Lizel looked like he wanted to believe Matthew, but he just couldn't. Not yet. Matthew faced the bartender, knowing that convincing Lizel was Matthew's best chance of making it out of the howler peacefully.
The NYPD has inside information about an individual desperate to take power in the borough. Someone who wants to shift the balance from good to evil.
Lizel gave a hesitant nod.
How can we trust you? We have pack members dying, and you're the only vampire in the borough. The simplest solution is often correct, and the evidence points to you.
Matthew cleared his throat.
I believe Sienna found some interesting facts in her lab. I have to believe they supported my theory. That doesn't sound definitive, Privet guffawed. This guy's full of it. Let's give him a bite and see how he likes it.
A low sort of rumble, a distant roar from the crowd gained instant momentum. Matthew recognized that his time was running low, so he focused on Lizel, the only person still listening.
Sienna was left for dead in her lab this morning, Matthew said. We believe whoever attacked her was trying to destroy evidence she found in the morgue. If we can save her life, we will know for a fact. All I'm asking for is a truce until then.
Lizel gave a nod. Matthew knew he had him convinced. He also knew it wasn't enough. As he turned back to the rest of the bar patrons, Matthew saw nothing but fury in their faces. They wanted revenge. While Matthew understood the desire to retaliate, he'd hoped to break through to the wolves, to come together over this shared evil permeating their home. But too many were blinded by rage. Tension simmered to the surface, boiling over, and it was only a matter of time before one of them shifted and came after him. Matthew wasn't frightened of a werewolf attack, but he didn't want to make things worse by hurting anyone. That would only add fuel to the fire. He stepped back, raised his hands.
I can see talking isn't getting us anywhere,
Matthew said, giving a meaningful look to Lizel.
If anyone wants to talk, you know where to find me. Damn right I do, Privet roared.
The rest of the crowd chomping at the bit behind him.
6 feet under? Where you belong, bloodsucker!
Accompanying the cry for battle came the sound of pop, 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 as if someone had opened a handful of champagne bottles in rapid succession. Matthew's gut clenched in annoyance as the bodies of several bar patrons shifted and elongated, hair extending in all directions as they fell to all fours.
Stop!
Lizel yelled, but it was too late. Once in werewolf form, their instincts became all animal. Lizel looked to Matthew. "Flee!" Matthew knew that would be the smart decision, but he hadn't come down to the howler and extended a truce so he could turn tail and run. He'd done nothing wrong.
"I don't recommend attacking me,"
Matthew said as a warning.
"because I will defend myself. With that said, I think it's time for me to take my leave." "You're not going anywhere,"
Privet said, his face red as he slammed a boot of beer down on the counter.
"Get him, boys!"
Matthew waited patiently, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He'd been mistaken to come to the bar, hoping for a civil conversation. There was not a soul in here sober enough, aside from Lizel, to get a handle on their emotions and have a vampire-to-wolf discussion. The first wolf flung himself without abandon at Matthew. The movement so quick, Dani wouldn't have been able to react, but for a vampire, it felt like slow motion. All Matthew had to do was shift his arms slightly and bend it, so as the wolf's jaws gnashed at him, he caught the animal in the throat. Which is exactly what happened. The wolf went down with a whimper, coughing, struggling to breathe. He collapsed to the floor, and then there was another pop, and he transformed back into his human form. When the full moon wasn't out, it required huge amounts of emotion and adrenaline to shift into wolf form. Once that surge was gone, they transformed back. Privet launched himself to his feet.
"How dare you?"
"Dare I what?" Matthew took a step back, angling himself toward the door.
"I'm just trying to leave peacefully."
Another wolf took the moment when Matthew was speaking to lunge forward, probably hoping Matthew would be slow on the uptake. He wasn't. This time, all it took was a properly placed knee, and the wolf went flying into the wall and collapsed to the floor, popping back into human form seconds later. If they were smart, they would all attack at once. Then Matthew might be slightly overwhelmed. They might get a swipe or two in, but without the full moon, half the pack wouldn't be enough to take him down. Matthew reached the doorway, his hands still raised. 7 transformed wolves backed him toward the entrance. Drool dripped from their lips onto the floor. Their human counterparts followed closely behind him. The anticipation was thick as jello and could be sliced through with a claw. Matthew reached the door, relieved they appeared to be letting him go without much of a fight. After all, he wasn't 100% recovered from the last attack that had rendered him unconscious. When he reached the door, Matthew spun around and realized he was trapped. Somehow, through a shared collective form of communication, the pack had called in reinforcements. Another 10 werewolves stood outside, the same piles of drool at the corner of their lips and the same gnashing teeth as the ones behind him. "Damn," Matthew said, and then dodged to one side. The wolves were just as fast. They threw themselves on him, one after another. Matthew battled them back as fast as he could, but the pops, as wolves transformed back to humans, weren't coming fast enough. More wolves flooded out of the bar. As one turned human, another turned back to wolf. One giant wolf threw a swipe at Matthew that caught him in his bad shoulder, and he tripped forward. A well-timed pop to the wolf's nose had him transforming back to human, but not before the damage was done. Matthew dripped blood. He faced the pack and knew there was no way he was getting out of this without further harm, short of a miracle. He swallowed, raised his hands. Matthew's claws came out, his fangs descended. He was built for this. However, as the next wolf threw himself at Matthew, another acted faster. A blur of white shot in front of Matthew and nabbed the wolf with a hearty growl. Matthew sidestepped, managed the next wolf, while the first popped back into human form in the jaws of the great white wolf. Gray, Matthew knew instinctively, and the thought annoyed him.
"Get out of here," Matthew said to him. "I can handle myself."
However, the snowy wolf let out a howl that stopped hearts beating for miles. He carried himself on all fours to stand in front of Matthew. Gray leveled his gaze on the other wolves and let out a snarl that even to Matthew's ears was quite clear in its meaning. The other wolves hesitated, though 1 or 2 began to retreat. Eventually, the rest followed suit, save for 1 or 2 extra-large wolves. Matthew wondered if one of them was Privet, the biggest one with the raging black eyes. The wolf took a step forward, but Gray moved faster. Privet yipped, then fell to one knee in default to Gray. Eventually, they all slunk back inside the bar, leaving the vampire and the white wolf alone.
"You didn't have to do that,"
Matthew said crossly. I was handling it just fine. Gray looked up at Matthew with his huge animal eyes, and somehow there was sarcasm reflected back. The wolf took off, likely running to the forest to change back, and Matthew strolled at a more leisurely pace toward the depth. Gray met him in human form on the cusp of darkness.
"You're an idiot,"
Gray said. I had it under control.
"Sure you did," he said. "Why'd you go into a wolf bar when you know they're wanting revenge?"
I wanted to make them see we were fighting the same evil, Matthew said. I didn't kill anyone. You know it, they know it.
"And they don't care,"
Gray interrupted.
"It's too soon. They want blood. I'm sure you know what that's like."
Matthew lapsed into silence. I was supposed to talk to you tonight.
"Not interested."
Gray turned and began strolling into the forest.
"I only came to save your ass."
You did it for Dani. Gray swiveled to face him.
"You don't know why the hell I did what I did. You're welcome, by the way."
Matthew fell silent. He wanted to hate Gray, but for some reason he just couldn't. Whatever Gray's motives at the bar, Matthew owed him. Thank you.
"Don't do that,"
Gray said.
"Let's just agree not to get along."
Fine, but I did come to talk to you. Dani sent me. Matthew could see Gray's ears perk up at the mention of the witch. It annoyed him, but there was nothing he could do about it. If anything, there was a whisper of pity in his chest. He had read the Hex Files. He'd gotten a glimpse at Destiny. You love her. When Matthew spoke, it wasn't accusatory. Gray continued to walk away. Admit it, Matthew said. It's obvious to everyone but her. Gray swiveled around, his eyes blazing.
"I don't love her, asshole. But if you don't watch out, I'm going to get there."
I have your file, Matthew said quietly. And we're going to have to get over whatever animosity is between us because you're going to be working closely with Danielle. There's nothing I can do about it.
"Shut the hell up, vampire. What are you talking about?"
You are the fourth mentioned in the Hex Files. I'm sorry, Matthew said. I've seen it. Dani has seen it. There is no doubt.
"A fourth will break from a desperate plight,"
Gray recited, his memory impeccable. He gave a laugh.
"Right. I'm not breaking from anything."
Maybe not physically, Matthew agreed, but if Dani doesn't choose you...
"You're psychotic, vamp. I should have let the wolves attack you,"
Gray snarled at Matthew.
"I am not in love with her. She's obviously chosen you. She always has. You don't have to worry about me."
I'm not worried. I'm just letting you know.
"Well, listen closely, King."
Gray stopped, drew himself up before Matthew. The two were undoubtedly equals in almost every way.
"I care about Danielle. She's beautiful, funny, whip-smart, and I'd be an idiot not to notice those things, but I'm not."
Gray trailed off, his eyes brightening. He took a step backward in shock. His jawline went slack as he glared at Matthew. Stumbling, he tripped over a log, then righted himself, his supernatural grace and quickness thwarted by his surprise.
"Oh my God,"
Gray said.
"I am falling in love with her."
There's nothing you can do about it. Matthew hesitated. It needs to happen. It's fate. This needed to happen, and she needs to...
"Say it."
She needs to break your heart, Matthew said, for the Hex Files to come to fruition. Gray merely shook his head, backed away. There was yet another pop as clothing and buttons and shreds of denim went flying in every direction. As Matthew watched, the great white wolf dashed through the forest and disappeared into the night. Chapter 30.
Mom?
Willa asked again.
What are you doing up there? What's happening?
Jack looked over at me, but I was just as surprised as him. I shrugged back. I glanced around the hospital room, wondering if I should call for a nurse. Between Willa's mother's death and her ascension into new powers, maybe Willa had cracked.
Don't be stupid, Willa said. Of course I'm talking to you. Mom! Mom! Why are you... What's happening to me?
Willa, I said cautiously, are you feeling okay?
Yes!
She whirled and turned toward me.
I'm feeling fine, but I'm confused. Can you not see my mother?
I glanced toward the bed. I'm so sorry, honey, but she's gone.
No, I know she's dead,
Willa said crossly.
but she's right there, hovering over the bed.
Jack's jaw dropped open.
You can't see her either?
Willa scratched agitatedly at her elbow.
What is happening to me? She's clear as day. She's talking to me.
I glanced at Jack before returning my gaze to Willa. Can you ask her what she's doing? Jack elbowed me. Don't egg Willa on. She's clearly ill. You need to call for a nurse. In fact, no, I'm going to get a nurse. Watch her. He left before I could argue. I looked carefully at the bed, considering if maybe Jack was right and Willa was unstable. Her mother still looked sufficiently dead to me.
I know you think I'm crazy, Willa said, but she's here with us. I don't need a nurse.
I don't know what to say. I can't see her. Willa put a hand on her hip, then turned and spoke to the air above her mother's bed.
What are you doing here, Mum? Why can nobody else see or hear you?
Willa lapsed into silence, appearing for all intents and purposes to listen carefully to silence. Except she nodded her head once and then cocked it to the side and squinted, as if whatever this mysterious person was saying didn't quite make sense.
I don't understand why anyone else can't see or hear you, Willa said. And frankly, I can see your body there, Mum. But you sound just as chipper as ever. Did I faint? Am I dead?
I reached forward, pinched the back of Willa's arm lightly. You're not dead. She swatted me away and murmured, Shh. I silenced and watched Willa's exchange with the blank space. The look on Willa's face changed, no longer quite as surprised, quite as confused. She settled into her chair, looking distraught and upset.
But that's not fair, she murmured. Why would you have to die? You can't die, Mum. I need you in my life. They can't take you away from me.
I didn't interfere because Willa was so intent in her dialogue that I wondered if this was some sort of healing process, a way for her to let her mother go. The idea of her mother's ghost hanging out in the room flitted through my mind, but I dismissed it. As far as I knew, ghosts weren't a real, tangible thing. Except maybe in rare occasions of haunted houses, and then it wasn't like people shouted exchanges with them across a hospital bed.
Why, Mum? Why you? Why me?
Silent tears streamed down Willa's face.
It's just not fair. I don't care about fate. I care about me and you.
The line about fate jarred me. As I'd read in Willa's files, she would have to face the deepest dark to find the bright. I suspected this might be fate coming true. But what was the bright? What is she saying? I asked quietly.
You believe me?
Willa's lip trembled.
You believe I can see her?
I don't know what to think, I said, but yes, I believe you.
She's saying that things had to happen this way, Willa explained. That she had to die so I could come into my powers. But that makes no sense at all because I've never shown a lick of witchiness in my life.
What if this is your power?
What?
I've heard of an ancient form of magic, I said, sitting straighter in my seat. It's called spirit vision. I've only heard rumors, but they say that whoever has the gifts can see spirits that linger behind on Earth. Willa gaped at me like a large-mouthed bass.
You're joking!
I shook my head. I have no clue if that's what this is, but it could be your gift. You might have just realized it. Willa, there's a prophecy that you are a part of, and I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. Willa soundlessly pointed at herself. Yes, you, I confirmed. The Hex Files. Just recently we found the second file and your name is on it. You're one of us, I said. Me, you, and Gray. Willa looked up to the ceiling.
I can't believe that's true.
Well, believe it, I said. The prophecy said you'd seek bright in the deepest dark. I think this might be your dark, Willa, and that might have brought on your powers, because you didn't give up. She turned back to her mother's spirit and asked,
Mom, is that true?
A few moments of silence passed. Then Willa responded,
Does that mean you're stuck on Earth? Are you here to haunt me?
When the conversation finished, Willa turned to me.
She says she's still here because she's not finished helping me,
Willa said.
She'll stick around for some time. I wish you could see her.
I wish so too, I said. Maybe in the future your powers will grow and you can help me see her. Willa just nodded, still dumbfounded. She waved a hand dismissively at her mom's body.
I feel like I should be mourning,
Willa said when she turned back.
But my mom just told me I look like a mess and I need a shower. She also told me she's watching Jack and he'd better keep his hands to himself.
I stifled a snort. That does sound like your mother.
How can I mourn when the nagging won't stop?
Willa turned back to her mother.
I know, Mum. Jiminy Crickets, you just died. Give me a break, will you?
What'd she say this time?
That I'm wasting time sniveling over her, and I should get my button gear so I can help you,
Willa said.
I guess, maybe this is real.
I guess so, I said. Willa, this is a little sensitive, but can you ask your mother who attacked her? Willa's eyes gleamed with understanding.
Holy guacamole! Mum, did you hear that?
I waited, holding my breath, wondering if Willa's new talent had just secured her a high-paying spot on the 6th Precinct's payroll. After all, the ability to ask a murder victim who killed them would solve a lot of problems.
Oh, Mum.
Tears sprang to Willa's eyes.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't even realize. Yes, we'll get him. I swear to you.
Did she give you a name? I asked Willa. Where is he? Who is he?
He's right here in the hospital.
Willa's jawline set.
And if we don't stop him quickly, he's going to kill again.
Chapter 31. Matthew strolled past the pizzeria and glanced through the windows as he walked. He was hopeful he'd find Dani there, tucked safely at home, but he knew better. He already sensed she wasn't there, but DeMarco's pizza was on the way to the hospital, and that's where he was headed. Matthew had debated chasing after Gray, but he decided to give the guy a break. Gray needed to come to terms with his fate, and if it were Matthew, he'd want to do it alone. Sooner or later, Gray's love for Danielle would bring him back. Not in a romantic sense, Matthew predicted, but because he cared. And so long as the Hex Files existed, she wouldn't be safe. Matthew knew from experience that Gray wouldn't be able to stand himself if anything happened to Danielle while he was away. He'd felt the same way when Dani had been with Trenton. Sooner or later, the wolf would return. In the meantime, Matthew had to get to the root of the terrorizing and wicked. Then he'd hunt relentlessly for the last of the files. It would be a race against time. The protectors needed all of the files in order to complete their task, and Matthew was involved, whether his name was in one of them or not. Matthew quickened his pace and made it across the borough in minutes. He slowed as he passed the 6th Precinct and looked toward a commotion on the front steps. There he is! An unfamiliar man dressed in an all-black uniform pointed toward Matthew. Captain King? Matthew stopped walking, eyeing the letters on the man's chest. He was from the NYPD's magical version of the SWAT team. Normally, these men and women were only called out to deal with major paranormal forces wreaking havoc on human civilizations, or to clean up messes when magic was exposed on a large scale. The only other time they were called to help was when they were after a target deemed highly dangerous and above the normal call of duty for a regular cop. If they were in Wicked, something had gone horribly wrong. Yes, Matthew said blandly. Can I help you with something? Captain King? The man's badge read R. Wiley. You are under arrest. For what? Matthew was far more curious than intimidated. His speed alone could clear any of these fools in seconds. Wiley blinked, looking surprised that Matthew offered no resistance. For the attack on Lieutenant Waters. What attack? Wiley shifted his weight from one foot to the next. There was an eyewitness, sir, stating you attacked Lieutenant Waters in her hotel this evening. I don't know where Waters is staying, Matthew said mildly. I shouldn't have to tell you that's a ridiculous claim. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you not to resist. I'm not resisting anything, Matthew said. I'll go with you if you'd like, but I'm warning you that's a very bad idea. Are you threatening me? Wiley puffed himself up, finally getting the confrontation he'd been looking for. Look here, bloodsucker, where... Matthew stepped toward Wiley and raised a hand to the SWAT officer's neck before Wiley could say anything. The movement was so quick it knocked the breath out of Wiley, though Matthew didn't do anything except tap on the man's name badge, a friendly sort of tap. Wiley, Matthew said, deliberately lingering over the name. Who's this eyewitness that claims I somehow let myself into the lieutenant's quarters and attacked her? Where is the lieutenant? Surely she can answer for herself. The lieutenant is unconscious. And you can't wait for her to wake up before you make an arrest? Matthew suggested lightly. I have business to attend to. I'd be happy to come in with you if perhaps I have actually committed the crime you mentioned, but you see, I haven't. If you resist, Wiley said, that will only make things worse. We have weapons, Vamp. Weapons that will take you down. Matthew glanced over Wiley's shoulder and saw no less than 13 other SWAT officers approaching. All of them were armed to some degree. Matthew heaved a sigh, feeling suddenly quite tired despite the fact he needed no sleep. It was exhausting having to perpetually defend himself to the very borough he'd sworn his life to protect. He'd never once done anything to put the public in jeopardy. If anyone should be wary of him after something he'd done, it was Dani DeMarco, the one person who believed in him. I don't want any trouble. Matthew's voice was dark as he spoke, and he didn't bother to hide the glamour that slipped out. His natural defenses kicked in, though he fought back the urge to let his fangs descend. After all, he was a predator, and he had been cornered. What the hell is going on here? Nash jogged down the steps of the precinct. He had to dodge around the SWAT members fanning out around Matthew, primed for attack. Put your stupid spells down. Matthew's stronger than all of you. We have permission to use whatever means necessary to bring him in, Wiley snarled to Nash. And we plan on doing just that. Matthew knew there were spells that could harm him, knock him unconscious. One had been used against him in the most recent attack in his bedroom. He didn't want to go through that all over again. Lieutenant DeMarco, leave it alone, Matthew said. They're convinced I've attacked Lieutenant Waters. That's ridiculous. Nash turned toward the group of SWAT members, displaying that DeMarco fearlessness Matthew so often admired in his sister. Get out of here! Captain King is the best man on the force. You arrest him, you might as well take me in, too. Then get in line, DeMarco, Wiley sneered. I know all about you. No doubt your sister will be next. One little happy family locked up together. You'll get sent to the Isle, no doubt. Let the Rangers lock you up. Matthew snorted a laugh, thinking that any trip to the Isle would be a vacation for him. A few words with Ranger X and the record would no doubt be cleared. You think this is funny, King? Wiley asked. Get the fang freeze spell ready, Boots. The SWAT officer named Boots raised his hands, but not before Matthew brushed him off with a dismissive flick of his wrist. There's no need to take Nash. I'll come with you willingly, Matthew said, if you answer one question. Don't do it, Captain, Nash said, eyeing him. You're innocent. We all know it. You're being framed, and taking you off the streets is only going to hurt Wicked. Your question? Wiley prompted. He dangled a pair of black, magic-proof handcuffs from his fingers. Who's the eyewitness? Wiley smiled, stepped forward. He gestured for Matthew to spin around, and as he clamped the handcuffs over King's wrists, he murmured next to his ear, Chief Lamont. Chief Lamont? Matthew snapped to attention, which sent Wiley flying backward from the movement. DeMarco, you got that? Shut up, King, Boots said, looking uneasily between Nash and Matthew, or I'll shut you up myself. Nash looked to Matthew, their eyes locking. Nash gave a nod. Find her, Matthew instructed, then Gray. As Matthew finished his command, he looked over at Boots just in time to see the officer raise his hands. Matthew barely had time to brace himself before the spell hit him hard in the chest, and the world disappeared. Chapter 32. How quickly? I asked Willa as she led the way down the hospital hallway. I thought to leave a note for Jack, but Willa insisted we didn't have time. Plus, as Jack didn't have many powers, it was safer for him to stay behind. I'm calling Matthew. Willa flicked her wrist as if it didn't matter either way who I called. I could see from the tension in her jawline that she wanted the murdering bastard for herself.
Did you know Waters was attacked?
Willa asked, stopping briefly at one of the nurses' desks to ask for the room of Sherry Waters.
My mum said she was admitted 20 minutes ago.
I hadn't heard. I raised the comm to my lips and called for Matthew. There was no answer, but I wasn't surprised. He hadn't been wearing his device since he'd suspected the precinct of tracking him. I debated calling Chief Newton, but worried that his comm lines might be tapped. After all, the name Willa's mother had whispered belonged to a high-ranking member of the NYPD. What else did your mother say? I asked. Did she have any more information about the attacks? Willa went silent for a moment. At my curious expression, she shrugged and thumbed to her right.
Mum's coming along for the ride. She says we need to talk and walk, float, to prevent Lamont from doing more damage than he's already done.
Arthur Lamont, I mused. NYPD Chief of Police, renowned activist, humanitarian, awarded multiple medals of honor, and now cold-blooded murderer.
Oh, no, Mom.
Willa stopped walking.
Why didn't I think of that? I'm so sorry. What a bloody idiot. I am the worst daughter in the world. I'm so sorry.
What's she saying? Willa turned to me, teary.
She just told me that when Arthur attacked her at home, he thought she was me. I guess he was probably trying to get rid of me. Must have heard or somehow found out that I was tied to the Hex files, same as you. But he screwed up, and now she's dead because of me.
It's not your fault, I said firmly. Lamont's a killer. He would have killed you whether it was you, your mom, or someone else. He's tried to kill others, and he'll succeed if we don't stop him. Please, Willa, stay with me. It's what your mom would want.
I know what my mum wants, Willa said. I can hear her bloody screaming the same things you are in my ear. Just pipe down, Mother, okay?
I smiled awkwardly into thin air, as if to silently thank Katie for her help. Willa watched me curiously.
You know she can hear you, right?
Willa said finally.
If you just talk, she can respond to me.
I nodded. Willa waited expectantly, so I turned to thin air and said, Thank you, Katie, and I'm very sorry this happened to you. Willa winced.
Close, but she's over there.
I flicked my gaze 60 degrees to the left and gave another uncomfortable smile and relaunched our journey to Waters' room.
She's telling me that Lamont came here and upped her medicines, she said. Mum was unconscious when he did it, but she died while he was in the room, so she saw him immediately after. I guess he was dressed as a doctor or something, because I don't remember ever seeing him. Then again, I was pretty oblivious to everything, and Jack was only paying attention to me. Shut up, Mum. I heard that. Jack is a nice man, and he wasn't fiddling with anything, least of all my heart. He loves me, and I love him.
The declaration sounded strange out loud, but while Willa's cheeks turned pink, she didn't retract her statement.
Anyway, Lamont attacked my mum, first at home, then here, Willa said. I guess he didn't want her waking up and tattling on him, though how he thought he could get away with it, I've no clue. Mum thinks Lamont is going to do the same thing to Waters.
If he's after the files, he'll do whatever it takes to keep the borough under attack and the rest of us distracted. In fact, I'm nearly positive he's responsible for Sienna's injuries, too. She must have been onto him. Willa nodded along, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's responsible for Matthew's wounds, one way or another.
We'll find out when we catch him, Willa said grimly. There's Waters' room. What's our plan?
Before we could come up with something brilliant and remarkable, there was a scream from inside, and Willa and I froze. We exchanged one look with each other, and then lunged forward, throwing the door open and barging into the space. Lamont! I stared down the chief of the NYPD. He was wearing scrubs, as Willa had predicted, and he held a syringe in his hand that sparkled with residuals. Drop it, and we'll let you live.
Not so fast, Dani, Willa said, raising her hands. I didn't agree to that.
Arthur Lamont raised both of his hands. I wondered vaguely if we should have called for security or other backup, but there just wasn't time. The tip of the syringe had nearly punctured Waters' arms. It would only take seconds for Lamont to kill her. As for Waters, her head lolled lifelessly to the side. She was torn up from scratches, but a different sort than the werewolf attacks that had plagued Matthew and Katie. On her neck were 2 pinpricks, and around them, heavy bruising. Vampire attack, I realized. Lamont was framing Matthew, framing the wolves, turning both sides against one another and setting the burrow alight with tension. "Why are you doing this?" I asked.
"The hex files, obviously," Lamont snarled. "I've got your pathetic file. I found out about Willa's through a trusted source. Got the wrong bloomer, but no problem. This one will follow her mother soon enough."
Willa's fists clenched, but I suspected Katie said something to calm her daughter because in the next moment, Willa gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head and relaxed her hands. "Sienna?" I asked. "What about her?"
"She discovered it wasn't vampire markings," Lamont said. "Or rather, that it was 2 different vampires. And if she'd been alive long enough to see Waters' attack, she'd realize there were 3 vampires who'd attacked. Sort of clear as king from all wrongdoing, and we couldn't have that."
I scowled at him. "You swore to protect this borough, New York, our people."
"I didn't swear anything," he said. "The oath Lamont did."
I stopped, startled. "Then who are you?"
"While this has been pleasant, Detective, I'm not in the mood to keep things going."
Lamont, or whoever was posing as him, said briskly.
"The nurses will be here soon, and she's gonna find 3 dead girls."
Willa rolled up her sleeves.
"I don't think so."
"You won't get away with this," I told Lamont. "Sienna's still alive. Even if you manage to shut us up, she'll wake up and pin everything on you."
"But—"
Lamont appeared surprised for the first time during our conversation.
"That's impossible."
"You underestimate the power of friendship," I said. "You might think you're turning the borough against one another, but you'll never destroy us." Willa raised her hands then, and a tremor filled the room. Her eyes took on that golden glow all over again, and 2 beams of light shot from her eyes and straight toward Lamont.
"What's she doing?"
He jumped out of the way, trying to avoid the spotlights.
"What sort of power is that?"
I had no clue, but I didn't say so. I leapt forward, seeing as Lamont's syringe hand was getting dangerously close to Waters' skin. We were still too far away, and if he injected the killing potion, we'd be too late. I had no love lost for Waters, but I wasn't going to let Lamont kill another innocent.
Lamont
said, his eyes sparkling as he saw me leap forward. He plunged the needle into Waters' arm.
"Make her stop or I'll kill Waters. A twitch of my thumb and she'll stop breathing."
"Willa," I called calmly. "Willa, please, stop." Willa shook herself and the glow from her eyes cleared. "Get your hands away from her. Leave her alone and we'll go easy on you."
"I don't think that's true," Lamont said. "Leave the room and I'll let Waters live. I only ask for free passage out of here."
"Not a chance," Willa said. "We don't have another option," I said, watching Lamont's trigger-happy finger. "Willa, we have to let him go."
"But this isn't supposed to be how things happen,"
Willa cried to me.
"He killed my mother. He doesn't deserve to get away."
"He won't," I vowed. "We'll find him, I promise." Lamont smiled at me mercilessly, then pressed the syringe deeper.
"Make your decision in 5, 4...
During the countdown, I turned my attention to Willa, who again had her head cocked to the side, no doubt listening closely to her mother. She looked skeptical, doubtful even, and she shook her head twice.
3, 2...
"Impossible," Willa whispered. "I can't." I backed across the room, my hands raised. "We're leaving."
1,
Lamont finished. As he did so, Willa raised her hands, and in a loud, clear voice she declared, "Show yourself!" In that moment, the floating figure of Willa's mother appeared. She was a colorful version of herself, just faintly transparent, but otherwise quite peppy and healthy-looking. "Attack!" Willa commanded. This time, the golden light radiated from Willa's hands. When the beam hit her mother, Katie's ghost was propelled forward and brushed straight into Lamont, who was so startled he let go of the syringe. Katie's figure returned to Lamont, frightening him into stepping backward and stumbling over the bed, toppling over. Willa kept her eyes open, hands extended. "Take his breath," she said. "Now!" And Willa's mother followed orders, extending her own hands toward Lamont as he laid sprawled on the floor. A swirl of air, tinged silver, emerged from Lamont's lips and spiraled upward and away. Lamont struggled to breathe, couldn't. He coughed, rasped, flipped to his stomach as his fingernails dug against the cement in an effort to inhale. Meanwhile, I retrieved the fallen syringe and pressed the needle into Lamont's neck. "Give it back!" I shouted to Willa. "He needs to live, to pay for his crimes, whoever he is." Willa lowered her hands, and just as quickly, her mother's ghost disappeared, or vanished from sight, seeing as Willa continued to talk to her. "You can breathe," I told Lamont as he desperately heaved in oxygen. "But one wrong move and you're dead of your own potion. Willa, get the chief! Newton, Matthew, someone!" Willa had barely turned for the door when it burst open and Nash was there, followed by Jack and Nurse Anita. "It's Lamont," Nash called. "Dani, be careful!" "Thanks for the warning," I said dryly. "Get the chief some cuffs, will you?" Chapter 33. It was an unlikely trio of women who found themselves spit out from the magical Sixth Borough onto the dirty, bustling, crowded streets of regular old New York City. I stood flanked by Willa and Sienna as we made our way through the city streets toward the NYPD headquarters. It was the morning after everything had blown up in our faces. The morning after Willa had come into her powers, after Waters had been attacked and Lamont arrested, after Katie Bloomer had passed away. Matthew was still at the precinct questioning Lamont, or whoever was imitating him, in the interview room along with Chief Newton and Nash. Sienna had thankfully been revived in the wee hours of the morning, and save for some leftover frostbitten tingling sensations in her extremities that Nurse Anita had promised would diminish over time, she appeared to be her normal, surly self. "I'm sorry we had to drag you out here," I told Willa. "I know you have a lot to deal with at the moment, but we appreciate your help. Me, and the rest of the precinct." Willa shrugged. "Actually, I don't mind the break. It's a nice distraction from, feelings." "How do you feel?" Sienna asked curiously. "It's gotta be weird thinking you've lost your mom and then, poof, there she is, commenting on your ugly hairstyle." Willa patted her head. "My hair is ugly?" "Of course not." Sienna patted her head. "I was imagining my mom coming back to haunt me. It'd be miserable." "It's not miserable," Willa said. "And I'm glad I get to see her again. It helps with the grief. But I also can't hug her anymore, or smell her, or touch her. I won't come home to find her gardening with Juno or cooking dinner, and demanding we sit out on the front porch and sip sweet iced tea." "Maybe you will," I said. "She might still garden with Juno or be in the kitchen and help you cook, or sit on the porch with you. Do you know how long How long she's sticking around?" Willa shook her head. "No, I asked her and she doesn't know either. We're both new at this, me with my powers and her with this ghost shtick. I suppose we'll figure it out. Maybe she's got some unfinished business or something. I'm not going to rush it." "And Matthew?" Sienna prompted me. "How is he doing?" I shrugged. "You know him. Back to work. He's fine." "It's been confirmed that Lamont was responsible for all the attacks?" "Whoever he really is, yes. He's confessed to the murders of both werewolves and Willa's mother. Lamont also admitted to attacking Waters and freezing you." Sienna shuddered. "And what about the attack on you?" Willa asked, and Sienna looked up curiously. "Yes, there was an attack on her, too," Willa scolded, "and she didn't report it." "It was nothing," I said, "but yes, he admitted to that one, too." "Any clue on the how or why?" Sienna asked. "The Hex Files," I said. "It all comes back to them." Both Sienna and Willa had been somewhat caught up to speed, with as much information as I could share. Some things needed to be kept quiet. Other pieces were private business that weren't mine to tell. The how, I continued, is a little more tricky. We need to figure out who or what is posing as Lamont. If we can find the real Arthur Lamont, that might crack the rest of this case wide open. We entered the doors of the NYPD headquarters and signed in, waiting impatiently for our visitor passes to process. "You're from the 6th Precinct?" The woman at the desk looked up, a slight gleam to her eye. "How are things? The lieutenant?" "Waters is fine," I said, "or she will be." "And the chief?" I shrugged, surprised to find a paranormal working the front desk. Then again, stranger things had happened. The NYPD was one giant bag of surprises these days, not all of them good. "We're not sure," I said finally. "That's what we're here to find out." The receptionist nodded and handed over our passes. "Let me know if you need anything." We took the stairs to the top floor and let ourselves into the chief's office. His personal assistant had been instructed to let us through without question, and I gave a quick prayer of thanks for the understanding and magical receptionist at the front doors. "Oh, God, no!" The second Willa stepped through the door, she crumbled forward, sinking to her knees. Her hands came up on either side of her head as she muffled her ears. "Make it stop!" Lamont's personal assistant looked over at Willa, alarmed. "Is she going to be okay?" "How about you give us 10 minutes, I suggested. Alone." She didn't need to be asked twice. Standing, she headed out of the room and shut the door solidly behind her. "Willa, what's wrong?" I sank next to her on a crouch. "Talk to me, honey. What's bothering you?" Her eyes teared up, and she wordlessly shook her head. "I can't. Oh, you poor souls. I'm going to find you. Hang on, my darlings. Hold on, I'm coming." Willa found the strength to pull herself to her feet. She scurried toward the wall-to-wall closets on one end of the room and threw herself at them, pounding at the doors as tears dripped down her face. "Get this thing open, will you?" she gasped, turning to me. "They need help." "Who needs help?" I asked, hurrying to her side and muttering a lock lifter that had the door popping open. "Willa, I don't hear anything. Are they?" Sienna and I exchanged a look when Willa didn't answer. Instead, she surveyed the extra-long drawers of something that resembled a massive filing cabinet. Sienna reached forward, shook her head. "Oh, good Lord." It sunk in for me as Sienna spoke. The metal filing cabinet had clearly been custom-built with the help of someone's skilled magic touch. There were sprinkles of building block residuals around the edges, signaling the construction was somewhat fresh. I squinted, picking out traces of some sort of room extender and the heavy residuals around the drawers, which would explain how someone had gotten a cabinet 7 feet long to fit into a closet. The individual drawers appeared to be shallow and long, running the length of the wall. I was willing to place a morbid bet and guess that if I pulled out each drawer, it would be just deep enough to fit a body inside, complete with a flash frost spell to stall the decomposition of dead bodies. "He's got his own personal morgue," Sienna said, running her hands along the drawers with the softness she reserved for the bodies she kept in her lab. "What an awful man. Can you hear them, sweetie? The souls?" Sienna asked the question softly, but Willa wasn't paying attention. She fumbled for the bottom drawer, then pulled it open. We all glanced down at once, horrified for what we'd find. Sure enough, it was as we expected. The real Arthur Lamont, or rather his corpse, had been frozen into the drawer just as Sienna had been in hers. I wondered if he died there. "Bastard had some practice before he got to me." Sienna knelt, rested her hand on the ice just as I had done when I'd found her. "I'll bet he died in here. Was thrown in unconscious just like me, then left to wait out death." Willa said nothing. Instead, she stepped back, her eyes traveling from the drawer upward until she stared straight ahead. Then she bowed her head. "I'm so sorry for this," she said to the thin air. "You didn't deserve it." Silence followed. Sienna moved, probably to ask questions, but I rested a hand on her arm and shook my head. "Lamont says you're right," Willis said, startling us with a direct look at Sienna. "It happened like you said.
He was knocked unconscious in his office and then left to die. He wasn't sure how the visitor escaped. He had never seen the man, the thing who attacked him before, and doesn't know a name.
I'm sorry to say, but your attacker took your form, I said, glancing at the floor because it was too weird for me to talk to thin air. We didn't suspect anything until it was too late. I'm truly sorry.
He says it's okay,
Willis said with a watery smile.
He says he always knew you and Matthew were good cops. He would never have suspended you.
I frowned. How does he know all this? Willa listened, then laughed. She cleared her throat.
Well, Lamont said that after he died, his spirit was around. He could hear everything that went on in the offices. Speaking of, his attacker spent a lot of time looking for the master file. I assume that he's talking about the hex files?
I nodded. Did he take it? Willa shook her head.
It's here.
Sienna stood, looking as if she found this whole talking to ghosts thing a little too strange for her necromancy taste, and began thumbing through the desk drawers and presumably looking to retrieve the file.
What can I do to help you? Willa asked softly. I can't help, but I think that I'm here for a reason.
More silence, and then a gasp of realization. What is it? I asked. Did he say something?
He,
Willa stammered.
Thinks I'm supposed to help him pass on. But I don't really know if that's true, and I don't know how to do that.
Well, you seem to be able to communicate with your mom, I said. And when you held your hands up, it looked like you could control her in a way.
Yeah, but I was really, really angry, Willa said. I just put my hands up and went with what was in my heart. Things just started happening. I don't think I could replicate it.
Maybe that's why you got the powers you did.
What do you mean?
You have the biggest heart of anyone I know, Willa, I said. I think maybe your powers are telling you to use it. Willa nodded, chewing on the information for a moment. Then she looked up to thin air again.
Are you ready, Chief?
I suspected he was responding because Willa's face shifted, grew soft and sympathetic, and very, very sad.
I understand, she said. I promise it won't hurt. You'll be better off this way.
Willa?
I'm going to help him, she said confidently. He's ready. We're both ready.
I hesitated, raised a hand. One more thing. Without my having to ask, Willa listened carefully to the ghost, then relayed the location of the master file. I bowed my head gratefully, thanked the chief for all he'd done. It was a strange goodbye, certainly, but it was better than nothing. Sensing it was time, Willa raised her hands, closed her eyes, and lapsed into a deep, somber silence. After a moment, her fingertips began to glow golden as they had in the hospital, then her palms, then a radiant sort of light flashed through the room like a siren. At once, the light ceased. There was a blink in midair, like a shooting star so briefly crossing before us, and then it broke into bits of glimmering gold and ascended toward the ceiling. Once the last of the bright had gone, Willa smiled.
It's done, she said. He's home.
Chapter 34. After Willa had successfully helped the chief pass on, she'd done the same thing to the rest of the bodies we'd found locked in the fake Lamont's drawers. There were 3 vampires and 3 werewolves, though why exactly we couldn't be sure. All of them were in human form, but their species were made clear by markings and fangs and other indications. Willa had spoken kindly to each of them, gathering as much information as she could before helping them to pass on. By the time we left the building, there was a sense of peace on her face, as if she were finally content.
I think I've discovered my purpose, Willa said. I hate that I lost my mother over it, but she's still here. I think she will be with me for a long time.
Forever, I corrected. Whether she could talk to you about your hairstyles or not. Willa smiled. Sienna offered a small grin, too, though she clutched the master file to her chest and looked too preoccupied with keeping it safe to fully engage in conversation. We'd found a box locked in an invisible closet that Lamont had directed us to. Thanks to the chief, we were one step closer in our quest for control of the files. We returned to the borough to find most of the day had passed. Evening stretched into the distance as I came to a stop outside the pizzeria with Sienna and Willa. "You're welcome to stay here tonight," I said to them. "Both of you. Things have been a little crazy lately, and I'd understand if either of you didn't want to be alone." Sienna thrust the Hex Files package at me. "You must be kidding. I've got so much work to do. I spent yesterday frozen, and I trudged across the city with you two. I'll be in the lab tonight." "You need rest," I called after Sienna, but she was already walking away. "Anita will kill you." "I'll sleep when I'm dead," she said over her shoulder. "You know, when I'm not busy haunting Willa, I should say." The two women exchanged smiles. Then Willa turned and gave me a more sheepish one.
"I think I might actually get going home," she said. "Juno will probably be around. He, took care of things while I've been at the hospital. Cleaned and straightened and the rest."
"Are you sure?" I asked. "You know you're welcome here. You can have my bed, or there's the couch, or whatever would make you comfortable."
"Actually—"
Willa twisted her hands before her body, then glanced suddenly over my shoulder.
"Jack was planning to come stay with me. For comfort and moral support, of course," she added quickly.
"I see," I said, as the door to the pizzeria opened and Jack appeared outside. "Well, don't let me keep you. Take as long as you need off work." Jack leaned forward and gave me a quick peck on the cheek.
"Good to see you made it back in one piece, sis. Never know with you."
"Lovely." Jack turned to Willa and gave her a smile too private for the public eye. I rested my hand on the doorknob and cleared my throat.
"We should be going,"
Willa said, clasping Jack's hand in her own.
"Thank you, Dani, for everything. I think you're right. It's going to be okay."
I forced a smile back. "I'm glad." The two turned and strolled down the road, Willa's head resting softly on Jack's shoulder. Jack murmured something into her ear, and Willa gave a quiet laugh. Yes, I thought, things would be okay. I pressed through the somewhat bustling pizzeria, stopping for a quick hello to Jimmy and my twin brother as I slid by them and climbed the staircase to the second floor. Maybe I'd head down to the kitchen later to help out if I needed the distraction. For the moment, however, I just needed a break. I entered my apartment, once again stunned by the quiet. I made a mental note to get Felix out here to take some samples and revive my furniture, now that the mess with Lamont was in the past. It was ridiculous that I was lonely for them. The only solution was to get them talking again so they could remind me just how badly they annoyed me. It wasn't until after I laid the box containing the master file to rest on the table that I caught sight of the quiet figure examining my couch. "Felix!"
"Sorry."
The tech wizard jumped to his feet. He popped earbuds out of his ear.
"So sorry. I didn't mean to startle you."
"Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't break into my apartment." Felix frowned.
"I didn't break in. I mean, I sort of did, but I had permission."
"From who?"
"Matthew."
I blinked. "Does Matthew live here?"
"Not exactly, but he might as well,"
Felix said, and then colored.
"Or whatever. I don't mean to come between the two of you, but Matthew asked me to come over here and take samples, see if I could figure out what's got into your furniture."
"And?"
"And I can fix them,"
Felix said with a grin.
"They got a little stunned after the choker that came after you, but it's nothing a little customized antidote won't fix."
"That's great," I said. "But I'm still confused. I thought Matthew owed you a favor. How did you get back to owing him?" Felix waved a hand, brushed back his longish hair, and shoved his hands into the pockets of jeans that were pulled up just a little too high.
"He's lending me his assistant."
"Doesn't he need her?"
"Not while he's in New York," Felix said. "He'll have Lamont's old assistant for the time being."
"I don't understand." Felix's face paled.
"Oh, crap. You hadn't heard about the temporary reorg?"
"As a matter of fact, I haven't," I said. "Tell me more."
Can't,"
Felix said, backing away from my apartment so quickly he tripped over the rug on the way out.
"Gotta go. We'll return your furniture to talking by tomorrow. We'll knock next time. Adios, muchacha.
I watched Felix scurry down the staircase, and then when the hall was cleared, I slammed the door behind him.
New York didn't go well?
A voice asked from behind me. I turned, held a hand to my chest. Matthew, how did you get in here?
How'd Felix get in here?
He parroted in a non-answer.
I'm telling you, your apartment is a revolving door for supernaturals. You should come live at my place, permanently.
You should tell me what Felix was just babbling about. You're lending him your assistant? Matthew sighed, ran a hand through his thick black hair. I was overwhelmed with relief to see that his wounds were healing to nothing more than light pink scars. Another few days and the scars would fade to a mere memory. The love of my life had scraped through catastrophe once again.
I wish you hadn't found out through that idiot, Matthew said. Felix cannot keep his mouth shut.
He shouldn't have to, I said. He probably assumed that your girlfriend would know what was happening before he did. Not a false assumption, I'd say, except, I hadn't heard anything.
They need a temporary acting chief for the NYPD, Matthew said. Chief Newton suggested me for the job.
I stared blankly at him. Why didn't Newton take the position?
They need him here, Matthew said. I'm considered more disposable than he is.
I'm sure there are plenty of people in New York hankering for the job. Let one of the mortals take it.
You know we can't have that, Matthew said. It will take some time to get a new chief in place. Lamont wasn't around long enough to have a protege or to have chosen a successor. In order to keep a mortal out of the spot, we have to bring in someone from the inside.
How do you explain where you come from? I asked. Or, the fact that you're immortal?
Matthew smiled. I'll be transferred from a top-secret agency. The paperwork has already been submitted. It's just temporary, Dani. I didn't think you'd be so upset.
Temporary? Like a day? A week? 2 years? Time is a little different for me than it is for you. I have a finite amount of it, after all. I threw my hands in the air. I guess it just would have been nice to have been asked about your decision to move from the borough instead of being told about it. Matthew considered me for a long moment.
I'm sorry, truly. But if it helps to know, I only just found out about it this morning. The chief told me he was sending me unless I objected. I didn't feel as if I had much of a choice.
I'm an objection, I grumbled. I just got you back. I don't want you gone again so soon. Matthew reached for me, pulled me close.
I know, sweetheart, but I'll be here all the time. I don't need to sleep, remember? I'll be in bed with you every night. If I'm needed here, I'll be here, for any reason at all.
I sulked, but I couldn't resist resting my head against his chest. I guess it's fine, I said, but if Newton keeps you there longer than a few weeks, I will go nuts on him. Matthew laughed, stroked my hair.
I hope you do. You know I love you, Danielle.
I know, I said. I love you too. Matthew stepped back, surveyed me.
How did today go?
I bobbed my head from one side to the next. It was hard. I mean, Will is doing surprisingly well considering, but I'm sure the shock will hit her at some point. At least for now, she's got Jack. Matthew crooked an eyebrow. Exactly, I said. Apparently they're in love. Matthew barked a laugh.
It's good she has someone.
Yeah, it is. I leaned against him. Eventually, we made our way over to the couch and sat down. I wasn't sure how to make the transition to my next question, but fortunately, Matthew took care of it for me.
Gray took off for a bit, he said. I had a conversation with him, and it went about as well as you might have expected it to.
I pursed my lips, shifted uncomfortably. You know there's nothing between him and me.
Hey.
Matthew tilted my head up for a kiss.
I can hardly blame him for falling in love with you. You are the most wonderful person I've ever met in all my years, and there have been hundreds of years.
Do you know if he's planning to come back? Matthew ran his fingers casually over my arm.
I'm sure he will. If not for you, then for the Hex Files. He's got too much honor to let the borough go to hell if he can stop it.
The Hex Files aren't Well, they're not a moot point? I asked hopefully. I knew it was too much to hope for that by locking away Lamont's imposter, we'd have our guy. Speaking of the imposter, we discovered an identity this afternoon. Oh? He shed Lamont's body. It seemed involuntary. Maybe when Willa helped Lamont move on, I said. Whatever spell he used might have expired. I imagine you're right. How would he impersonate someone without there being residuals? Because it's who he is. What he is, Matthew said darkly. His name is Victor Ruiz, a centuries-old ghoul. A ghoul? Historically, ghouls are skeletal creatures who kill, and then take the form of their victims after ingesting them. I shuddered. Are you telling me? No. Victor didn't have to resort to such drastic measures. Matthew's eyes showed relief. Ghouls have evolved like the rest of our magical species. Hence the reason he needed to keep the bodies around. A few drops of the victim's blood sprinkled into a potion did the trick for Victor. So each time there was an attack, I said, he transformed into a different creature. A vampire, a werewolf, and then back to Lamont. Essentially, yes. Why not just use one vampire and one werewolf? The plan backfired a bit, Matthew said dryly. Vampires and werewolves apparently don't have blood that keeps with the same shelf life as witches, wizards, and illusionists, I finished. That's disgusting. So he had to kill again. Hence the reason there were multiple different creatures in the attacks. And the same reason he had to silence Sienna, Matthew said. She'd begun figuring out that it wasn't just one vampire, one werewolf terrorizing the borough. But before she could share that information, he got to her. We sat in silence, digesting the awful monster who'd almost succeeded in his quest for the Hex Files. I imagine you'll keep him in the most secure prison cell there is? He won't ever be getting out, Matthew said. He helped Dimitri Margolis, the last vampire who tried to take power, in his quest to find the Hex Files. This time, Victor decided to try for himself. So, it's just him, I said, and this is over. We can hide the files again until the next time. I'm afraid not, Matthew said, because he wasn't working alone. I thought you just said he wanted to try for himself. He did, but he didn't succeed at first, Matthew said. He took on a master. What does that mean? Matthew shook his head in disbelief. I've no clue. He just kept saying his master would free him, would get us, would finish the work he started. Wonderful, I said, sitting back on the couch. So, we're just getting started. Epilogue. You are on fire, Marla trilled. What are you trying to do, give your vampire a heart attack?
Don't be an idiot, Fred said, grumpy as usual. His heart doesn't beat.
She can jumpstart it. Tammy shot from her corner on the counter. She's like an electric pulse straight to his love zone.
That's disgusting, Carl said.
His heart, Tammy said, quivering in her electrical outlet. Get your mind out of the cushions, Carl. Well, I think you're hot, Toots, Marla said. Personally, I think she's trying to keep Matthew in town. That's the goal, I admitted, spinning before the mirror mounted on the back of my bedroom door. So this is okay? A cacophony of cheers and a few grumpy remarks from my fridge sealed the deal. Felix had come by last week and revived my furniture. For better or worse, their snooze had revitalized them and more. It felt like they were making up for lost time in both chatter and enthusiasm. This evening I had a date with Matthew at the most lavish, expensive restaurant in all of Wicked. It was his last official night here before he took the temporary position of chief of NYPD in New York. The department was putting him up in an apartment there, though Matthew promised he wouldn't be using it. Gray hadn't shown up in the weeks since he'd taken off. As I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, I thought it quite ironic how less than 10 days before I'd been complaining about Matthew and Gray trading off as my babysitters. And now both men in my life, my love and my friend, were leaving, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. It's okay to be sad, Marla said. You don't have to be strong all the time, Dani.
I'm not sad, I snapped. It's just temporary. And it's not like he's being deported to the Isle or something. Cripes.
There, Marla said. Your angry words are just your fears in disguise.
I'll give you something to fear if you don't pipe down, I said, yanking the door open. Good night. Matthew was waiting for me outside. He looked as fine as ever, dressed in his best suit and darkest smile, his eyes brightening as they saw me. He stepped forward and took my hand in his. You look incredible, Matthew said, pulling me in for a hug that sent my mind spiraling to heated places. You know, I had plans to take you out tonight, but I changed my mind. I hope that's all right with you. What do you have in mind? Matthew took me to the rooftop of his house. He'd had someone, probably his housekeeper, prepare a most delectable dinner with an adorable cafe-style setup. Candles were lit, soft music played, and 2 glasses of wine set ready for consumption. Starlight glittered above, and the soft glow of the moon cast a shimmer over Matthew's features. If you're hungry, Matthew said, waving a hand. Otherwise... I choose otherwise, I said quickly. Please. Matthew took my hand and led me down the spiral staircase and into his bedroom. He laid me on the sheets and held me to him, and as the flickers of bright glinted off his skin, his eyes locked with mine. You know this isn't an ending, don't you, Dani? I leaned forward, kissed his cheek, and slid my mouth to his ear, where I whispered, It's just the beginning.